A man in a black business suit holding microphones in his hands spoke in front of the camera and loudly addressed passers-by. All this looked very unusual. So many people filmed it on their smartphones. Handing the microphone to the people, the man asked what they would do if they suddenly received 100 million won. One of the women had difficulty answering because she believed that she would definitely not be able to afford a new house with that kind of money. The man thought for a moment and suggested that if he had this money, he would buy himself a new car. Another girl confidently replied that she would put all that money into a savings account. Her boyfriend seemed to completely agree with this. Having heard all these answers, the man with the microphone decided to ask people one more question. The next moment, he suddenly asked what people would do if they became the richest on the planet. The man who had already answered the previous question was shocked by the new question and did not know what to answer because he had not even thought about this before. The second respondent suggested that in that case, he would spend the rest of his life doing nothing. Another girl said that she would really like to first learn how to become the richest person on the planet and then decide what to do with it. All these answers were shown in the studio where the interview with the main character was recorded. The presenter told the guy that these were only some of the answers. After that, she asked the guy to share the secret of how he managed to become the first and youngest Korean who was officially recognized as the richest person. The presenter continued to say with a smile that there were rumors that the main character was a seer and could see the future. To this, the guy just smiled and said that this definitely never happened in real life. Suddenly, the smile on the guy's face instantly disappeared, and his eyes began to glow brightly and exude a barely noticeable aura that dissolved into the air. The reason for this was an unusual person who was closely watching the interview while being out of the camera's line of sight. The protagonist knew this person well. It was an elderly woman dressed in stereotypical shamanic attire. She smiled slightly upon hearing the boy's answer. Suddenly, the large eagle that was sitting quietly on the stick that served as a cane spread its wings wide, simultaneously emitting a mysterious aura. After this, the bird flapped its wings and flew into the air, simultaneously letting out a loud cry. The main character calmly watched the eagle's flight, as if he was not at all surprised that a large bird flew onto the set right during filming. The guy forgot that he was in the studio where he was being interviewed and continued to stare in fascination at the bird that was emitting a mysterious aura around itself. However, it was clear that the main character did not expect to see the eagle and its owner at that very moment. This spectacle was only available to the guy, so the presenter, who had not been able to get an answer to her question for a long time, again turned to the guest of the program. Only after this did the guy come to his senses and begin to give his answer as if nothing had just happened. The main character, with a sincere smile on his face, declared that he was just an ordinary investor who was simply lucky. At this point, the guy's dream ended and he opened his eyes. For some time, the guy could not realize that he had already woken up. Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat and loudly said that Sergeant Kang Jin-woo had already woken up. Soon, the main character relaxed and realized with annoyance what had happened to him. Looking at his army cap, Kang Jin-woo began to wonder why this eagle from the army kept appearing in his dreams. This guy was 23 years old and had just returned from military service, so he was unemployed. Now, he was indignant that the eagle had ruined such a good dream for him. As you can see, Kang Jin-woo lived in a small basement one-room apartment with his mother. However, life for the main character was not always so harsh. The guy looked away and sighed heavily, remembering his past life. The photograph depicted a happy family. The protagonist's father owned a decent business, and his mother had always been a kind and elegant woman, but now she earned money in any way she could. With such caring parents, Kang Jin-woo grew up as if in a greenhouse, and that's why he was having a particularly hard time now. Suddenly, early in the morning, someone called the main character, which surprised him greatly. Very soon, the guy got ready and went to visit his friend. The main character looked at the figurines that stood on the shelf and said that the life of his friend named Taek Ji-woo had not changed one bit. Taek Ji-woo immediately began to deny it and asked if the guy hadn't noticed that his collection had doubled in size. Kang Jin-woo didn't understand how he was supposed to notice that. Then Taek Ji-woo, who was also 23 years old, said with a smile on his face that his friend was still as absent-minded as before. After that, the guy asked what the main character was going to do next. Kang Jin said that although he was poor, he had a good education, so he could work part-time as a tutor. At the same time, the protagonist was about to put the question of his higher education aside for a while. Taek Ji-woo replied that this was exactly what he expected to hear from Kang Jin, whom he knew well. Then the main character thanked his friend for spending time with his mother on New Year's Eve. This didn't bother Take GYU at all, because his friend's mother was like a mother to him. After that, Tech GYU asked how the guy got his service. Kang Jin-woo thought that he had nothing to talk about with a man who was exempted from the army. Tech GYU assumed that his friend was simply jealous of him, and therefore asked if he wanted to be even more surprised. The protagonist was immediately interested. Suddenly the guy almost whispered that he had found the code words for his wallet with Bytecoins. Tag GYU saw that his friend didn't really understand everything and then reminded him that he once sold his character in the game Lutnia and received cryptocurrency for it. Kang Jin asked if it was the same cryptocurrency that eventually rose in price to 50 million won, which made his friend very upset because he lost access to his wallet. Take GYU confirmed this and said that he found the lost keyword while cleaning the box with figurines. Then the guy asked if the main character knew how much these coins were worth now. Having received no answer, the guy said that yesterday the price was $1,122. Kang Jin immediately began to calculate how much money that was based on the fact that $1 cost about 1,101. The next moment, the protagonist, without hiding his shock, asked if it was really 1.23 million won. Suddenly, Tech GYU stopped his friend's surprise and said that it was only about 1 Bytecoin. Kang Jin did not fully understand everything, and it was clear that he needed an explanation. Then the guy said outright that $1,120 was the price for just 1 Bytecoin. After that, there was absolute silence in the room for a while. Soon the main character began to think because he wanted to calculate how many thousands of won would be in total if his friend had 11,000 bitcoins. Kang Jin couldn't calculate everything correctly for a long time because the sum was already not small. Very soon the guy's face distorted in incredible surprise because he had already finished his count. The surprise on the guy's face quickly changed to excitement and fear because he couldn't believe that this was really possible. The next moment, the main characters loudly shouted that 11,000 Bytecoins were worth 13.5 billion won. Kang Jin immediately jumped up from his seat and, calling his friend crazy, asked if it was really a dream. Take GYU asked the guy not to yell and admit that he was just jealous of him. The guy continued to say that he also didn't immediately realize it, but it was all true. Tech GYU was so shocked that he couldn't even be happy normally. In total, Kang Jin was shaking from so much shocking information, but he still managed to ask his friend to give him 100 million, which he immediately refused. Next, Tech GYU says that he has already put some of the Bytecoins up for sale through an exchanger and believes that at this rate the price will even rise further. Kang Jin-woo called his friend a cheapskate and then regretted not playing that game more diligently at the time. Suddenly, the main character remembered how he and his friend were sitting in a computer club playing that very game Take GYU, then asked him to check more enthusiasm. Then the guy grabbed Take GYU by his clothes and loudly declared that they had played together, and then the guy sold his character too. After this, the main character called his friend a thief and demanded that he give him his share. Take GYU was surprised by this but asked what the guy's share was. Kang Jin immediately thought about it, trying to find the answer to this question because he didn't want to make a mistake. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts were interrupted because he saw something that shocked him. The guy looked out the window and saw that there was a big bird sitting on the roof of the neighboring building. It was the same eagle that had appeared to the main character in his dreams more than once. As always, the bird was shrouded in a mysterious aura, indicating that it was there for a reason. Suddenly, the eagle looked straight into Kang Jin's eyes because it was for him that he was here. The guy, whose eyes were shining with a bright light, was very surprised and could not believe that he saw this bird again. Suddenly, the eagle jumped off the roof and began to gracefully spread its wings right as it fell. Soon the bird caught the airflow and flew forward, losing several of its feathers along the way. Very soon, despite the closed window, the eagle flew into the room where Kang Jin-woo and his friend were. The main character looked at the bird that suddenly appeared, fascinated, not understanding why it was here now. The guy silently watched the streams of mysterious aura that had already spread throughout the entire room, waiting for what would happen next. Soon the main character saw that individual clots of aura began to behave strangely and gather in groups. In the next moment, Kang Jin-woo could already see the text that this inexplicable energy had transformed into. After that, the main character read this text and was very surprised. At this time, Tech GYU was trying to find out what happened to his friend, because he seemed to have frozen to him for no reason. Without explaining anything, Kang Jin-woo quickly asked if the guy knew what Mountain Hill was. Tech GYU answered with great surprise that it was the name of the exchanger where he was currently keeping his bitcoins. The guys were also interested in how the main character could have found out about it. The text stated that this exchanger would soon go bankrupt, so Kang Jin asked if his friend was sure that he was safe. Tech GYU did not understand the guy's worries. Then the main character remembered with horror that during his service in the army, this had already happened to him. K could not fly into the same eagle, after which a text of energy appeared. The guy assumed that all this could be just a hallucination, but he was afraid of what could happen if this mysterious message turned out to be true. After this, the main character turned to his friend and asked him to dry him carefully. Take GYU was surprised by the guy's seriousness but did not interrupt him. The next moment, Kang Jin-woo, without explaining anything, convincingly asked his friend to sell all his bitcoins. Tech GYU asked why the guy was telling him about this. Then the main character grabbed the guy by the shoulders and loudly said that he couldn't explain everything, so he asked him to just trust him. Tech GYU silently looked at his friend, trying to understand what was in his head. It seemed that he had no intention of doing as he was told. The tense Kang Jin also looked the guy straight in the eyes, hoping that he would finally listen to him. Suddenly, Tech GYU easily agreed to follow the advice and sell everything, since he was going to do it anyway. In return, the guy asked that after all this, the main character explain everything to him. Kang Jin, breathing a sigh of relief, agreed with this. After this, the main character looked around and saw that the mysterious message had already disappeared, leaving behind a small cloud of mysterious energy. Then the guy thought about the fact that this was not the first time he had seen this eagle and similar messages. He still thought that it could have been a hallucination. However, the guy did not understand how he could know the name of the exchanger, which he had never even heard of, assuming that he could have heard about it somewhere out of the corner of his ear. The guy was interrupted from these thoughts by a loud cry from his friend, who, looking through something on his phone, began to desperately deny reality. He then explains that literally all Mountain Hill servers had just crashed. Kang Jin was shocked by this information and could not believe such a coincidence. The guy immediately began to rise to his feet, loudly asking what happened to the money. Tech GYU replied with a trembling voice that he was able to sell everything at the very last moment. After this, the guy decided to find out what the matter was, assuming that perhaps it was just a break for maintenance. Kang Jin began to obediently wait for an explanation, while wondering what the hell this was all about. Suddenly, the protagonist heard Tech Gyu's worried voice again and immediately asked him what happened. The guy started saying that after a short break, all the exchange servers were back on, but there was nothing to be happy about. The next moment, Take GYU announced that all users' electronic accounts were empty, and the forums on the internet were immediately flooded with questions about where people's money had gone. After this, the worried guy turned to Kang Jin and reminded him that he promised to tell him the whole truth, assuming that his friend knew about what was happening. The main character understood that he needed to give some kind of answer to this question, but he hesitated and could not find the right words. Tech GYU could no longer bear this agonizing weight, so he asked his friend not to remain silent and to quickly tell him everything. Still, Kang Jin-woo exhaled heavily and decided to tell everything as it really was, counting on Tech Gyu's understanding. The next moment, the protagonist stated that, according to his assumption, he was somehow able to gain the ability to see the future. After this, the main character remembered what happened to him a year ago at the training ground during mortar firing exercises. That day, the commander turned to the guy and asked him to stop being so careless and listen carefully to everything, because he would be asked about it when he returned to base. Private Kang Jin-woo immediately stood at attention and loudly replied that he understood everything. Suddenly, the guy was stunned because he saw clots of aura that were hovering around him. After that, he looked to the side because he saw something even stranger. The main character looked at the eagle that was sitting on a branch. Clouds of steam seemed to be emanating from it. This seemed strange to the guy, which made him wonder if these birds always looked like this. Suddenly, the eagle took off from its place, and without taking its eyes off Kang Jin-woo, the air flew up. This surprised the guy very much. A moment later, the bird flew right past the main character, which scared him a lot. At the same time, his comrades did not understand what was happening to the guy. Kang Jin-woo immediately asked if the other soldiers had seen this eagle, but they did not understand what the protagonist was talking about. Then the guy said with surprise that a huge eagle had just flown right over their heads. However, the soldiers continued to insist that they had not seen anything. Kang Jin-woo was even more surprised by this because he didn't understand how it was possible not to notice such a huge bird. At this time, something was happening behind the guy. He seemed to sense it and turning back saw a message that consisted of that same aura. It said that KM-188 would explode. Kang Jin-woo didn't understand what all this meant and assumed that it was some kind of augmented reality technology, but he couldn't remember if this had happened during training. After that, the guy looked at his comrades who were loading the mortar in order to fire. He immediately remembered that mysterious message. For some time, the main character tried to understand why the message spoke specifically about an explosion and whether it could be trusted. Finally, the guy realized that in the message he was talking about exactly the shell that soldiers would now load into mortars, but he found it hard to believe. Only when the main character saw the flash could it be said without exaggeration that his body instinctively sensed danger and reacted many times faster than his mind. Kang Jin-woo immediately fell to the ground, loudly asking all his comrades who were nearby to lie down. The next moment there was a loud explosion, followed by the cries of wounded soldiers. The main character told his friend about all this. The guy still couldn't believe in such a coincidence, so he needed to spend some time in silence in order to come to his senses. Take GYU, having heard this story, thought that his friend was really very lucky because even though he was quite close to the explosion, he was not injured. The main character agreed with this because there were casualties in this accident, but thanks to the mysterious warning, he was able to survive. In conclusion, the doctor said that Kang Jin's trauma from the explosion caused some distortion in his memory. Take GYU thought that this was not the most pleasant answer. The guy continued to say that in any case, if the main character was able to experience this feeling twice already, then it was not a coincidence, but a superpower. Kang Jin-woo was surprised by this and then asked if his friend really believed it so easily. To this, Take GYU smiled mysteriously and then asked his friend to never forget about the mindset that anime had brought up in him. The guy continued to say that even if a cute elf appeared in front of him right now, he would not doubt for a moment the truth of what was happening. Kang Jin-woo decided to leave this topic of conversation and move on to discussing an important matter. Take GYU didn't immediately understand what his friend wanted to talk to him about. The next moment, the protagonist confidently stated that his share was 1.24 billion won. The guy explained that when his friend sold his character from the game Lutnia, he also sold his low-level character, so out of 11,000 bat coins, 1,000 definitely belonged to him. The guy threatened that if his friend didn't give him the money, he would burn all his figurines. Take GYU was outraged by this because Kang Jin didn't want to give up her character at that time, and now he was also threatening. The guy continued to say that even if he didn't want to give his friend his share now, there would be a problem with taxes. The main character expected this. Therefore, the guy assumed that his friend was going to create an offshore zone. Take GYU was surprised by this, not understanding how the main character found out about this. Kang Jin reminded him that he wanted to become an economist. Then Tech GYU said that the taxes from the sale of all the bitcoins could amount to billions of won. His sister, who was knowledgeable about this topic, told him about this. That is why the guy created an offshore zone in the USA on the island of Dela and registered a company there called OTK Company. Kang Jin-woo immediately assumed that the name stood for otaku, but Take GYU explained that it was the first letters of his first and last name. After that, the guy happily said that now all he had to do was enjoy the life of an eternal slacker. The main character said that it was not much different from what it was. To this, Tech GYU asked if the guy really thought that making a living by selling game items was so easy. Besides, it was thanks to this that they now had bitcoins. Then the guy decided not to keep him in suspense and confidently declared that out of 13.5 billion, the main character would receive his 1.24 billion won. After this, Take GYU promised that he would definitely give this money to his friend and swore on his own name. That's how on the day he finished his service, Kang Jin, thanks to a strange premonition and a slightly naive but loyal friend, received 1.24 billion won. Very soon, the main character went to the bank to check the status of his account. Having received the necessary document, which showed the figure of 500 million, the guy was very happy, and I think that all this was simply amazing. Along with this, he remembered the words of Take GYU, who asked his friend not to rejoice ahead of time. He would not be able to give him the entire amount at once. Kang Jin will answer that he knew about this because the money he would receive was a gift for which he still had to pay 20% tax. And the larger the amount, the more progressive the tax rate was. Take GYU was glad that his friend understood this topic and said that he would first send 500 million and then find a way through his sister to transfer the remaining 740 million. A satisfied Kang Jin left the bank and mentally asked that all this not be a dream. After that, the guy started thinking about what he should have done with this money first and suggested that he should have given his mother time to rest from work and bought her new clothes. Very soon, the main character arrived at a huge shopping center which he had rarely visited before. Kang Jin-woo walked inside, humming a simple song under his breath, because he understood that today he could allow himself anything he wanted. The main character looked around with a satisfied expression, deciding where exactly he should start shopping. Suddenly, the guy heard the loud voice of a woman who was indignant at the fact that she was being poked with a dirty rag. Someone was apologizing for this. Looking to the side, the main character saw a crowd of people watching what was happening. Kang Jin came closer. The woman continued to shout, saying that before she could leave a complaint on the store's website, the employee should kneel down and apologize to her. The angry woman loudly asked if the offending employee knew how much her shoes cost and said that she would never have saved up for such shoes. The store manager bowed low to the dissatisfied customer and asked for forgiveness for not keeping an eye on his subordinate. After this, with a very displeased expression on his face, he turned to the woman who was standing behind him and asked what she was waiting for, since she should have immediately gotten on her knees. Kang Jin-woo was shocked when he finally saw the face of the guilty cleaning lady. The main character was stunned with surprise and could not believe that this was actually happening. The guy looked closely at the frightened woman who turned out to be his mother. The main character was stunned with surprise and could not believe that this was actually happening. The guy looked closely at the frightened woman who turned out to be his mother. The aggressive customer continued to scream loudly and demand that the cleaning lady either get down on her knees and apologize or pay for her damaged shoes. The store manager also pressured the woman, threatening to fire her if she did not immediately apologize to the customer. At this time, Kang Jin-woo was thinking and couldn't understand why his mother was here, because she said that she worked at the call center of a department store. Meanwhile, the main character's mother closed her eyes and frowned, understanding that she no longer had any other choice. The woman felt incredible shame and, regretting her situation, she nevertheless dared to do what was required of her. The main character's mother began to slowly descend. Before this, she had never had to humiliate herself like that in front of anyone. Suddenly, the woman felt that someone grabbed her hand, preventing her from kneeling. It turned out that it was her son who simply could not call this to happen. Kang Jin-woo then turned to the disgruntled customer and asked what could be so important that the woman would force someone to kneel before her. The main character's mother saw that it was her son and bashfully looked away because she didn't want him to see her like that. At this time, the still dissatisfied woman asked the guy who he was and why he interfered, assuming that he was the son of the guilty cleaning lady. Kang Jin-woo confidently confirmed without any doubt that he was this woman's son. The cleaning lady, upon hearing this, immediately began to deny it and say that this young man did not know her at all. Suddenly, Kang Jin-woo interrupted her. After this, the main character turned to his mother and asked if she was ashamed of him. The woman did not answer. Then the guy looked straight at his mother and confidently declared that he was proud of her no matter what. The store manager and the dissatisfied customer were very surprised that Kang Jin-woo really turned out to be the cleaning lady's son. Then the main character asked what was going on here. The woman began to explain hesitantly that the cleaning lady had touched her shoes with a mop when she was washing the floors. The guy was surprised that the reason for such a noise that attracted the attention of a whole crowd of people was just this. After this, the main character looked at her with a stern gaze and asked if this was the only reason the woman allowed herself to force someone's mother to kneel before her. These words made the dissatisfied client even more angry, so she was going to insist on her own. The woman showed off her shoes and said that they had cost a whopping 600,000 won, but now they were ruined. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Jin calmly handed over the money and said that the woman should apologize to his mother, take the money and leave. The main character also offered her another option. Namely, the woman could take her precious shoes and leave here with nothing, because no one else was going to listen to her. The guy continued to say that the woman was being filmed on video, so it would have been better for her to just take the money. Receiving no reaction, the protagonist coldly asked whether he should have thrown the money on the ground so that the woman would kneel down and pick it up. The dissatisfied client was very unhappy with such a dismissive attitude towards herself, which made her very angry, but she could no longer do anything about it. Nevertheless, the woman briefly asked for forgiveness, considering that this was the end of the situation. The next moment, she quickly snatched the money from the protagonist's hands as if she was afraid that he would not give it to her. After that, the woman began to meticulously count the money while Kang Jin silently looked at her, not believing that such people really existed. Suddenly, the guy turned to the store manager. The man was very surprised by this, but began to listen to him attentively. Kang Jin asked the man to take care of taking the shoes from that lady, because now they belonged to him, since he bought them with money. The woman was very surprised by this, but the guy continued to say that if he did not see these shoes by tomorrow, he would report the theft to the police. After this, the main character began to take his mother away, and from this place, the dissatisfied client asked him why he had to be so petty. The woman continued to say that the guy had no need for her lips since he wouldn't even wear it. This gave Kang Jin-woo an idea. The guy assumed that he really didn't need these shoes, so he decided that tomorrow he would just throw them in the trash. After this, the main character thanked the woman for her advice and called her an old woman. These words made her very angry. For some time, she continued to loudly rant and rave, ignoring the store manager's request to calm down. All this attracted the attention of the shopping center's visitors. After some time, the main character and his mother were already walking along the cold winter streets of a large metropolis. The woman turned to her son and suggested that if she talked to the administrator and the client now, then everything could still be fixed. To this, Kang Jin only asked his mother since when she became like this. The woman made excuses and said that today was the first time something like this had happened. Suddenly, the main character, having received the wrong answer, hugged his mother, which surprised her greatly. Kang Jin decided to clarify his question and so asked since when she had become so thin. The surprised woman did not understand what her son was talking about because she felt great. The guy then said that his mother no longer had to work where she was treated like that and promised that from now on he would take care of everything himself. After that, Kang Jin-woo looked at his mother with a smile and silently because he already knew for sure that he would be able to fulfill this promise. The woman was very surprised by such a confident statement from the main character, which made her speechless for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out to the protagonist's face and gently took his cheek. The guy saw that his mother was smiling sincerely, as if she completely trusted him, but was not going to abuse his help. After that, she thoughtfully asked when her Kang Jin-woo had already grown so much. Very soon, the main character took his mother to a restaurant to make this day even more special. The woman, after listening to her son's story, began to ask what kind of Bitcoin it was and why it was so expensive. The guy asked his mother to simply perceive it as a game item. He then asked her not to worry about paying for his university tuition anymore, because now he could take care of it himself. However, the woman replied that she had already put aside enough money for her son's education, so he should focus on him and save the money and invest it in his future. Kang Jin promised to think about it later and suddenly suggested moving to a new apartment, because he believed that mom's cough was precisely because of their unfortunate place of residence. The woman heard this and asked her son to stop worrying about it, but the main character insisted on his own. After that, he said with a smile that it was his money, and therefore he would like to spend it on something worthwhile. The woman sighed heavily and said with a smile that her son was as stubborn as his father. This conversation was interrupted by a sudden phone call. Taking the phone in his hands, the main character saw that Taek Ji-woo was persistently trying to call him. When the guy picked up the phone, he already heard his friend's voice, who was loudly saying that it was urgent. Kang Jin didn't understand what all this rush was about, because he was having dinner with his mother. Taek Ji-woo said in an excited voice that she had already been here. The protagonist did not immediately understand who exactly his friend was talking about. At that time, another passenger plane arrived at the airport. Soon, one of his passengers, dragging her suitcase behind her, slowly walked towards the airport exit, clicking her heels along the way. Taek Ji-woo, still in the same excited and loud voice, explained that he was talking about his sister. The guy again told his friend that his sister had returned to Korea, and this was very good news. Soon our heroes agreed to meet at a hotel called Written by Shillian. It was a huge building that was located in the very center of the city. One of the passers-by, hearing the roar of the engine of an expensive car, immediately stopped his friend and drew his attention to it. A car with unusual tuning drove right to the entrance of the hotel, which greatly surprised the parking attendant. The entire car was painted with bright pictures in anime style. Its owner clearly had a lot of money and was not at all embarrassed about his hobbies. The man in the suit approached the driver and respectfully asked if he wanted him to park his car. Taek Ji-woo happily confirmed this. At the same time, Kang Jin felt uneasy. Approaching the entrance to the hotel, Taek Ji-woo asked why his friend was unhappy after a great time. The protagonist asked the guy not to drag him into his world. Suddenly, someone turned to our heroes and said that they were already 3 minutes late. Taek Ji-woo immediately recognized this voice, which made him feel a little uneasy. It was his sister, whose name was Hyunju. It was with her that our heroes planned to meet. The girl was surprised that Kang Jin also came here and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy confirmed this and asked how Hyunju chewed. The girl replied that everything was fine. Soon they all entered the hotel and found a place where they could continue their conversation. Hyunju asked if the main character had already finished his military service. The guy confirmed this and added that he had just recently returned home. Then the girl asked if he had resumed his studies yet. Unexpectedly, she asked Kang Jin to come work for her at the Golden Gate Company after finishing his studies at the university. The guy replied that he would be happy to do so, if of course the Global Investment Bank would accept him. After that, Hyunju suddenly became silent and thought about something, as if she was troubled by some thoughts. The main character immediately noticed this and asked what happened, because the girl looked somehow pale. Hyunju didn't respond to this, but only turned to her brother and asked if everything was okay, since she heard that Mountain Hill had declared bankruptcy. Taek Gyu replied with a satisfied look that fortunately, he had managed to sell everything before this happened. The girl was very surprised by this. Hyunju then asked if the guy had really sold everything. Her brother confirmed this and added that after that, he had invested part of the funds into his OTK company account. It was about $1.19 million. Hearing this, the girl fell silent again and thought about something, as if she did not believe in such luck. Still, she replied that she was glad that her brother managed to save the money. Kang Jin saw Hyunju's concern, but assumed that she was probably just worrying about it a lot. Suddenly, the girl put a piece of paper with some notes on it on the table and explained that it was the contact information of the manager of the Golden Gate branch in Gangnam. She continued to say that if her brother needed to transfer a large amount of money to the internal account, he should contact them and simply say that he was Hyunju's younger brother. Then the girl remembered that earlier Taek Gyu said that he was going to sell the coins gradually, so she was interested in why he suddenly sold everything at once. The guy couldn't tell the truth, so he came up with an excuse. After that, Kang Jin asked if the girl had returned to Korea only because of her brother's business. Hyunju replied that she was here to conduct an audit of the company that was buying their company. That's why the girl had to spend another 10 days in the city. Taek Gyu was surprised by this. Hyunju immediately assumed that her brother didn't like something about this. The guy immediately began to deny it and insist that he was very happy, after which he asked where the girl was going to live. Hyunju replied that she was staying at this hotel. The girl continued to say that her entire team that was doing the audit would also be staying here and the company paid for it all. Kang Jin was surprised because he knew that one night's stay in this hotel cost at least 500,000 won. At this time, Hyunju got up from the table because she needed to answer a phone call. When the girl left, Taek Gyu asked his friend if he thought she was somehow evil. Kang Jin assumed that it was the guy's fault. Taek Gyu doesn't understand what he did wrong. Soon Hyunju returned and thanked our heroes for waiting, and explained that she was currently in a lot of turmoil due to the upcoming OPEC meeting. Taek Gyu asked if the girl was talking about some international organization. Then Kang Jin thought that although his friend didn't know anything, he at least understood that the letter O stood for the word organization. After this, the main character asked if it was a group of oil-producing countries. Hyunju confirmed this, but clarified that it was an organization of oil-exporting countries. The girl continued to say that the results of the OPEC meeting would be announced only the day after tomorrow. At that moment, the main character again felt a familiar feeling and saw clots of that very aura. Looking up, the guy was surprised to discover a huge eagle sitting on the chandelier and flapping its wings, spreading a mysterious aura around. The proud bird looked Kang Jin straight in the eyes and prepared to do what it had come here for. The surprised guy did not take his eyes off the eagle, because he already understood what would happen next. The next moment, the bird suddenly took off and flew right over the main character's head, emitting a bright aura along the way. Soon the bird disappeared, leaving a bewildered Kang Jin alone with his thoughts. The guy immediately began to look around carefully in order to see the message and understand what would happen this time. Very soon he saw a sign flying through the air that said that production would be reduced. The guy didn't understand what that meant. The main character didn't have time to think everything over, because Hyunju turned to him and seeing his confusion asked if everything was okay with him. Kang Jin quickly came to his senses and explained that he was just thinking. Hearing this, the girl assumed that the guy was tired because of her brother. Taek Gyu was unhappy with this assumption. Suddenly, Kang Jin turned to the girl and asked what the reason for the OPEC meeting was. Hyunju replied that the meeting was in Kuwait regarding the reduction of oil production. At this time, the mysterious message had already begun to disappear. Kang Jin was very surprised that the purpose of this meeting was to discuss the issue of reducing production. This gave the guy some thoughts. Tech GYU asked why the strange ones were holding this meeting without understanding the importance of it. The girl began to explain that if financial assets were represented by shares and bonds, then the real assets were oil and gold. Among the three largest types of oil in the world, the volume of production was still far from satisfying domestic demand. So the oil-producing countries themselves have secured a place on the list of its largest importers. However, thanks to the development of shale gas and shale oil, the U.S. has strengthened its position as a supplier. This could even be called a shale revolution. The big downside of shale oil was its high cost of extraction. Production costs were now estimated at $45 per barrel, so if oil prices fell below $50, more than half of the companies would go bankrupt. Hyunju went on to say that this was precisely the reason why OPEC members had hastily held several meetings to discuss production cuts. But their interests were too complex to come to a unified agreement. Hearing this, Kang Jin asked the girl what she thought would happen this time. Hyunju thought that the countries would not come to an agreement again, since they were having a hard time keeping the price at $60. The guy then asked what would happen if the countries did come to an agreement. Hyunju responded that in that case, oil prices would skyrocket and the markets would be thrilled about it, but the likelihood of that outcome was extremely low. The main character thought about it, assuming that perhaps this time the member countries would be able to reach an agreement. This surprised Hyunju, so she immediately asked why the guy thought so. The main character realized that he had said too much, so he began to justify himself and say that in his opinion, this would be a good outcome. Hyunju responded that it would indeed be good, but hope and prognosis were completely different things. Soon the conversation was over and our heroes headed home, admiring the sunset hanging over the metropolis. Taek Gayu's unusual car stood out from the rest of the traffic on the road. Kang Jin looked out the window and thought that if the OPEC agreement to reduce oil production was concluded as the vision showed him, then oil prices would skyrocket. Pren began to wonder why he didn't buy oil in advance, because if this really happened, it could bring him significant profit. After this, the main character began to remember that the prediction of the mortar explosion had come true exactly. The prediction about Mountain Hill's bankruptcy also came true, which means there was a chance that the prediction about the OPEC agreement would also come true. Now the guy had to decide on the investment capital because he had recently signed a lease agreement and was also planning to give his mother about $100 million, so he had $275 million left at his disposal. Then the main character thought about whether it was worth it for him to invest all this money in oil. But these thoughts were interrupted by Taek Gyun, who asked if his friend had seen the prediction again. The guy continued to say that he noticed that at some point Kang Jin became very interested in the topic of the OPEC meeting and began asking his sister a lot about it. The main character was surprised at how annoyingly insightful his friend was. Taek Gyu asked him to quickly tell him what happened in the vision. Kang Jin-woo wasn't particularly eager to tell the guy everything because he doubted that everything would work out, but suddenly one thought came to his mind. Look at your friend. The guy suggested that they could both invest their money in oil and get even more profit. Still, the main character told everything, after which Taek Gyu clarified whether the guy had really seen the prediction that was connected with the OPEC agreement to reduce oil production. That's why Kang Jin suggested that the guy buy oil because the prices for it would soon rise. The main character confirmed this and was glad that his friend quickly understood everything. After that, Taek Gyu asked how the guy was going to buy oil, assuming that he was going to store it at home in barrels. Kang Jin offered to explain everything when they returned home. Very soon, our heroes arrived in one of the many residential areas of the metropolis and went up to the necessary apartment. Kang Jin, sitting at the computer, recalled Hyunju's words about how the price of oil was barely holding at $60. Taek Gyu didn't expect that it was all so serious. Then the main character said that crude oil was used not only for the production of gasoline, but also in many other industries, so the rise in oil prices significantly affects the price of everything else. After that, Kang Jin asked his friend how much money he had left. Taek Gyu replied that he had about $12 million left, $673,000 of which belonged to the main character. After this, the guy asked where they would buy this oil. The main character answered that they would make a purchase on the New York Stock Exchange. Kang Jin continued to say that since they didn't know how everything would turn out, it was worth betting about $300,000 for now. Take GYU asked to buy some oil for him too. The main character asked how much the guy wanted to buy. Take GYU assumed that 10 million would be enough. Kang Jin hoped that the amount was in won, but it was in dollars. The main character thought that his friend had gone crazy because it was a huge amount. Then Take GYU offered to invest $5 million, but this did not suit Kang Jin either. The main character began to explain that there was no guarantee that everything would turn out well, but Take GYU was sure of it. His friends saw it in the prediction. Still, the guy agreed to invest only $3 million, but he was not going to give in anymore. Kang Jin resigned himself to this. After that, he thought that the market had predicted the failure of the agreement to reduce production, and this expectation had already affected the price, due to which the cost of oil had already fallen as much as possible. The guy continued to think that together with Take GYU, they had a total of $3.3 million, and even in case of failure, they would be able to sell everything with only a small loss. Kang Jin was very worried because he didn't really understand the topic and, moreover, he couldn't completely trust the prediction. Still, the guy thought that just a few movements of his finger could bring him colossal money. The next moment, the main character grabbed the computer mouse in his hands and made a few clicks in order to start investing. After that, the guy sighed heavily and leaned back, trying to cope with his excitement. Take GYU looked closely at the monitor and asked what they should do next. Kang Jin thought this was all sheer madness, but now all they could do was wait for the OPEC meeting to end. After some time, the main character and his mother managed to successfully sign a contract for a 2-room apartment with a down payment of about 120 million won. Although the building was old, after updating the wallpaper and floors, the interior became cleaner. While sorting through the boxes with his things, Kang Jin asked his mother if she liked their new house. The woman replied that of course she liked it because there were 2 rooms and a lot of light. Hearing this, the guy thought that if he had spent more money, they could have found a better place, but he was glad that his mother liked everything. Having reached the next box of things, the woman was suddenly taken aback because they reminded her of something. Kang Jin immediately noticed his mother's reaction but couldn't understand what was going on. Soon he understood everything and thought that before this, with each move, the house only got smaller, and therefore the things that were left behind by his father were constantly lost. The items in this box were memorabilia from the father that the main character's mother could not find the strength to throw away. Previously, the woman had a dream of a private house for their family. The guy's father bought a plot of land and fulfilled it by building a large mansion. Kang Jin was born there and lived there for a long time. Therefore, most of the family memories were connected with that place. Suddenly, the main character asked his mother if she often remembered his father. The woman confirmed this and said that he worked hard for the family but left so early, and if he were alive, he could have seen such wonderful days as today. Kang Jin silently looked at his father's things, as if he regretted that what had happened could no longer be fixed. The main character would probably like to return to the times that were captured in the photograph, but this was impossible. The boy's mother understood this herself, but this thought calmed her down completely. Still, she was able to make her tears and not cry in front of her son. After that, the woman said that she would go through her things again, and Kang Jin should go to his room and start unpacking his boxes. The main character did not resist this, realizing that his mother needed to be alone now. After some time, Kang Jin returned and looked around and decided that first of all, they still needed to buy a washing machine, a refrigerator, a dining table, and beds. The main character also asked his mother to take a break from work for a while. The woman did not agree with this and insisted that everything was fine with her and that she could continue working. Hearing this, the guy asked her to at least take a vacation for 3 months. After much persuasion, the woman agreed to this. Unexpectedly, Kang Jin handed his mother a sealed envelope and said that he had deposited 100 million won into the account, which she could use as she saw fit. The woman was very surprised by such a large sum and didn't even know what to say about it. The next moment, she began to scold her son for the fact that, although he had suddenly managed to get rich, he was now giving money to everyone. The boy's mother continued to say that she had been saving money, so the envelope was not needed, after which she advised her son to save these funds and put them aside for the purchase of a house or his wedding. Then Kang Jin smiled and asked his mother to consider that he had simply left the money for her to keep. The woman again said that the boy was as stubborn as his father. After that, the protagonist thought that even after he gave his mother 100 million won and made a down payment on the apartment, he still had 275 million won left in his account. About 100 million would go to taxes, but Take GYU still had to transfer 740 million. The guy figured that with that kind of money, he could not worry about life for at least the next 20 years. Then the main character looked out the window and, admiring the sunset, began to wonder if it had always been so easy to make money. After some time, the first guest came to the new house of the main character and his mother. The woman was surprised by the unexpected appearance of Taek Gyu and immediately asked if he was hungry. The guy did not refuse home-cooked food. Taek Gyu continued to say that on the day of moving, one should eat a dish called jjajangmyeon and suggested ordering it later, promising to pay for everything. Kang Jin was surprised that his friend had a lot of money, but for the housewarming he gave 2 packs of toilet paper to Taek Gyu. He didn't understand what he should have brought. Kang Jin replied that the guy should have been given something modest, such as a refrigerator, a washing machine, or a TV. After some time, our heroes moved to a room where the main character said that he recently read in the news that Mountain Hill had finally gone bankrupt. Taek Gyu added that this caused complete chaos and that it was the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. According to the rules, it should have compensated for the damage, but the losses were too great. Kang Jin, hearing this, asked what happened to the owners of the Bitcoins now. Taek Gyu replied that these people had nothing more to hope for, and they were all ruined. If something like this had happened at a bank, the government would have stepped in and set up compensation measures. But Bitcoin had no structure that could do anything or get compensation for the damage. Taek Gyu still couldn't believe that his friend predicted Mountain Hill's bankruptcy. Kang Jin suggested that perhaps it was just luck, albeit an extremely profitable one. Suddenly, Taek Gyu put on a serious face and began to deny his friend's words, believing that none of this was an accident. The main character was surprised by such a confident denial and assumed that his comrade had some guesses about this. The next moment, the guy loudly declared that it was a hidden superpower that awakened at the moment of the threat to Kang Jin's life. He was disappointed and thought that his friend had gone crazy. Taek Gyu continued to insist on his own and suggested calling this ability Oracle Eye, thinking that it was cool. The protagonist began to deny this and advised his friend to worry about the OPEC meeting. However, Taek Gyu still said that the name Oracle Eye sounded good, and so he decided that he would call it that from now on. Kang Jin asked to stop that. After that, the main character said that if the prediction about OPEC comes true, then he might believe in it. But for now, it looked like just luck, as the doctor in the army said. After that, Taek Gyu asked if he could call his friend's ability the Oracle's Eye, if the prediction did come true. With a heavy sigh, Kang Jin agreed with this. The next day, the main character came to visit his friend. The guy immediately asked if the results of the OPEC meeting would be announced today, but Taek Gyu replied that according to his sister, the results would only be announced tomorrow. Kang Jin was surprised by this, considering that this process was dragging on. Because of this, the guy had a bad feeling, because he thought that something was not going according to plan. The guy continued to think that since the purchase, the price of oil had already fallen by 3%, and in total their loss was already 100 million, and the fall was still continuing. The mood of the main character noticeably worsened, because he had already begun to assume that he had made a mistake in his conclusions somewhere. After that, he asked if Taek Gyu was worried. The guy began to deny it because he believed in their Oracle Eye. Kang Jin, upon hearing this, immediately asked since when it was their Oracle Eye. In order to calm his friend down, Taek Gyu handed him a joystick and suggested that he just play and calmly wait until tomorrow. Kang Jin asked what kind of game it was. The guy replied that it was a dating simulator. Kang Jin was not enthusiastic about the idea but did not refuse. Press the buttons, the main character could only think about how not long ago he received 1.24 billion won in one day. If you think about it soberly, this was not enough to live comfortably all your life. Along with these thoughts, Taek Gyu advised his friend to choose the top option. Kang Jin continued to think that if he spent money homelessly, he would quickly be left with nothing. At this time, Taek Gyu began to get nervous and ask what his friend was doing. The guy was indignant that Kang Jin was losing the interest of the girl on the screen, and the main character at that time was only thinking about the fact that some people who were placed in the Lateria became homeless after 10 years. Taek Gyu tried to take the joystick away from his friend, but his friend kept thinking that if he didn't want something like that to happen to him, he should have been on guard. However, now that the main character had so much money, he began to think that he no longer needed to look for a part-time job as a tutor. Suddenly, Taek Gyu announced that the results of the OPEC meeting had already been announced. This news quickly brought Kang Jin to his senses, greatly shocking him. The main character immediately began to study the news and could not believe that this was really happening, because at this meeting, an agreement was reached to reduce oil production. Immediately after this, the guy had a question about how much oil was currently costing on the New York Stock Exchange. Having opened the necessary chart, Kang Jin was shocked because the price was already $73 per barrel. In just a few minutes, the price soared by more than 20%. After this, the main character asked his friend to urgently check the account, because he was only able to predict a reduction in oil production. Kang Jin was very worried because he didn't know what would happen next, so he asked Taek Gyun to sell everything. A minute later, Taek Gyu reported that everything was ready. The main character asked how much they were able to earn. The next moment, Taek Gyu calmly replied that he needed to earn 700 million won, of which Kang Jin owned 60 million. After that, Taek Gyu sighed heavily and regretted that he had not invested $10 million in oil as planned. Kang Jin replied that everyone said the same thing after winning. Suddenly, the guy said that this was already the third time, because first his friend managed to predict the explosion of the shell, then the bankruptcy of the stock exchange, and now the agreement to reduce production. Taek Gyu continued to say that the first two predictions could be called coincidences, but the third one already meant something. The next moment, the guy confidently declared that Kang Jin really did have the gift of foresight of the main character, which was shocking because he had already begun to think exactly the same way. The next moment, the guy confidently declared that Kang Jin really had the gift of foresight of the main character. This was shocking because he had already begun to think exactly the same way. Some time passed. Having calmed down a little, the guy began to think whether he really could have acquired a superpower. Kang Jin began to compare this to what happened to the hero in comics or movies. When people thought of superpowers, they usually pictured flying, destroying buildings with a fist, or telekinesis. In comparison, precognition might seem like nothing special. However, if you think about it, you could fly on an airplane and destroy a building using an escalator. These superpowers could be replaced by machines. At the same time, the gift of foresight was irreplaceable. Even with the development of computers and artificial intelligence, it was still impossible to predict the future. Taek Gyu was very inspired by the idea that his friend could accurately predict elections, sporting events, natural disasters, and so on. Kang Jin himself believed that this could be an incredible ability, which scared him a lot, but at the same time intrigued him. After this, the main character began to wonder how this could have started at all. Taek Gyu replied that he had already explained this. The guy repeated again that it was a hidden superpower that was activated in a critical situation. In other words, it was an awakening. The main character was still interested in why this happened to him only now. Then the guy thought that if he could foresee such things earlier, he would spend every vacation in a casino or use other opportunities to earn money using his ability. The main character also remembered that after the explosion at the testing ground, nothing appeared for a long time, so he thought that it was just an accident. After that, Kang Jin asked why he started seeing these predictions again right now. Taek Gyu began to remember that his friends saw them when they were talking about Bitcoin and during a meeting with his sister when they were talking about the OPEC meeting. The guy then suggested that this ability could be related to finances. Kang Jin thought that it was a good idea, but the mortar explosion did not fit into it. Then Taek Gyu thought about it and thought that this could be an exception, since that situation threatened the guy's life. Taek Gyu quickly dismissed this assumption as another thought suddenly came to his mind. The guy quickly headed to the computer, asking his friend what happened after the explosion, assuming that it was a pretty loud event. Taek Gyu continued to say that most likely this incident was connected with corruption in military procurement, because the mine that exploded was probably defective. Soon the guy found information that because of this incident, not only the supplier company collapsed, but also the shares of contractors in the defense sector, which could be linked to finances. Kang Jin thought that this was a very plausible theory, which gave him some more thoughts. The next moment, the main character stated that most things in this world were directly or indirectly related to finance. After some time, Taek Gyu turned to his friend and told him that he had a great idea. Kang Jin took this without enthusiasm, because usually when a guy spoke like that, it was some kind of nonsense, but he still decided to listen to his friend. Taek Gyu started saying that he had capital and the main character had a superpower, so they could invest and split the profits in half. Kang Jin thought that this was a good offer. However, the guy was worried about what would happen if they lost, and whether he would be responsible for only half of the losses. Taek Gyu calmly replied that his friend could only get everything back if he could. After this, the main character thought that he could compensate for the losses from his savings, but he did not even know whether it was possible to draw up such a contract. Tech Gyu understood that in essence, all this was a game of chance, but he assumed that it was possible. The protagonist replied that he would gladly do it, but in reality, there was a big problem. The guy continued to say that even if they had superpowers at their disposal, there was still no guarantee that everything he saw was 100% true. The protagonist believed that it was impossible to invest based only on foresight because the information had to have a reliable source and basis. Kang Jin was afraid that he might make a mistake one day and they would lose billions. However, Take Gyu was still optimistic and thought that this was a great opportunity. The guy said again that if they combine the gift of foresight and 13 billion won, they can make a fortune. After this, Take Gyu decided to get a direct answer from his friend while extending his hand to him. The next moment, the guy confidently asked the protagonist to take his hand and dive into the world of investments with him. Kang Jin asked what would happen if he didn't take his hand. Take Gyu replied that in that case, they would never see each other again. The guy, without lowering his hand, asked his friend to agree. The main character would still have strong doubts about this idea. However, Take Gyu continued to insist and asked the guy to decide faster. Kang Jin was already starting to get nervous, but he still couldn't decide on his answer. Suddenly, the main character received a call on his phone that turned out to be his savior in this situation. The guy answered a call from a friend named Min Young. He invited the main character to meet at a restaurant to have a drink. Ki Hong heard that he had already been demobilized and wanted to meet. Kang Jin thought that he should come and see his friends since he hadn't seen them for a long time. Min Young was glad to hear this and said that they were meeting at Kuma Beer in an hour. After finishing the conversation on the phone, the main character quickly got ready and told Take Gyu that he had plans, and therefore they would discuss everything later. Very soon the guy arrived at the right establishment, where a bright sign with the name of the bar was lit. As soon as he entered, Min Young spoke loudly to him, drawing his attention to their table. The guy greeted him and asked if the main character liked serving in the army. Kang Jin said that now he was in the reserves, but if he had the opportunity, he would not have gone to serve. Seeing unfamiliar girls at the table, the main character asked who they were. His friend replied that they were first-year students who came this year. The girls immediately stood up and respectfully greeted the elder. The girl with dark hair was called Huang Ji-hye, and the blonde was Shi Ri. After introducing himself and greeting everyone, Kang Jin sat down at the table and asked where Ki Honor was. The friend replied that he would be a little late, so he should start drinking without him. Min Young then asked if the main character was planning to resume his studies next year. Kang Jin replied that he was still thinking about it, and that it was best to graduate from university as soon as possible. Suddenly, Shi Ri approached the guy and asked him to call him for a drink. Kang Jin thanked the girl for her concern. After that, she asked the main character to pour her a drink. Kang Jin fulfilled the girl's request and then began to watch as she began to drink strong alcohol without any awkwardness. Having emptied the glass, Shi Ri barely restrained herself from making a face. The protagonist was surprised at how well the girl drank. Shi Ri replied that she could easily hold out for 3 bottles of soju. At this time, another guest approached the table where our heroes were sitting. It was Kai Honor who greeted the main character and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy greeted his old friend in return. Sitting down at the table, Kai Honor said that Kang Jin should have contacted him. The guy replied that he didn't want to distract him from work, after which he asked how he was doing with it. The protagonist suggested that his friend was luckier than other seniors who had not yet been hired. Kai Honor said that commercial banks were still coping, but investment banks would further reduce hiring next year. The guy continued to say that the atmosphere was tense now because KYB and Doer Securities were supposed to soon merge and become the largest in the industry, taking first place. It was good for the investment banking industry, but not for its employees, since mergers always involved layoffs. Kang Jin hoped that his other job would not be in danger. Kai Honor said that even newcomers were asked to leave voluntarily, so he was worried. Then the main character asked where the guy would go if he was fired. The guy replied that he was considering the private investment sector. This conversation upset everyone because they thought that when they found a job, they would be able to relax. But it seems that this was not the case. Kai Honor confirmed this. Some time passed. Having drunk enough alcohol, Kai Honor decided to share his opinion and said that in this country, there were great entrepreneurs, but there were no great investors. Kang Jin listened carefully as Key Honor said that they needed someone who could compete with foreign capital and could withstand the media's attacks after making a profit. The protagonist wondered if such a day would ever come. Kai Honor believed that a genius investor like the Korean Warren Buffett could well appear in the country. At this time, someone called Shiryu Ri. The girl told her interlocutor that they were now in the Kuma beer bar, so he should go inside. After that, the girl told everyone that she had received a call from an older woman named Song A, with whom they were supposed to meet today. But because she was late, the girl called her to come here. Everyone was very surprised by this, and it seemed that for some reason this was not the best idea. Kang Jin was shocked to learn about this and began to worry greatly. Min Young immediately began to ask why the girl invited Song Ah here. Shuyuri was surprised by this because he did not understand what the problem was. At this time, someone had already entered the establishment. The girl, seeing her acquaintances at the table, immediately headed towards them. As she got closer, her steps became slower, and eventually she simply stopped as if she had seen something unusual. A flustered Kang Jin turned back and timidly looked at Song Ah, unable to say anything other than her name. The girl looked at the main character in surprise, not believing that she really saw him in front of her now. It turned out that this was Song Ah and Kang Jin's first meeting since their breakup. After some time, Song Ah and Kang Jin went to another establishment to talk about everything in private. The girl recalled that 2 years had already passed since their separation. It was clear that the main character was not very happy with their sudden meeting. Finally, he asked if Song Ah was still dating the older man. The girl confirmed this and said that everything was fine between them. It was about a guy named Ko Jun-hyun Ren, the third son of the owner of a large corporation, GH Construction, and one day he briefly visited the school festival. Soon after the main character went into the army, his friend Min Young angrily informed him that Song Ah had started dating this guy. That's why Kang Jin is looking at his ex-girlfriend with such dissatisfaction and indifference right now. Song A felt this very well, which made her feel uneasy. She was very ashamed to even look the guy in the eyes. The main character noticed that the girl had changed a lot, because before she was much more modest. Song A replied that a lot of time had passed, and people had changed. Unexpectedly, she asked for forgiveness for breaking up with Kang Jin during a difficult period for him. The guy answered without enthusiasm that the past could not be returned. The girl continued to remember the past and say that she really liked the main character. These words surprised Kang Jin, but at the same time, for obvious reasons, they made him angry. Song A knew that it might sound strange, but it was true. From the moment she first met him, she realized that he was different from others, so she always felt confident in him. Hearing all this, Kang Jin asked with displeasure why, in that case, they had to part. The girl calmly explained that she simply took advantage of the opportunity. Song A couldn't say anything in her defense, because after all, it was she who put an end to their relationship because she wanted to achieve her dream. These words surprised the main character, so he asked what kind of dream the girl was talking about. Song A was in no hurry to answer this question, but only smiled faintly. Still, she got up from the table, deciding that it was time for her to leave. Suddenly, Kang Jin also jumped up from his seat and again asked what dream the girl was talking about. Before leaving, Song Ah looked at the protagonist one last time and still answered his question. Some time passed and Kang Jin sat alone and thought about the words of the girl who said that her dream was to achieve success. The guy remembered that 2 years ago, even before he was able to hold his father's funeral, they lost their home. Their relatives turned away from them, and to top it all off, there was a message from Song A about their breakup. At that moment, the main character felt like everything was falling apart right before his eyes. Without even having time to grieve, the guy went into the army, and therefore his mother, left completely alone, was forced to work a lot to make ends meet. Then, thanks to Tech GYU, the main characters earned 1.24 billion won, and then another 60 million won through a successful investment. You could say that this money came quite easily. Kang Jin wondered what success meant to his ex-girlfriend and wondered if 1.3 billion won was enough for that. The main character immediately stopped his thoughts when he saw in front of him that same eagle surrounded by a mysterious aura. The guy was not at all surprised by his appearance, perhaps because he was already very drunk. He handed the bird a glass of alcohol and asked if she would drink with him. The bird didn't react to this at all, since it was here for a completely different reason. Then Kang Jin asked what she was going to show him this time. The next moment, the large eagle flapped its wings and flew into the air, emitting an aura along the way. The bird quickly flew over the protagonist's head, leaving behind a trail of mysterious energy. Kang Jin sat quietly in place and humbly waited for the prediction to appear. Finally seeing the inscription, the guy smiled slightly and thought that it really was so. After this, the joyful protagonist raised his glass of alcohol, believing that this was his future. Despite the late hour, Kang Jin came to his friend again and, entering the apartment, loudly asked him to wake up and let him in. Taek Ji-woo became indignant that he slept so well, but the guy woke him up. Soon he realized that he was drunk, and so asked his friend to go home. Suddenly, Kang Jin grabbed the guy by the hand and loudly said that they shook hands, and therefore would now do everything together. Taek Ji-woo did not immediately understand what his friend was talking about. The main character explained that he was talking, of course, about achieving success. Taek Ji-woo was very surprised by the unexpectedness. Some time passed. Morning came in a quiet residential area of the metropolis. Large, multi-story buildings were illuminated by the clear sun. Kang Jin woke up from a long sleep, and the first thing he felt was a severe headache. The guy also did not raise why he slept in the apartment of his house. Taek Ji-woo turned to the main character and said that he ordered him a hangover burger. Kang Jin thought that they should discuss what the hangover soup was for. After that, Taek Ji-woo asked his friend what happened last night. The guy was surprised by this, not understanding why he was asked about this. Soon the main character remembered that last night he saw an eagle, which was a harbinger of another prediction. Suddenly, Kang Jin said slightly nervously that he did not remember the essence of that prediction. Taek Ji-woo was shocked by these words. The guy immediately started asking her if his friend remembered the oath and their handshake. Kang Jin replied that he remembered, but suggested discussing everything after eating. The main character then asked his friend if he had ever done any investing before, to which he received negative answers. After this, Taek Ji-woo remembered that Kang Jin used to be a member of the Practical Investment Club. The protagonist confirmed this by saying that he had studied the topic a little and even invested money at one time. However, the guy recalled that it was not the best experience because at best, he invested 1 million won, and even then he lost half of the amount. Taek Ji-woo was surprised by this and did not understand. But how is it possible? Because his friend studied business. Kang Jin justified himself by saying that he had only been in that club for 1 year. Then the main character asked the guy how much money he had in his account. Taek Ji-woo replied that together with his friend's money, he had 13.8 billion won. Then Kang Jin thought about the fact that ordinary people would never even see such a sum in their lives, so the question arose of what they could do with such money now. In investments, the size of the capital was decisive, because in order to earn 100 million from 10 million, you had to get a return of 1,000%. At the same time, in order to achieve the same result with 10 billion, it was necessary to receive only 1% of income. That's why Taek Ji-woo was able to earn 700 million won so easily when he invested in oil. But he should not forget that if it failed, the losses would also be huge. Suddenly, the guy asked how they would start their business. Kang Jin didn't understand why his friend needed to invest at all, since he had 13 billion won in his account. To this, Taek Ji-woo easily replied that the more money there was, the better. It was hard to argue with such an opinion. Taek Ji-woo continued to say that, among other things, it was just fun, like in a game. Kang Jin thought that earning money was fun only until you started losing it. Next, Taek Ji-woo asked if his friend had anything he wanted to do after he earned more money. After thinking for a bit, the guy couldn't answer this question. After that, Kang Jin thought that in order for them to start investing, they needed foresight, and for that they had to wait for the eagle and the appearance of a mysterious aura. However, it was unclear when and how this would happen. The protagonist was not sure, but it was like a reflex that was awakened when he encountered certain information. The guy wondered if he could really foresee financial issues, as Taek Ji-woo had said. He thought that in that case he needed information. Some time has passed. For the past few days, Kang Jin has been reading all the current economic articles and looking at the stocks of large companies that were listed on the stock exchange. In investments, information was as important as capital, because stock prices, oil, gold, exchange rates, and bond yields fluctuated depending on it. By publishing information in the public space, the protagonist could learn both good and bad news about the company, but publicly available information was of little value. Kang Jin studied the charts and saw that the stocks with good news had already risen, while those with bad news had already fallen, so there was nothing more to catch here. Since the guy couldn't find anything interesting, he decided that he needed insider information like the one about Mountain Hill or OPEC. Taek Ji-woo was still optimistic and encouraged his friend by saying that even with the gift of foresight, events could not happen instantly. After that, Take GYU thought that while they had time, they should make a draft of a contract on how they would split the profits in half. The guy believed that the closer people were, the clearer such things should be. Kang Jin, signing the documents, believed that his friend was really true. After this, the main character decided to go outside to drink coffee since he was not at home, but suddenly his attention was drawn to a phone call. The guy took the phone in his hand and saw that some unknown number was calling him. Kang Jin assumed that it could just be spam, but he answered the call. The young girl's voice was the same and asked if she had spoken to Kang Jin. The guy confirmed this and asked who had called him. It turned out that it was Shin Yu-ri. The main character began to remember that it was that first-year student with blonde hair, so he decided to listen to why she called him. Suddenly the girl asked the guy if he had any free time now. The main character was very surprised by this question. The next moment, Shin Yu-ri, a little embarrassed, suggested to the guy that they meet and have coffee together. Soon the main character approached the establishment to which Shin Yu-ri invited him. Kang Jin entered inside and began to look around to find his friend. Shin Yu-ri, who was already here, saw the guy first, and so she called out to him loudly. The girl waved her hand and said that she was here trying to attract the attention of the main character to herself. After they sat down at the table and ordered coffee, Shin Yu-ri thanked the guy for coming, despite Kang Jin's sudden request. Kang Jin replied that he was just visiting a friend nearby. Then the girl asked why the guy was looking at her like that. The main character replied that she looked like a member of one of the girls' groups that he saw in the army. Shin Yu-ri. The girl was embarrassed and asked if Kang Jin really thought that she was beautiful. The guy thought to himself that it was a fact. After that, the main character asked what the girl was doing in Gangnam. She replied that she lived in Cheongdam, and fortunately, the guy's friend lived not far from here. Kang Jin was surprised by this coincidence because he was just about to drink coffee. After that, the guy thought that it was surprising that the girl lived in Cheongdam, which was one of the most prestigious areas. Then the main character asked why Shin Yu-ri wanted to meet him. The girl timidly answered that she wanted to ask him for forgiveness. The girl lowered her head and said that she rarely attended such gatherings and really didn't know that there was something between the guy and her friend in the past. Kang Jin asked her not to worry about it. Shin Yu-ri was glad to hear this, after which she asked if the main character was going to return to university next year. The guy answered that if nothing serious happened, then that's how it would be. After this, the girl, realizing that this was unexpected, timidly began to ask Kang Jin to do her one favor. The guy immediately asked what favor he was talking about. For a while, Shin Yu-ri was embarrassed and couldn't say everything directly. This surprised Kang Jin and only caused him to have more questions. Seeing the girl's flushed cheeks and how she tried to look away, the guy couldn't believe in the superiority and immediately assumed that the apology was just a pretext. The protagonist was completely shocked and very embarrassed when he realized that Shin Yu-ri invited him here on a date. It was too unexpected for the guy, so he didn't even know what to answer. He thought about whether he should refuse if the girl still puts off confessing. Also, the excited protagonist thought that Shin Yu-ri was too beautiful, and he was not ready for this. Finally, the girl asked if the guy could help her choose a phone because she was afraid that she would be deceived if she went alone. Kang Jin was struck by lightning, but he calmed down. After this, the main character, although he exhaled with relief, considered that it was an absolute failure. The girl sincerely did not understand why he had such a reaction. Then Kang Jin thought that he didn't understand electronics at all. Unlike Take GYU, who never skimped on personal devices and who probably knew everything about the latest phone models. Soon our heroes were already in the electronics store to pick out a suitable phone for Shin Yu-ri. The manager asked if his customers were interested in a particular model. The girl asked if the SEO-Sung electronic L6 phone was available, to which she received an affirmative answer, since it was a bestseller. After that, the girl asked if there was an increased cashback on this phone today, as indicated on the website. The manager confirmed this and told about the subsidies. Kang Jin was surprised at how difficult it had become to simply buy a phone. The guy also assumed that Shin Yu-ri herself was quite knowledgeable about electronics, so it was unclear why she invited him along. Nevertheless, the main character decided to look at the new gadget for himself. While looking through the assortment on display, Kang Jin suddenly stopped because one of the phones caught his attention. The guy was surprised at what the new L6 phone model was like, because before the army he had been using the L6 model for a long time. Suddenly, in the reflection on the screen, the main character saw that same mysterious energy, which surprised him greatly with its suddenness. Looking to the side, Kang Jin began to watch as a huge eagle emitting a bright light, began to fly through the wall in order to get closer to him. The guy was impatiently waiting for the bird to fly over him because he knew very well what would happen after that. Finally, the main character began to watch, as the smoke that remained after the eagle's flight began to gather into clumps, forming that long-awaited prediction. Very soon, Kang Jin was able to read that the L6 model phone would be a limited edition. This message really surprised the guy. The main character looked without enthusiasm at the text that hung in the air in front of him and could not understand what this prediction meant. Suddenly, Shin Yu-ri turned to the guy and saw that he was staring at something and asked what he was so puzzled about. Kang Jin immediately came up with an excuse and replied that he simply saw a mosquito. After this, the main character supposedly assumed that it just seemed that way to him. At the same time, he thought that the predictions definitely weren't just imagining things to him. Kang Jin smiled faintly because he still couldn't believe that he had finally received a new message. After that, our heroes left the store and began to walk around the city. The girl said that she bought a blue phone because there was no pink one. Shin Yu-ri thought that she should take good care of it. Suddenly, Kang Jin said that this phone model would most likely be discontinued soon. The girl was surprised by this and asked why the main character thought so. Kang Jin immediately realized that he had said too much, because at that moment he was thinking about the prediction. The guy quickly replied that it was just a joke, after which he decided to leave. Shin Yu-ri was again surprised by the words of her new acquaintance. Without explaining anything, Kang Jin quickly ran away, leaving the girl and saying in the end that they would see each other again, but later. Shin Yu-ri was a little upset about this because she was still planning to treat the guy to food as a token of gratitude for his help. Soon the main character ran to Taek-gyu's house and began to loudly call his friend to tell him what had happened to him. Taek-gyu didn't understand what the guy Kang Jin was so excited about. He continued to loudly say that it was about the SEO-Sung electronic L6 smartphone. Suddenly, Taek-gyu showed his phone and asked if it was about him. The protagonist confirmed this but asked why it was pink. The guy replied that many people like this color. After Kang Jin told him everything that had happened to him, Taek-gyu asked if his friend had touched the phone and seen predictions that this model would soon be discontinued. The main character confirmed this, but did not know what the reason was because SEO-Sung Electronic produced a wide range of smartphones from budget to premium class, and the L series was their flagship. Now, the premium smartphone market has been dominated by Enpli with their N phone, but it would not be an exaggeration to say that SEO-Sung's L series has also shared this market. In terms of sales volume and profits from high-end phones, Enplay was significantly ahead, so the L6 model was developed to compete with them. The previous L5 model had global sales of 50 million units, which was a staggering figure, and now the L6 model was expected to sell over 70 million units. Taek-gyu said that this phone was still selling well all over the world. That's why the protagonist didn't bring up why it was going to be discontinued soon. Then Taek-gyu suggested that perhaps the matter was in patent disputes, because they said that more than 200,000 patents were involved in one smartphone. SEO-Sung Electronic was one of the leading IT manufacturers in the world. Because of this, they were involved in several patent disputes in different countries, including against Enpli. Kang Jin believed that even if they lost the dispute, the company usually simply compensated for the damage and the cost of the patent, and rarely did this lead to a stop in sales. Taek-gyu agreed with this because, in addition to everything else in terms of the SEO patent, Sung Electronic occupied a leading position. This company started producing phones in the 2G era, and as a result, they have accumulated a huge number of patents related to communications and technology. Even when SEO-Sung Electronic found themselves involved in a patent design dispute with Enpli, they fought back with communications patents as their weapon against their competitor. Kang Jin thought that the main question they were facing now was the reason for the phone being discontinued and when it would happen. The guy asked if his friend knew about the problems with SEO-Sung products. Taek-gyu replied that even if there were any, the company would simply repair the phone or return the money. It was true because one smartphone contained many functions. This could cause various problems in its software and hardware. After this, the main character thought that the company would never intentionally do something unprofitable, so it was unclear why a well-selling product could suddenly be taken out of production. That same night, something unexpected happened. Kang Jin suddenly woke up from Taek-gyu's loud scream. Not understanding anything, the frightened guy asked what happened. The equally frightened Taek-gyu pointed to his phone, which was lying on the floor, and in a trembling voice said that it was lying next to his head and suddenly exploded. The guy continued to say that he was charging his phone while playing the game, and when he went to bed, it exploded, even though both the charger and the phone were original. Tech GYU couldn't believe that his new phone exploded like a bomb just a week after buying it. Kang Jin said that if he had known about this, he would have warned the girl not to buy it. After these words, Take GYU and Kang Jin suddenly fell silent and looked at each other, because the same thought came to both of them at the same time. The boys then turned their gaze to the phone that had just exploded, not believing that they had finally figured out what could have caused it to be taken out of production. The next day, Tech GYU managed to find information on the internet that there had already been an incident with a phone explosion and that it had happened 3 days after graduation. The message even included a photo, according to the author. The phone broke while charging, just like Tech U's. However, thanks to the prompt response of SEO-Sung Electronic, this was quickly hushed up. The guy continued to say that there were other similar posts on blogs and in notes on Facebook. Tech GYU thought it was not surprising that the company wanted to silence people with monetary compensation, since they did not want to stir up controversy about quality and blamed external influences for what happened. In fact, phone explosions were not that rare, but the question was whether it was one device in a million or 1 in 10,000. Tech GYU continued to say that in addition to the explosions, there were also minor problems, but this did not particularly affect sales, so it could be said that until the release of the Phone 7, this phone would dominate. Kang Jin suggested that the problem was in the production process, but Tech GYU didn't believe that SEO-Sung could make a mistake that even young companies wouldn't make. In any case, the guy was glad to see that they had incredible information. The main character thought that there was no need to rush because SEO-Sung was not going to act yet. The guy continued to say that selling Bitcoin was not an investment and they were just countering the risks because even if the exchange had not gone bankrupt, they still would not have lost anything. The protagonist then suggested that decommissioning would be inevitable, but they needed to determine the timing and consequences to decide how to invest. Still, Kang Jin felt that they should observe the situation for a few more days before making any decisions. The next day, our heroes contacted the official SEO-Sung service. The worker who came to the call took the broken phone and said that they would report the reason after the investigation. The worker also said that one important condition for receiving compensation was that the victim should not publish information about the explosion on the internet until the results of the investigation were released. When the man left, Kang Jin assumed that there had already been quite a few similar cases, since the worker was not a contractor but an employee of the company itself, who was not even surprised to see the state of the phone. The main characters continued to say that if it had just been a malfunction of the device and it would not have been taken out of production, but the explosion was a different matter. Phones were especially sensitive to safety issues because they were always on a person's person, and if an explosion had occurred while Tech GYU was speaking, the guy could have been seriously injured. After this, Kang Jin felt that at this rate, this could become a reason for canceling sales. The guy continued to say that the company's annual profit exceeded 30 trillion won, which was distributed among semiconductors, displays, home appliances, and more, and 40% of that profit came from smartphones. Therefore, if L6 is discontinued, the company will lose 40% of its profits. Tech GYU believed that everything would not be so bad since they had mid- and low-end devices in previous models. Then the main character asked each other to think about the money from the return, because if each phone cost 1 million won, then the amount of compensation would be 6 trillion. However, there was still a question about how they should invest, because if they had predicted good news, they would have simply bought shares. But now, there were few options. Tech GYU asked if this wasn't a case where short selling was used. Kang Jin confirmed this and believed that since his friend's company was foreign, there shouldn't have been any problems. The guy went on to say that short selling involved borrowing shares from a broker, selling them, buying them back at a cheaper price, and returning them. But there was still the question of profit margin. Even if you sell shares for 100 million and buy them back for 10 million, the profit margin will be limited to 99%, but no share will fall that much. Kang Jin continued to reason that if they invest 13 billion won, they could earn 4 billion, and even that was already a huge profit. However, the guy wanted to get at least a little more, and therefore began to think whether there was a way to increase future profits. Then Take GYU suggested using futures and options. The protagonist replied that he didn't really understand derivatives. After that, the guy continued to think about the fact that now they had $12.5 million, which meant that this was enough to take this issue seriously. Kang Jin then said that they needed someone who understood derivatives, but not Hyunju, because if she asked what they based it on, they wouldn't have a good answer. Tech GYU suggested that the guy say that he trusted his prediction, but Kang Jin felt that in such situations, Hyunju's anger could not be underestimated. The main character thought for a bit and said that he knew a man named Park Sang-yup. He was the former president of the investment club. The guy continued to say that some people called this man crazy. However, there were also those who considered him a genius. It seemed that Kang Jin belonged to this category of people. There were two types of genius in the world, those who were brilliant in several areas and those who excelled in only one. Park Sang-yob, she belonged to the second group. He grew up in Australia and so had no problems with English, but his overall grades were below average. The reason he was accepted into a Korean university as a student with special talents was because he was a mathematical prodigy. Attending fourth-year classes from the first day, he became fixated on a problem given by the professor and solved it in 3 days and 3 nights without food or sleep. Then he accidentally joined the CAL2 ARI investment club and became interested in the stock market, immersing himself in it completely. While the guy was enjoying the investment simulation, his eyes were drawn to a small company on Kosdaq called QMK Tech, and being unrivaled in mathematics, he predicted a 10-fold increase in its shares. Believing that he couldn't pass up such an opportunity, Park Sang-yob took the 5 million won from his room rental deposit and bought the entire amount of shares in the company. Literally 2 weeks after moving from a friend's house to a club room, to my surprise, the company's shares began to repeatedly reach the upper limit, as they were associated with the then-popular IoT theme. In about 2 months, the stock price, which had remained stable for years, increased tenfold. After just 1 month of investment, 5 million won turned into 50 million. After the success of his first investment, Park Sang-yup dropped everything and devoted himself entirely to analyzing the company. Sometimes he did not suffer losses. Consistently making profits by the time the protagonist joined the club, Park Sang-yob's investment fund had grown to 300 million won, which was unthinkable for an ordinary student. However, the guy felt that this was not enough, and most of all, he regretted the size of his initial capital. If Park Sang-yup's initial investment was only 100 million won, he would have earned 6 billion won in profit. To get a higher return, the guy began to study and analyze the options market. When he gained confidence in his knowledge, his attention was drawn to the company CL Chemicals. Park Sang-yup felt that it was greatly underestimated. He predicted a doubling of its value, and so sold all his shares for cash and began buying call options on the company. However, a few days later, an absurd disaster occurred. It turned out that the employee had become a victim of email phishing and transferred the payment to the wrong account. Because of this, 20% of the company's operating profit for the quarter, or $27 million, was irretrievably lost. Due to this unexpected bad news, the company's stock prices began to fall sharply, and the value of the call options that Park Sang-yup had bought immediately collapsed. Instead of liquidating his position, he took a risk and borrowed money from loan sharks at the maximum legal interest rate to buy even more call options. On the day the option expired, the stock price did not recover, and so the more than 300 million won that the guy had invested was lost. When he was unable to repay the debt, illegal collection methods by loan sharks began, and so Park Sang-yup went into hiding. After some time, the price of CL Chemicals shares skyrocketed, but that was a different story. If the guy had bought the actual shares, his 300 million won investment would have turned into 700 million. After some time, Kang Jin was able to find Park Sang-yup's phone number and arrange a meeting with him. The inconspicuous guy was a little embarrassed and asked if the main character could pay for him. Kang Jin reminded him that the guy had previously paid for everyone and now it was his turn. After that, Kang Jin introduced the guy to Take GYU. He immediately remembered him because he was the same friend who bought bitcoins back in middle school. Park Sang-yup was sorry that the guy couldn't find the code word because now he would be rich. Kang Jin didn't dwell on it and asked what his old friend was doing now. Park Sang-yup said that for a while he did any job he could find. He worked in construction and as a driver, and now he works as a math tutor. The guy continued to say that he earned money with blood and sweat, and now understood how valuable even 100 won coin was. However, he still had about 2 million left to pay off in debt. Kang Jin heard this and thought that this guy went from millions to debts overnight, and in his place, many would have probably given up, but not this guy. Soon, Park Sang-yop asked what the main thing was for, and the guy replied that he wanted to know more about futures and options. Then the guy started to tell that futures and options were derivatives. Then he asked if Kang Jin knew what the difference was between them, but he quickly realized that he should tell about that too. Futures are contracts where both parties agree to trade a certain amount of a commodity in the future. In simple terms, it was a promise to trade at a certain price to prevent the value from falling. Whether the investor would be in the black or in the red depended on the price on the date of the contract. Regardless of the profit or loss, both parties were obligated to complete the transaction. Kang Jin carefully wrote everything down, and Park Sang-yop continued to explain that in the case of options, a person sold the right to trade. Options were also based on an expiration date, and each had both a seller and a buyer, but only the buyer had the right to exercise the option. That is, in futures trading, the seller and the buyer were obliged to make a deal, and when using options, the seller always followed the buyer's decision, for which he received mandatory payment. Taek Gyu suddenly asked if that didn't leave the options seller at a disadvantage. Park Sang-yop replied that that was the most interesting part of options. At first glance, it might seem that way, but in the market, the seller's winning percentage was higher because he had unlimited risks, but at the same time, they acted carefully. Then Taek Gyu clarified that from the point of view of the option buyer, he won both when the stock rose and when it fell. Park Sang-yop replied that this was approximately correct and decided to give an example. With a put option, the buyer wins if the price of the stock, which was worth $200 million at the time of the transaction, goes down. When the option expires and the stock price is $10 million, the buyer will be able to make 9,000 times that profit. Meanwhile, Kang Jin continued to carefully write all this down in order to understand and not forget. Park Sang-yop continued to say that if the buyer had bought this option for 1 billion won, his profit would have been 9 trillion. However, this would almost never happen in reality because one could expect a good result, but everything could be ruined by a terrorist attack or bankruptcy. Park Sang-yop also said that when this happened, the price of put options would skyrocket hundreds of times, and the seller of the option would have to pay that amount. With all these explanations, the entire theory that Kang Jin had learned began to come together. After that, Park Sang-yop asked what exactly the guy was trying to do. Having received the answer, the guy asked whether the main character would buy options on the growth of the stock or on its fall. Kang Jin confidently answered that he was counting on the fall of the SEO-Sung electronic stock. Park Sang-yop was very surprised by this answer because the L6 phone model had just come out and was selling well. The guy said that this phone would be discontinued. Park Sang-yop immediately assumed that the main character thought so because of the explosion incident, but he thought that it was not enough. The guy, of course, could not explain everything. After this, Park Sang-yop asked his friend to be careful so that he would not go too far and repeat his path. Soon they said goodbye. Kang Jin turned to Hyun-ju and asked if he wanted to continue after everything they heard. Taek Gyu's opinion on this matter did not change. The main character was also not scared by the words of his friend, so he, inspired by excitement, suggested trying to invest using options. Based on the information available to our heroes, they considered an investment strategy assuming the discontinuation of the L6 model phones. They had two options: use short sales and get a low return, or use options where there was a lot of risk but a high return. Kang Jin suggested investing 70% of their money in options and the rest in short sales, because even if the profit rates were lower, they needed to avoid the worst-case scenario. The current price of SEO-Sung shares reflected the future profits associated with the L6. It was safe to say that the price would fall as much as it rose after the release of this phone, namely about 10%. Taek Gyu said that recently in the US there was another phone explosion that wasn't even connected to a charger, so the guy thought that this thing was gaining momentum. SEO-Sung Electronic reported their position on this matter in the Korean news, because the explosion occurred in the USA, and therefore the international media began to show interest. The daily trading volume of options in Korea was 500 billion won, while futures trading volume was 1 trillion won. Sometimes it was hard to tell the difference between the stock market and the casino. Kang Jin entered the necessary information on the stock exchange and thought that although Taek Gyu said that he would cover this investment himself, but since they decided to invest together, the guy decided to invest his 800 million as well. The main character quickly pressed the buttons on the keyboard and continued to think that if the stocks did not fall as predicted, then all their options would lose their value. As the contract was being executed, money flowed from the cash balance to the option balance, and now our heroine has only 800 million left in her account. Taek Gyu noticed this and asked why his friend didn't buy more options. Kang Jin replied that he kept the money in case of a worse outcome. When everything was done, the excited protagonist folded his hands because now all he could do was wait for the result. However, contrary to the expectations of our heroes, the price of SEO-Sung Electronics shares rose by 8% in 2 days. Short sales that brought profit only when shares fell naturally showed a loss of -8%. There was also a problem with options. The thing is that, as the price of SEO-Sung shares rose instead of falling, the chances of the option being exercised became extremely small. Simply put, they turned into useless pieces of paper. Kang Jin was sure that even though his friend didn't say anything, he was clearly very excited. There were rumors that SEO-Sung Electronic decided to replace the battery in new phones, and although the company's shares rose after that, 10 more explosions unexpectedly occurred. From the outside, it seemed that this situation was ignored by the company, which only aggravated the situation. The main characters believed that until they made an extreme decision, they and Taek Gyu would be able to cope. Meanwhile, an excited Taek Gyu hoped that the company would announce the end of production tomorrow. Kang Jin tried not to show his fear, but hoped for the same thing. SEO-Sung Electronic was one of the best IT manufacturers in the world. For this reason, the press conference hall was filled not only with local media, but also with foreign journalists. The chairman of the international management of the company, standing at the podium, sincerely thanked the customers who had consistently supported and loved SEO-Sung products and once again said that the cause of the explosions was their new battery. The company promised appropriate compensation to affected customers and also announced a battery replacement and a re-release of the phone. At the end of the press conference, the chairman suddenly announced a complete recall of 6 million defective devices. Taek Gyu, who was watching the news with his friend, was shocked because it was a recall of defective products and not a complete cessation of production of these phones. Even after this news, most people were determined to continue using this phone model after the replacement. Customers liked the SEO-Sung Electronics solution. Although replacing 6 million units was a loss of 6 trillion won in terms of production costs, the loss for the company was only 2 trillion. There was also a suggestion that in order to reduce losses, the reimbursed phones would be polished and have their batteries replaced, after which they would be resold as new. After the announcement of the recall of defective phones, the company's shares, which had been falling, rose in price again and settled with a fall of only 1.5%. At the same time, SEO-Sung Electronic also announced a return policy for shareholders, including quarterly dividends. It was a demonstration of masterful crisis management by a huge corporation. The company's strategic timing accelerated the recovery of its share price. Our hero's losses had already reached 6 billion won, which was already half of the initial investment. Kang Jin could never have expected that everything would turn out this way. The main character thought that even though they had agreed to split the profits in half, Taek Gyu would have to cover most of the losses because he could not cover a loss of tens of billions. Kang Jin did not understand why the company decided to recall the defective phones instead of completely stopping their production. The guy suggested that perhaps he misunderstood something. Kang Jin couldn't sleep because he thought that up to 60 billion won would be enough for his whole life. He might not even be able to spend all that money. However, to return 50% of the lost capital, it was necessary to earn 100% profit. But even that was not the end. If the main character does not return the capital and does not increase it, then after the expiration of the option, even the remaining billions will disappear. Kang Jin didn't understand what he was supposed to do now. He lay in bed and wondered if he should have gone out while he still had the chance. This fear was choking him. Suddenly, the main character stood up sharply because he heard that Taek Gyu, despite the late hour, was also not sleeping. Kang Jin asked why his friend wasn't sleeping. Taek Gyu replied that he had just woken up because the main character was moaning in his sleep. Then the guy suggested going for a beer. After some time, our heroes were already on the street. Taek Gyu asked if SEO-Sung shares had grown even more, but Kang Jin did not know this. Most people were worried about the stock price falling, but our heroes were worried about it growing. The main character only knew that the L6 would definitely be taken out of production. Suddenly, the boy asked if his friend blamed him for their failures. Taek Gyu didn't understand why he had to blame him. Kang Jin thought that this situation arose because of his prediction. Taek Gyu didn't agree with this, because he was the one who first suggested investing. The guy then said that this was not the end, because recalling defective smartphones might not solve the problem that had arisen. Kang Jin immediately began to think that although SEO Sung stated that the problem was in the battery, perhaps the problem was actually in something else. It was impossible to say with certainty that our heroes were completely wrong. The only problem was time, because there was not much time left before the expiration of the option. Only a week after CEO Sung's announcement at the press conference, the recall of the defective smartphone finally began. 30,000 new points of sale were opened in one day. Those who received a replacement phone and new customers were very satisfied. Thanks to the successful resolution of uncertainties, the price of SEO Sung shares began to rise again. Meanwhile, our heroes' losses had increased to more than 9 billion won. Out of 13 billion, they only had 3.6 billion left. The only thing that made Kang Jin happy was that they luckily made some short sales, because if they had only invested in options, they would hardly have had any money left. Taek Gyu couldn't believe that the money he earned on Bitcoin had simply evaporated because the options they had bought were now worthless and couldn't be sold. Kang Jin looked at the stock prices and thought that although they still had 3.6 billion left, it was no consolation. The guy himself had already lost 600 million. The main character continued to think that next week, if nothing happens for them, everything will really end. And the reason for this was the wrong prediction. At that moment, Kang Jin remembered the words of his friend, who asked the guy to be careful with options. The main character assumed that the same thing would happen to him. Taek Gyu regretted that he didn't invest more money during the OPEC meeting, and Kang Jin continued to think that his prediction was wrong or that he missed something. Suddenly, Taek Gyu fell onto the bed and loudly declared that he had lived just fine without this money before. A passenger plane was flying high in the sky. Everything seemed to be in order. However, there was something extremely unusual inside the aircraft. The pilot grabbed a fire extinguisher, quickly asked the passengers to step aside, and began to extinguish the flames that had suddenly flared up. In addition, it turned out that one of the passengers was injured. He was screaming in pain and blood was oozing from a wound on his leg, so the flight attendant tried to provide first aid to the victim as quickly as possible. It turned out that the cause of the accident was a telephone that suddenly exploded while it was in the victim's pants pocket. Next to the phone on the floor, there was a white airplane, thanks to which it was possible to understand that this incident occurred on December 9th. Suddenly, Kang Jin woke up and opened his eyes sharply. The excited guy was all over the port and his heart was beating very quickly. The main character began to rise, thinking along the way about what kind of strange dream he had just seen. The next moment, the guy felt the presence of that very mysterious aura that surprised and frightened him with its sudden appearance. A moment later, Kang Jin grabbed his head and began to scream loudly as if in pain. Taek Gyu was shocked by what was happening and therefore immediately asked his friend what happened to him. The main character, trying to cope with the sharp, acute pain, quietly said that there were 4 days left. Taek Gyu didn't hear this, so the guy again, but this time loudly declared that there were 4 days left. After this, Kang Jin found the strength to explain that in 4 days, something would happen that would lead to the discontinuation of the L6 model phone. Our heroes were unable to sleep after Kang Jin made such an unexpected statement. Taek Gyu started checking the news, trying to figure out what could have happened in 4 days. But the protagonist was still unsure about the veracity of the dream, since it was not a vision. Kang Jin didn't understand what that dream was about, and didn't see any difference at all, even after it was announced that the defective phone would be exchanged for a new one. Unexpectedly, Taek Gyu found news on the internet that the phone had also exploded. The main character was very surprised and suggested looking at this news on the computer. The internet reported that after putting on the case and connecting the device to the charger, it caught fire. Taek Gyu noticed that this was an article with breaking news about the study. A representative of SEO Sung, standing at the podium, stated that the company had already ordered an investigation from a certified external agency on this issue. Our heroes assumed that the company was again blaming external influence for what happened. However, Kang Jin believed that if they were so sure of it, they would have gone for it. Suddenly, Taek Gyu remembered Yogi Berra's quote. The main character began to remember that it was an American baseball player playing in the Major League of Basketball, who was also the author of many quotes. Then the guy remembered that the quote his friend said sounded like, "It wasn't over until it was over." After this, the main character thought about the fact that SEO Sung admitted that their new batteries were the cause of the fire, and therefore they replaced them with others. However, it was unclear why the new phone exploded again. Kang Jin even suggested that this was done by a person specifically to receive compensation, or that the problem was hidden in the device itself. After this, the guy suggested to his friend to see how events would develop over the next 4 days, and then draw conclusions. Tech GYU nodded his head, agreeing with this. Exactly 4 days later at 7:50 a.m., the predicted situation actually happened. The news anchor was telling that the plane had made an emergency landing after the SEO-Sung phone exploded during the flight. The passenger, who was carrying the phone in his pocket, received burns to his thigh and fingers, and 30 minutes after takeoff, the plane made an emergency landing. The phone that exploded was the one received the day before to replace the old L6. The news soon reached media outlets around the world, and as a result, U.S. Airlines announced a ban on L6 and carry-on and overhead luggage. At 8:35 a.m., an emergency meeting was called at the headquarters of SEO-Sung in Gangnam regarding the incident. Already at 9 a.m., immediately after the opening of trading, SEO-Sung shares began to rapidly fall down. They fell down by 13% before the lunch session. Taek GYU, who was closely following everything, was surprised that the experts were encouraging investors to buy shares of the company right now. Kang Jin said that these experts should have bought them themselves since everything was going well. While large organizations were selling SEO-Sung shares en masse, only private investors tried to support the purchases because they believed that this was not the worst scenario that could lead to the cessation of production. A lot of people gathered at the SEO-Sung electronic headquarters that day because the event was quite extraordinary. All these people were waiting for only one person who was already rushing to the meeting. Finally, the deputy chairman entered the office. Everyone present immediately rose from the table to greet him. Straightening his tie, the vice chairman, whose name was Im Jin-young, invited his colleagues to begin the meeting. Im Jin-young began to say that everyone present knew about the situation that had developed. He believed that the original cause had been eliminated, but it was unclear why the phone that had already been replaced exploded. The company's international management chairman, Cho Dong-jun, responded that the cause of the explosion was currently still under investigation. Im Jin-young immediately asked how long it would take. The man replied that it would take a week, but it might take longer to accurately determine the cause, so the decision to recall was hasty. Suddenly, someone said that they had to pinpoint the cause and take appropriate measures. Im Jin-young turned to his colleague and asked if he had a solution to this problem. Director of the Strategic Development Department, Kim Myung-soo, responded that they could have bought time with a recall, and during that time identified and eliminated the cause of the defect. Im Jin-young assumed that the man was suggesting another recall of defective products. Kim Myung-soo believed that their initial goal now was to buy as much time as possible. Someone in the room said that trying to fix it now wouldn't convince consumers, so a recall was the best course of action, but there was no guarantee they would be able to find the exact cause in that time. Im Jin-young heard this and thought that there was another method, but he doubted that any of his colleagues would dare to even mention it. The man began to nervously tap his finger on the table, wondering at the same time what was the best thing to do in this situation and trying to understand what decision his father would make. This company was founded by Im Jin-young's grandfather and raised by his father throughout his life. After the man's father became ill, running this company became his responsibility. Suddenly, looking towards Im Jin-young, it was as if lightning had struck him, because one thought came to his mind. The man looked at a small model of a sailing ship that stood on the shelf. It was a fairly detailed model that for some reason caught the attention of the company's deputy chairman. The man thought and remembered the words of his grandfather, who said that the corporation was like the ship of Theseus. Im Jin-young heard these words when he was very young, but it was only later that he learned about a concept called Theseus's paradox. According to the myth, Theseus returned on a ship, and the people of Athens decided to save it. When the boards rotted, they were removed and replaced with new ones, and when the oars rotted, new ones were put in their place. After thousands of years of storage and many replacements of the original parts, almost 8 remained, so it was unclear whether this vessel could be called the Ship of Theseus. The man believed that the same thing happened with the corporation SEO-Sung Electronic was founded after the Korean War. At that time, the company assembled and sold household appliances, acquiring technology from Japanese companies. None of the employees who worked then are left. None of the products that were produced then are produced today. The headquarters and factories were moved several times. Everything changed, But SEO Sung Electronic was still SEO Sung Electronic. So Im Jin-young wondered what exactly defined their company. Finally, all the intertwined thoughts of the deputy chairman came together. Suddenly, the man turned to his colleagues and announced that from that moment on, they would stop producing L6 model phones. This shocked everyone present. Im Jin-young continued to say that all sold products will be returned, and consumers who wanted to exchange the device will receive appropriate compensation. Stopping production was the worst option the deputy chairman could imagine, because the company would not only have to pay for the return of defective devices, but also refuse future sales of this model. In addition, SEO Sung Electronic will also not be able to avoid damage to the company's image, which greatly worried the employees. Having loudly slammed the table to attract the attention of colleagues, Im Jin-young continued to loudly say that the amount of losses was not important. The man was sure that they would still be able to earn money again, but if the company lost trust, it would be the real end for it. The deputy chairman went on to say that the company had already lost credibility because of the problematic product and would lose it again if it initiated a recall without solving the problem. In conclusion, Im Jin-young said that this was the last chance they could count on. Everyone was shocked by the statement of the vice chairman, but no one dared to say anything against this decision. Only the chairman of the international management said that he would immediately prepare an announcement for the press. Already at 13:40, the man spoke in front of the cameras, sincerely apologizing to clients and partners for the significant inconvenience and anxiety that this incident caused. The chairman continued to say that while the investigation and detailed examination were ongoing, the company made a decision with the utmost attention to the safety of its customers. Finally, the man announced that SEO Sung Electronic had decided to stop selling and exchanging the L6 phone. Taek Ji-woo and Kang Jin, who were following the news, were shocked. The main character, frozen in place in surprise, continued to look closely at the monitor, trying to find out more details. Journalists asked the chairman whose decision it was and whether the company had an action plan in case of consequences of the cessation of production. Unexpectedly, Taek Ji-woo and Kang Jin silently looked at each other because they already understood what this news meant to them. The main character was so surprised that he dropped his phone from his hands, causing it to fall to the floor and break, but the guy didn't care at all. The next moment, our heroes loudly screamed with happiness, rejoicing that the phone, according to the prophecy, was taken out of production. Even passers-by on the street heard these screams. This news quickly spread across the internet. People, wherever they were, quickly discussed it and followed the promotions of the company SEO Sung Electronic. After the conference, even private investors began selling their shares. Experts estimated the expected loss from the discontinuation of the L6B model phone at 50 trillion won. This was the first low point for SEO Sung since the 2008 financial crisis. The Korean Stock Exchange, which dealt with securities and investments, was in turmoil. It was Black Tuesday, which was later recorded in the history of the Korean stock market. Executive Director Park Chung-il was shocked by the news that his subordinates reported to him. He asked the man to repeat everything again, and he said again that the losses on the recently issued option had already exceeded 1,000 times. Further, the subordinate suggested that even before the incident, someone had purchased SEO Sung Electronic options through Golden Gate. Park Young-il suggested that someone could have warned these people about the incident in advance, but the man did not agree, because Golden Gate itself suffered significant losses because of this. The executive director then assumed that someone had simply accidentally bought options through the service, but he did not believe that the purchase amount was so huge. Suddenly, Park Young-il started shouting that investments were not child's play, so the subordinate had to find out who could have invested billions without reason. The frightened man immediately ran out of the office. After this, the executive director exhaled heavily, not understanding who these mysterious investors could be. At this time, Taek Ji-woo and Kang Jin were staring at the screen without taking their eyes off the screen, closely monitoring the change in the stock price of SEO Sung Electronic. The company's shares fell rapidly and depreciated, having already reached the 1,600,000 mark. However, the fall did not end there. A moment later, the shares were already worth 1,400,000. At the same time, our hero's profit on options was already plus 1.023%, and on short trading plus 21%. Watching the fall of shares of the company SEO Sung Electronic, our heroes were shocked. Shocked, Taek Ji-woo and Kang Jin silently looked at each other, not even knowing what they should say in this situation. Meanwhile, their profit was already plus 2.482% and continued to grow rapidly. After a few moments, the profitability of beginning investors was already almost plus 3,000%. When the profit reached almost plus 4,000%, Tech GYU and Kang Jin could no longer contain their emotions. Stocks were not a zero-sum game in which the sum of all players' gains and losses was zero. Since this was not a closed market, every investor here could either benefit or suffer greatly. Because of the structure of short selling and options trading, someone's profit was inevitably tied to another investor's loss. However, this did not concern Tech GYU and Kang Jin, who were sincerely happy about their victory. A disaster for all investors turned out to be a blessing for our heroes, since their final return was plus 5.170%. The 13 billion invested turned into a profit exceeding 50 times growth and increased to 685 billion won. From billionaires, our heroes became multi-billionaires in a couple of moments, which they were infinitely happy about. Our heroes closed the short sale and locked in their profits. Their final return was an incredible plus 5,170%. Tech GYU was surprised to count the zeros in the huge amount they had managed to earn, because it was 685 billion won. The guy then suggested that if the stocks fell even more by the expiration date, it would be a real jackpot. Kang Jin thought that in that case, they would easily earn 1 trillion. The main character could not believe that they managed to earn a sum with so many zeros. He suddenly asked how much he owed his friend. Dude, let me remind you that they agreed to split the profits in half, and after deducting the principal capital of 13 billion, he had to give the main character half of 672 billion. This amount was 336 billion won. Kang Jin was fascinated by this amount and asked if the bills would reach the height of the building if they were stacked together. Then the main character began to think that just recently he was a poor guy and now he had 336 billion. However, he was worried about whether he could get such a sum of money. Kang Jin's initial capital was only 800 million, so the guy believed that in the event of losses, it would be Tech GYU who would suffer the most, since he was risking his money a lot. Just a few days ago, he alone was suffering losses of tens of billions, and so it seemed to the main character that taking half of the profits was somehow unfair. Suddenly, Tech GYU turned on the recorder and asked if Kang Jin didn't want to get his share. The protagonist immediately began to deny it. At that moment, Tech GYU thought that there was something behind the guy. However, Tech GYU did not pay much attention to this and continued to say with a smile that thanks to his friend, he not only did not lose 13 billion, but was also able to increase this amount 50 times. Kang Jin thought about the fact that they had a profitable partnership in which one provided information and the other provided capital. Moreover, Tech GYU had agreed to split the profits in half from the very beginning. The main character was very glad that he had a friend who kept his promise, because there were few such people in the world. After that, Kang Jin said that he realized how significant the ability of foresight was, because thanks to just one prediction, he was able to earn hundreds of billions. However, the main character was scared that he would also be able to predict a financial crisis, war, or natural disaster, because he did not even know what to do with such information. Tech GYU responded that in case of unforeseen circumstances, it was better for the guy to keep such information a secret. Kang Jin agreed with this. Then the main character thought that he trusted only his mother more than Tech GYU, so it wasn't scary that the guy knew about his ability. Suddenly, Tech GYU started to rejoice over the fact that he and his friend had become rich. It was really good news, but Kang Jin found it hard to rejoice. The guy was worried whether they were really allowed to get such a primrose during the national crisis, because although the financial market had barely stabilized, the operating profit of SEO-Sung Electronic was already forecast to decrease. Weak smartphone exports are likely to worsen the trade balance starting next month. At the same time, shares of American and Chinese companies rose. Tech GYU encouraged his friend by saying that they were not the reason for the phone being removed from sale. Kang Jin understood this because even if they had done nothing, everything would have happened exactly according to the same scenario. SEO-Sung Electronic shares would have fallen to the bottom anyway, and the KOSPO and KOSDAQ indices would have collapsed along with them. While all the other investors suffered losses, someone was sure to make money, and the main character was glad that, thanks to a coincidence, they were those people. Tech GYU thought that the most important thing now was that they had become super rich, and it was all thanks to the gift of foresight. Kang Jin replied that whether it was with foresight or not, his friend's investment played a key role. The guy was glad that they did not miss such a wonderful opportunity. After that, the main character asked how many people would invest more than 10 billion won in options even knowing the same information as them. Taek Gyu considered these words as a compliment. Then the guy asked how the main character was going to get his money, because if he simply transferred it to his account in a Korean bank, the taxes would be astronomical. Kang Jin thought about it because then the taxes would exceed 150 billion, and in addition, he would have to prove the source of income. Suddenly, Taek Gyu asked if the guy wanted to receive the money in cash. Kang Jin was very surprised by such a proposal, and Taek Gyu asked how many boxes filled with 50,000 bills would be possible. However, the main character replied that this was an unrealistic idea. After that, the guy leaned back in his chair and said that he never thought that he would have such problems, after which he suggested that he should have created his own corporation in an offshore zone. After this, Taek Gyu asked his friend what he was going to do with that kind of money. Since he himself had no ideas yet, he felt a little sorry that everything ended like this. Taek Gyu began to wonder if it was possible to reinvest this money to earn even more. Kang Jin replied that as the capital increased, it became increasingly difficult to earn more at one time. Modern society adhered to a highly developed capitalist model. With the help of money, it was possible to change the world and save lives. For one investment, our heroes earned more than they could spend in their entire lives. They could afford to do nothing and still remain well off for a long time. However, Kang Jin couldn't believe that this was the end. He didn't understand if it was right to be content with this and just stop. Suddenly, the main character remembered the prediction he had made recently and which he had not yet shared with Taek Gyu. That time, everything went as usual. The guy saw the text that suddenly appeared from the mysterious aura and smiled slightly, thinking that it was exactly what he needed. Kang Jin then believed that this was his future, which made him very happy. The prediction said that Kang Jin-woo would become the CEO of OTK company. Suddenly, the main characters approached their friend and extended their hand to him, asking him to shake it. Taek Gyu was very surprised and asked why it was necessary to do this. Kang Jin explained that after this the guy would go with him to the end, but if Taek Gyu refused, he would have to go to the end alone. The main character was waiting for his friend's answer. He was thinking that the CEO did not necessarily have to be a major shareholder. Taek Gyu still said that he didn't know how far things would go, but he agreed to go together until the end, after which he shook Kang Jin's hand. Our heroes shook hands and did not hide the fact that they were pleased with their equal cooperation. The main character was very happy because he assumed that he would be able to manage OTK company together with Taek Gyu. After some time, Kang Jin said that he had found a way to solve the issue of dividing the money, which consisted of turning it into company shares. The money was still in the overseas corporation, so there were no taxes to pay in Korea, and the distribution of the company's shares was also a gift that was exempt from taxes. Having voiced his thought, the main character asked what his friend, who was thinking about something, thought about this. Suddenly, Taek Gyu asked the guy if he still kept the contract that he gave him. Kang Jin answered that it was in his wallet, after which he took it out. Taek Gyu began to carefully study all the conditions set out in the document, while hastily thinking about something. Suddenly, the guy looked at his friend with some kind of ominous look, as if he was about to do something extraordinary. The next moment, Taek Gyu tore up the piece of paper in one fell swoop. This shocked Kang Jin, who immediately loudly asked what the guy was doing. Taek Gyu calmly replied that he thought again and realized that dividing the profit in half did not make sense. The main character did not understand why the guy thought so. Suddenly, Taek Gyu looked at his friend with a threatening gaze again and offered to split the profits 8-2. Kang Jin, hearing this, thought that judging by the expression on the guy's face, he was not joking. He did not believe that Taek Gyu was offering him to take only 20% of all the money they earned. In a world where money could even lead to murder, there was nothing strange in the fact that a person changed his mind after seeing hundreds of billions. But the main character did not believe that Taek Gyu could do such a thing. However, the main character had already begun to agree with this proposal. But again, unexpectedly, Taek Gyu declared that he would take 2 and Kang Jin would take none at all. The main character was very surprised and fully understood what his friend Taek Gyu was proposing. He explained that he would receive 20% of the company's shares and he would receive 80%. Then the guy asked if Taek Gyu was in his right mind, assuming that he ate something wrong. Taek Gyu answered that he ate a double portion of jjajangmyeon and said this in his right mind. Kang Jin still didn't understand his friend because he had just recently suggested splitting everything in half. Tech GYU replied that he wanted to be the main character until the end. The guy continued to explain that with the gift of foresight, Kang Jin could earn as much money as he wanted, because now he had both the gift and the capital for investment. Tech GYU thought that this was a situation in which the main character was now doing all the work and the capital was divided equally, so there was no point in the guy taking only half of the profit. Kang Jin was shocked when he realized that he could now invest on his own, but he still turned to his friend because he thought it would be better regardless of their relationship. Compared to the tens of trillions that circulated daily on the financial market, 672 billion was a small amount. So it was not profitable for the main character to divide this money into two and give half. After these thoughts, Kang Jin asked if Take GYU really wanted to give up 30% of the company's shares. The guy replied that he should have invested the money where he could make a profit. The next moment, Tech GYU said that it was for this very reason that he wanted to invest his money in the main character, especially since he would still have 20% of the company's future profits left. Hearing this, Kang Jin asked what would happen if he couldn't earn money in the future. Take GYU replied that it didn't matter because he had earned his money anyway, only thanks to his friend. Then the guy said that he wasn't going to invest several times and end it there. He wanted to go all the way, and to do that, he had to give up his share. Then the main character suggested that if he had 80% of the shares, it meant he would be the manager of the company. Tech GYU replied that the guy would probably succeed because he studied to be a manager. Kang Jin was embarrassed and replied that he had only studied for a year, but his friend already perceived him as a master of business administration. Unexpectedly, Take GYU put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that it didn't matter because he still believed in him. The next moment, the guy with a sincere smile on his face declared that Kang Jin was now the CEO of OTK Company. The main character was momentarily stunned by surprise, after which he asked if the guy was sure that he would not regret this decision, but Take GYU was sure that it was the right thing to do. Now Kang Jin was ashamed that he had doubted his friend, even for a moment, because when he first heard about the idea of joint investment, he thought it was nonsense. However, Tech GYU continued to convince the protagonist and said that his ability was not just a coincidence. The guy diligently assured the main character that his gift of foresight was real. As it turned out, in the end, he was right about everything. Kang Jin looked at her happy friend and thought that he was the only one who saw the current situation most objectively. However, the main character agreed with Take GYU, and the issue with the company's shares was resolved. From now on, Kang Jin became the CEO of OTK Company. A new day had arrived that was not much different from the previous ones, despite the fact that Kang Jin had acquired a new status. The calendar already showed December 12th, so the main character correctly noted that the new year would soon arrive. Tech GYU asked his friend how he celebrated the holiday last year. The guy thought about it. Last year, he was still serving in the army, so the only thing he could remember was that on the eve of the holiday, all he did was shovel snow. After that, Kang Jin asked how his friend Take GYU spent the new year, and he replied that he was with the main character's mother. Kang Jin remembered that last year, he was worried that his mother would be lonely, and so he asked a friend to stay with her. At Christmas, he was probably the only one who took care of her. Then the main character decided that it was time to prepare for the holiday, so he asked Take GYU to transfer 800 million won from the money he sent to Korea to his account. To this, Take GYU asked if it was possible to transfer so much money at one time. The protagonist replied that they should have filed the taxes correctly. The guy continued to say that they could have sorted out the taxes with the 500 million won that Take GYU had transferred to him earlier in order to immediately eliminate any potential problems. As soon as the conversation turned to taxes, Take GYU suddenly began looking for the piece of paper that his sister had once given him. Finally, the guy found what he was looking for and handed the main character an old crumpled piece of paper with something written on it. Then Tech GYU asked what Kang Jin was going to do with the money. The guy replied that he wanted to go for a walk. The main character also suggested that he might buy gifts for the holiday. After some time, Kang Jin came to some establishment with large signs. The girl who was sitting at the table sighed heavily because she had not had a job for a month, and she urgently needed to make at least one deal to pay the rent. At that moment, the first visitor in a long time entered the room. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat and loudly greeted the guy. She then suggested that it was cold outside, so she offered the client a hot drink. The guy thanked her for it. At the same time, the girl thought that Kang Jin was a student who was looking for an apartment. The commission from such a deal could be small, but now she did not have time to be picky. The girl asked if her client was looking for a studio apartment because she had a great option. It was recently built, had a pleasant owner, and an affordable price. Kang Jin replied that he was not interested in apartments because he wanted a house, after which he asked how much it might cost. The surprised girl began to talk about the prices for renting houses. Suddenly, the main character interrupted her and clarified that he did not need to rent, but to buy. The girl was shocked and did not believe what she had just heard. The guy, calmly sipping his tea, said again that he was looking for a house to buy. The girl was shocked and for some time could not utter a word. At this time, the main character suddenly got up from his seat and went somewhere. Finally, the girl answered that the prices depended heavily on the location, the size of the plot, and the building. Some houses cost around 300 million, but there were also luxury houses from 1 billion and more. Hearing all this, the main character suddenly opened the front door as if he was about to leave. However, instead, Kang Jin pointed to a house that was opposite the real estate agency and asked how much it would cost. The girl replied that it cost between 500, 600 million won. It seemed that this amount did not surprise the main character at all, but it made him think hard about something. For a while, the guy silently looked at the street while the realtor humbly waited for what would happen next, not understanding what could be expected from her unusual client. The next moment, Kang Jin pointed to the house opposite and declared that he wanted to buy it. This surprised the girl very much. She couldn't believe it, but she thought that the main character was definitely not joking. The realtor looked at her client's shabby clothes, not believing that he really wanted to buy the house. At the same time, she thought that her commission for the sale would be millions of won. Shusha. The girl decided to check if similar options for houses were available, but the main character stopped her faster. Kang Jin made it clear that he wanted to buy exactly that house and no other. The girl was surprised that her client insisted specifically on this option, but she replied with annoyance that this house was not for sale. Hearing this, the guy began to approach his bag and ask along the way whether the owner of the house would agree to sell it if he offered him more than the market value. The woman began to think why the main character wanted to overpay and whether he had any reason to buy a house in this particular place. Meanwhile, Kang Jin had already started to take out wads of money from his bag, and I remembered that the realtor had said that the market price of the houses was about 600 million. The realtor was shocked by what she saw, which left her dumbfounded and unable to say a word. Kang Jin put the money on the table and said that he could pay another 200 million on top of the market price for the house. The girl looked in surprise at the bundles of money, each containing 3 million, and could not believe that she now had 30 million lying on her table. The main character continued to say that if the deal was successful, he would give the money to the girl as her commission for services. Owning a home has been a dream for many people. A housewife named Kim Mi-ja moved into this 2-story house on the outskirts of a new city through the court 2 years ago. However, the joy was short-lived, and over time, inconveniences began to accumulate. Her husband complained about the long commute to work, and the children grumbled about the distance from school. On top of everything else, the 20-year-old house needed major repairs, the cost of which was too high. Therefore, the new owners made only temporary repairs that did not solve the problem, but only postponed it. At the same time, more and more new multi-story buildings appeared in the new city, and now Kim Mi-ja dreamed of selling the house and moving into one of the apartments. A contractor the woman knew said her house cost about 600 million won, but with renovations the price could drop to 500 million if it was sold at all. As Kim Mi-ja was thinking about all this, she suddenly received a call from a real estate agent who told her that a young man was very interested in her house. The realtor asked the woman if she had considered selling the house. Kim Mi-ja was willing to consider it if the buyer offered her the market price. The woman asked how much the buyer was offering for the house. The realtor said that the guy was not familiar with the prices in the area, so she offered him 800 million and he agreed to buy. Kim Mi-ja was shocked when she heard the figure of 800 million, because it was 200 million higher than the market price of her house. The woman immediately thought that this money would be enough for her to buy the apartment that she had already looked at, but the reason why the buyer was offering to buy the house at a higher price was unclear. Kim Mi-ja continued to think that for that kind of money she could have bought a much better house. She thought that there was some hidden value here that she didn't know about, so she asked for time to think about it. When the woman was ready to agree to the high offer, she changed her mind because she believed that the buyer was offering 200 million more than the market price for a reason. Kim Mi-ja then suggested that if she waited, the client would probably offer an even larger sum, because as it was said in the Bible, despite the insignificant beginning, the result could be quite large. After the woman told her husband everything, he began to persuade her to agree immediately, but she thought otherwise. She was sure that there was some reason why the buyer wanted to buy the house at such a high price, so she soon called the realtor to inform him of her decision. Kim Mi-ja said that she would not sell the house for 800 million, but would settle for 1 billion won. Her plan was to set a high price and then haggle. To this, the realtor replied that the buyer had already wanted to sign a contract with another seller. These words shocked Kim Mi-ja, who felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The woman immediately asked what price the other house was selling for. The realtor replied that it was 760 million. This shocked the woman even more, causing her to drop the bag of groceries from her hands. Kim Mi-ja was very pleased that the customer was being snatched right from under her nose. She was very sorry that she had missed such a good opportunity because she understood that even 760 million was still a high price compared to the real market value. Kim Mi-ja assumed that the contract had not yet been signed, so she asked the realtor to convey to the buyer that she was willing to sell her house for 760 million and begged him to convince her. That same evening, the realtor called the woman and said that the guy had agreed to buy her house. Kim Mi-ja was very happy and thanked the realtor for such a good job. After this, the realtor thought that the woman should have received an advance payment before the buyer changed his mind and suggested taking 30% as an advance payment. Kim Mi-ja agreed with this. After sending the details, a deposit of up to 228 million won was received, after which the realtor suggested signing the contract tomorrow. She also asked if Kim Mi-ja and her family would be able to vacate the house since the new year was to begin in 4 days. The woman was very surprised by this question because they hadn't even found a new house yet and already needed to move out in 4 days. The realtor expected something like this. That's why the buyer was ready to give the woman 20 million to move. But the realtor was about to tell the guy that Kim Mi-ja would not be able to vacate the house so quickly. Kim Mi-ja was shocked by this, so she quickly changed her mind. Now it became clear that the quote from the Bible about the insignificant beginning and the great result was not about this woman at all. Kim Mi-ja told the realtor that if she received financial assistance, she and her family would move out the day after tomorrow. Kang Jin heard this very well and was very pleased. After this, the main character thought that their family's house was sold at auction even before her father's funeral was over, and only after 2 years of torment he was finally able to get it back. The guy understood that he could have bought this house much cheaper if he had waited, but he simply did not go in. At the same time, the realtor congratulated her client on the purchase of the house. The woman was also pleased with this deal and said that everything would be ready for signing the contract tomorrow. Unexpectedly, she asked the protagonist to tell why he wanted to buy this particular house, assuming that there was something in it that she did not know about. Kang Jin didn't respond to this. Then the realtor realized that she had talked too much and asked for forgiveness for this, after which she again congratulated the guy on his purchase. After this, the main character went for a walk around the city, which was already in full swing preparing for the upcoming holiday. The guy was surprised by how many young couples there were around, but he thought that it was not for him at all. After that, Kang Jin looked at the envelope he was holding in his hands with a smile and thought that he had already bought a gift, so he was in a good mood. At that moment, someone called the main character. Taking the phone, the guy saw that his mother was calling him. Kang Jin looked at the phone screen with a smile, remembering the realtor's question about the hidden value of the house he bought. Of course, the value of this house was that it was in it that the main character spent his happiest days with his family. After that, Kang Jin answered the call and, walking further down the street, told his mother that he would be home soon. Some time passed, and Kang Jin asked my mother if she was ready to go. The woman put on her coat and didn't understand why they couldn't just eat at home instead of going out. The guy replied that on a day like that, they should have dinner out. When they went outside, they saw Taek Gyu, who offered to quickly take Kang Jin and his mother to the right place. The woman saw the guy and asked if he was cold. Taek Gyu replied that he was wearing thermal underwear. Then the main character's mother praised the guy and said that youth is wonderful. After this, the woman got into the car and asked her son where they were going. Kang Jin replied that they were going to a beautiful place that his mother definitely had to see. At that moment, someone unexpectedly called the main character. The guy began to take his phone out of his pocket, not understanding who might need it right now. Soon the guy saw that Shin Yuri had called him. The main character wondered why she was calling him again. When the guy finally answered, the girl immediately began asking why he didn't answer her calls, since she had already called him several times. Kang Jin pretended that he simply didn't notice them and apologized, after which he asked what happened since the girl was so persistent in calling on New Year's Day. To this, Shin Yuri asked if the new year really mattered now. Kang Jin asked in response what mattered then. Then the girl quietly asked how the main character knew that the L6 model phone would go off sale. The guy was very surprised by this and said that he couldn't have known that. The girl recalled that after buying a new phone, Kang Jin told her that this model would most likely soon be discontinued. To this, the guy replied that he was just joking, and then he told the girl that it was just his joke. After that, the main character said that he was currently driving somewhere so he couldn't talk. Then Kang Jin ended the call despite Shin Yuri's intention to continue the conversation. The guy was very excited, as his trembling hand indicated, and he hoped that the girl had not guessed that he had the ability to predict the future. Then the main character saw a message from Sanyop, who wrote that he could not get through to him, so he asked him to call back as soon as he saw the communication. Kang Jin assumed that the guy was also shocked by the news that the phone was being removed from sale, so he should have answered him later. At that moment, the woman saw something on the street that made her very surprised. Soon, our hero stopped at the house that Kang Jin had recently bought. His mother stood in place and began to remember the happy past. The main character, looking at his mother, suggested that now she was remembering everything that was connected with this place, because she had been in this house for more than 20 years. Finally, the woman quietly said that she was glad to be back here because this house brought back memories for her. Soon she suggested going back home since they had already seen everything, but Kang Jin stopped his mother and suggested going inside since they had already come here. The woman did not understand what was happening and told Sin that he could not just break into someone else's house. Having entered inside and looked around, the woman assumed that the people who lived here had left somewhere. Suddenly, the main character's mother stopped because memories from the past came flooding back to her. Standing at the stairs to the second floor, she remembered asking her little son not to run here because it was dangerous. On one of the walls, a woman noted Kang Jin's height while telling him that standing on his tiptoes was cheating. Remembering this, the woman sighed heavily and said that nothing had changed in this house since then. Walking into the kitchen, she remembered how many years ago she praised her Sin here for good grades. The woman also recalled the day when Kang Jin happily announced that he had passed important school exams. Soon after, the main character had to go to the army. He asked his mother not to worry about him and assured him that everything would be fine. After this, the woman turned to her son and said that they had already seen everything, and it was time for them to leave, because even if there was no one there, they could not be in someone else's house. Suddenly, Kang Jin said that it was not someone else's house, which made the woman very surprised. The guy continued to say that they only lent the house to someone for a short time. His mother did not understand what he meant. The next moment, Kang Jin handed over an envelope with documents and with a beaming smile on his face, said that this house belonged to them again. The shocked mother of the main character immediately began to look through the documents, not understanding how this happened and how it was possible. Kang Jin said that he and Taek Gyu earned money together and bought this house. Taek Gyu confirmed this with a smile, saying that they earned a lot of money. Realizing that everything that was happening was true, the main character's mother could not cope with her emotions and fell to the floor, which greatly frightened the guys. Kang Jin-woo understood her feelings because after her father passed away, she had a hard time. It was a lie to say that the woman wasn't sad or hard, but she simply gritted her teeth and held on for her son's sake. The main character's mother cried loudly and thanked Sin for growing up so strong. Kang Jin sank to the floor next to his mother and asked why she was crying on such a happy day. At that moment, Taek Gyu couldn't cope with his emotions and cried loudly, calling Kang Jin a scoundrel for bringing them to such a state. After this, Taek Gyu, without stopping crying, hugged his friend who did not understand why the guy was crying. For some time, Taek Gyu's loud crying and Kang Jin's request to let him go and stop crying could be heard around. In the end, the main character told his mother everything that happened, of course, except for what was connected with the mysterious eagle. Then the woman asked how much they earned. Kang Jin answered that they had about 3 billion, but he couldn't tell the whole truth for fear that mom would lose consciousness. The woman was shocked when she heard about 3 billion and could not believe it. Seeing such a reaction, Kang Jin thought that he should have named a smaller amount. The guy continued to say that he decided to put his education on hold for now and fully immerse himself in investments. The woman thought that this was not an easy matter. There were many people who tried to benefit from the situation, and in this regard, the father of the main character said that the one who claimed to have exclusive information was a fraud. Kang Jin felt awkward because he was the one who had exclusive information, but he understood the concern of the mother whose son was talking about investments. In order to calm the woman down, the guy began to assure her that he had not borrowed money but had only used what he had. In addition, he promised to stop if something went wrong. These words really calmed the woman down, who was also glad that Taek Ji-woo was with her son. To this, Tak Ji-woo said that he was completely responsible for Kang Jin. The protagonist thought that everything was just the opposite. After that, the guy said that tomorrow morning, a company would come to estimate the cost of repairing the house and start work. He also wanted to give my mother their contacts so that she could discuss everything directly with them. The woman thought that it would not be cheap. The main character thought that a quality renovation could cost tens of millions of won, and that was probably why the previous owners sold the house so quickly. Nevertheless, the guy asked his mother not to worry about money and suggested living in that apartment for now and moving in completely after the renovation. The woman agreed to this. Suddenly, Taek Ji-woo said with a smile that it was already nearing the time of their restaurant reservation, so they should go to another location to enjoy the Christmas party. Very soon, our heroes raised their glasses and wished each other all the best in the new year. They spent the rest of the evening in each other's company, chatting cheerfully on various topics. Along with this, the main character mentally addressed his father and promised him that he would take responsibility for his mother and take care of her. So Kang Jin asked him not to worry about anything and sleep peacefully. The guy was confident that he could fulfill this promise and bring back those happy days. Some time passed. Our heroes were putting large boxes into the car, and Kang Jin's mother asked them to always be careful in everything. The woman also asked her son to call her more often and promised to come if he was too busy. After that, they said goodbye. Having got into the car, Kang Jin and Taek Ji-woo quickly drove away somewhere while the woman followed them with her eyes. For their investment business, our heroes needed a base or headquarters, and so Taek Ji-woo will buy a house to which he has already moved his things. Kang Jin asked how much money his friend paid for Taek Gyu's house, and he replied that it was a modest amount. The next moment, the protagonist heard that the guy had bought a house for 4.2 billion won, which he was very puzzled about, but he didn't say a word about it. Soon our heroes arrived at a huge house, upon seeing which Kang Jin immediately realized that his friend did not know the meaning of the word modest. Entering inside, Taek Ji-woo said that he would take the first floor and the main character could take the second. He also suggested turning the basement into their office. Taek Ji-woo continued to say that after they unpacked their things, they would go shopping. Kang Jin was surprised by this because he thought that they already had everything they needed. To this, Taek Ji-woo showed his bank card and said with a smile that it wasn't about what you bought, but how far you could go with your purchases. Kang Jin looked at his friend with confusion, because he didn't even suspect what he meant when he said all this. Very soon, our heroes arrived at the shopping center to continue making the necessary purchases. Taek Ji-woo and Kang Jin walked around the electronics store with happy faces, looking for something for their new home. The store manager immediately asked if the guys were looking for something specific. Taek Ji-woo replied that they were just looking around to see what was there. Kang Jin asked his friend if he had already decided what he would buy. Taek Ji-woo replied that if he wanted, he would buy the entire shopping center, but he would only buy what he liked. Suddenly, the guy noticed a huge TV hanging on the wall of the electronics store and was amazed by its size. The administrator said that it was the recently released SSS-Rank TV. The man continued to tell that this model had a 100-inch diagonal with a resolution of 8K, and its price was 600,000 won. Taek Ji-woo decided that he would buy it. The administrator was amazed to hear this because it was the only such TV on display. Moreover, it was very expensive. Taek Ji-woo asked if there was something wrong and suggested that he wasn't for sale. The shocked man immediately began to deny it. Without letting the manager finish speaking, the guy suddenly pointed to one corner of the store. After that, he pointed to another corner of the store and said that he would take one of the most expensive items from here. The manager did not object to this decision. The man asked if Taek Ji-woo had any bonuses or discount cards and also wanted to know how many months the guy wanted to take out an installment plan for. The manager continued to say that buying one flagship product of each type would cost a total of 68.5 million won. The guy was fine with that, so he wanted to pay for it all at once. After all the shopping was finished, the store employees thanked the rich customer. Kang Jin was surprised that his friend bought so many things, but Taek Ji-woo took it as thanks to SSS-Rank. The next day, all the things the guy had bought were delivered and installed in their places. Now the house had a completely finished look. Taek Ji-woo gave the main character a tour and with a satisfied look, told him that he tried to make the basement into a full-fledged shelter. The guy also said that according to the workers, Both of our heroes' beds were the same. It seemed that Kang Jin was not very happy about this. After that, Tech Gyu led his friend to his bedroom, while rejoicing that he now had his own space, unlimited by the cramped room. Kang Jin was afraid to go out for a while because he thought it was a room the size of a warehouse that was completely filled with Tech Gyu figurines, and asked his friend to respect his taste. Finally, our heroes looked into Taek Gyu's office. He was pleased that this room really looked like a workplace, and now it felt like they were doing serious business. Kang Jin thought that the tour was already over and was about to leave, but Taek Gyu stopped him because there was one more thing left. Suddenly, the printer began to print something on a sheet of paper. After examining the freshly printed text, the protagonist realized that it was the company registration document that Taek Gyu had signed last time. It stated that Kang Jin-woo was the CEO of OTK Company and owned 80% of the company, and Taek Gyu was the COO with 20% of the shares. Taek Gyu asked the guy if he liked his logo design. The main characters looked at him and assumed that the guy took this design from the title of a comic he had recently read. Then Kang Jin thought that not long ago he was a beggar, and now he was the head of a multi-billion-dollar company, which is why he believed that the people who said that it was unknown where life would lead were right. After some time, Taek Gyu clarified whether their plan was to wait for the prediction and invest. Kang Jin no longer doubted the veracity of the predictions, but there were still a few issues that needed to be resolved. The guy continued to say that firstly, he couldn't control the eagle, so he wouldn't be able to see the prediction whenever he wanted. Kang Jin suggested that if he had control over the ability, he could know which stocks would rise or fall and also see where interest rates would go. In this case, they could easily invest and make a profit. But the main character did not know whether this ability worked or whether he was simply inexperienced. Kang Jin, let's continue to say that their second problem was that the information that was shown in the predictions was very limited. If we assume that a guy sees that the cost of land in a certain area will increase 10 times, he would have no way of knowing whether this would happen in a year or in 10 years. In the case of the L6 phones, our heroes had difficulties because they only knew the fact of the discontinuation of production without an exact date. So their main responsibility now was to analyze the information and create a strategy. Soon the protagonist moved on to the third problem that worried him most, namely the certainty of the predictions. Kang Jin suggested that if the future was uncertain, then their actions could directly affect him. Taek Gyu listened attentively to his friend and seemed to completely agree with him. Unexpectedly, the guy said that it was a dilemma of predicting the future, because natural disasters and meteorite falls were difficult to change, unlike the results of human actions. Kang Jin was very surprised at how quickly his friend understood all this. The guy explained that this was a common theme in the comics he liked to read. The protagonist continued to say that the recent purchase of options did not even affect the cessation of production of the phone, since the money for the options was paid by a financial company. However, if SEO Sung were paying for them, they could have delayed the production cutoff date to avoid losses. Kang Jin saw Taek Gyu's shocked face but continued speaking again, using the example of buying land. The guy suggested that the cost of land could have risen so much that construction would have simply been canceled, or the project would have been moved to another location. Kang Jin continued saying that in the end, the Eagles' prediction would have turned out to be correct, but they could have been left without profit. Taek Gyu thought that even in games with the same skill, the limits of possibilities depended on the character's level. Then the main character said that if he was born into a rich family, he would earn 100 times more. Hearing this, Taek Gyu felt that there was no other choice, and with a wide smile said that they would have to work harder to raise their level. Suddenly, the guy asked if the main character could have lost his ability. Kang Jin suggested that this should not have happened. After this, the main character looked at his hand and thought that this other feeling was beyond the 5 basic senses. Even if there were no visions in front of the guy right now, he still felt this feeling and knew that he possessed this gift. Kang Jin felt it much more clearly than taste or smell. Taek Gyu was very happy to hear this and suggested that his friend focus on managing the Eagle's forces while he focused on support. From that moment until the evening, our heroes worked to find a good option for their investments. Kang Jin sat at the table and thought that the best option for them was to anticipate a major crisis, such as the cessation of production of L6 phones. The guy understood that it was extremely difficult to get a 50-fold profit, because if something like this happened again, the entire financial sector would be destroyed. The protagonist saw that the economic news was still discussing the cessation of production, so he assumed that it might take several months for the effects to subside. Suddenly, the guy saw something on the internet and suddenly jumped up from his chair and loudly addressed Take GYU, asking him to stop sleeping and look at this news. The news still concerned the discontinuation of the phone, but the author of the article was interested in who bought the put options. Tech GYU was surprised and assumed that it was about them. The article claimed that a foreign company had been actively buying up options before SEO Sung announced it was ceasing production, prompting financial firms to request an investigation from the financial watchdog. Having read all this, our heroes were now absolutely sure that the article was talking specifically about them, which made them feel uneasy. In order to discuss the current situation, our heroes moved to the basement office, which also served as a shelter in this house. One could say that this was an urgent meeting of shareholders of OTK Company, even though there were only 2 people there. Kang Jin felt that they had taken everything too lightly, because if you look at the chronology, it was obvious that their actions were suspicious. To this, Tech GYU replied that they could not have expected the situation to escalate to such an extent, but as it turned out, they did not do anything bad to the guy. Then the main character said that if you make a profit during a rise in stock prices, you should expect praise, but if you make money during a fall, you should prepare for criticism. On long positions, the investor made money together with other investors, while on short positions, he made money when others lost, so no one was happy for him. In any case, Take GYU thought that it was not a problem for them. Kang Jin assumed that once or twice this could have happened, but they no longer competed to attract attention to themselves. The guy went on to say that winning the lottery twice in a row would make anyone suspicious, so they should think about other ways to make money. Then the main character said that, unlike long positions, short positions went against the market flow, so they were only good for short-term transactions. But in the long term, the market always inevitably grew. The world economy has already experienced many large-scale collapses, such as wars, financial crises, and terrorist attacks. Each time the system collapsed and gloomy forecasts were given. However, the financial market has always recovered and learned diligently from its mistakes, which contributed to its growth. Kang Jin believed that without another financial crisis, it was impossible to invest billions in a short position, so they should invest most of their assets in a long position. The guy admitted that they could use short positions only as a response to the world in an emergency, so he suggested to his friend to make OTK Company a holding company. The main character also planned to acquire shares in other companies in order to increase his profits. Kang Jin admitted that they could use short positions only as a response to the world in an emergency, so he suggested to his friend to make OTK Company a holding company. The main character also planned to acquire shares in other companies in order to increase his profits. The guy's idea was to acquire them based on growth potential and, in the case of the better performing companies, to acquire a controlling stake and make them subsidiaries. The main character continued to say that their goal was to double their capital within 3 years, but it was not so easy, because from 670 billion, they had to make more than 1 trillion. Our hero's company positioned itself in this way and bet several hundred billion on futures and options based on predictions. This was the principle of hedging. Tak Jiwayu thought it was a great idea because he really liked options. Kang Jin thought his friend was already obsessed with them. After this, the main character suggested starting their work with an analysis of the Kospi 200 stocks, which was a Korean stock index and included 200 large companies whose shares were traded on the Korean Stock Exchange. This entire analysis actually boiled down to simply checking public reports on the internet. Kang Jin hoped that Taek Gyo's prediction would emerge in the process. He thought that this was a good idea. Our heroes enthusiastically clapped their hands together, intending to do everything in the best possible way. After some time, Kang Jin thought he had been searching for ages, but there were no results, so he assumed he would have to analyze each of the 200 companies. The main character looked at the time and sighed heavily, because it was already quite late. The guy was annoyed that he didn't find anything at all, because he didn't expect that this matter would reach a dead end. Unexpectedly, Taek Gyu put a huge stack of some papers on the table. Kang Jin asked what kind of documents they were, to which he received the answer that they were data from the Kosdaq Stock Exchange trading platform. Then Taek Gyu suggested that the main character's eyes were already hurting from looking at the screen all day, so he printed everything out on paper. For the guy, this was a real salvation. After some time, it was already morning. The rays of the early sun passed through the large windows, and entered the premises of the headquarters of the OTK company. Taek Jiwayu went down to the first floor and saw that his friend was already there, so he assumed that he had not slept all night. Kang Jin confirmed this and said that he had managed to find out something. Taek Jiwayu was surprised by this and prepared to listen attentively, but the protagonist only stated that they were doing absolutely the wrong thing. Hearing this, the guy assumed that this was what the prediction said. Kang Jin replied that there was no need for a prediction to understand this. Then Taek Jiwayu asked if their plan to invest in the company had failed. Kang Jin replied that the direction was correct, but the search method was not effective at all. The guy continued to say that the way they acquired shares was also problematic, because in the case of large companies with a market capitalization of tens of trillions, nothing would happen. However, for a company with a market cap of less than 1 trillion, their intervention could cause either a surge in stock prices or a collapse. The main character compared it to an elephant jumping into a small pond. The water would splash out, and when he got out, the water level would be lower. After that, the guy thought that the bigger their fund became, the more difficult it was to manage. Suddenly, Taek Jiwayu suggested using shares of foreign companies. The guy said that there were developing markets such as Vietnam, India, and China, and there were also excellent companies such as Nplay and Google. Kang Jin thought that without connections, they would not be able to implement this idea. Then Taek Jiwayu suggested hiring a financial expert who knew the foreign market well. The protagonist thought that they really needed help from people in this industry. The guy went on to say that even with good information, they had limitations on how much they could analyze and decide on their own in matters of investment strategy. After this, the main character suggested creating an investment company as a subsidiary of OTK company, where they could gather the talent they needed under their wing. Kang Jin intended to set the direction of investments based on his predictions, as well as the organization that would be able to implement this strategy. The main character was about to name the first talent he wanted to see on his team, but he was interrupted by a sudden call. Someone called Taek Jiwayu, and judging by the expression on his face and his shaking hands, he wasn't very happy about the call. Kang Jin immediately realized who was calling his friend, and was therefore surprised because he couldn't believe that the top talent he wanted to hire was the one calling first. Of course, the guy was thinking about Hyun-ju, who was an employee of the global investment bank Golden Gate and was now scolding her younger brother for suddenly disappearing somewhere. Taek Jiwayu tried to explain in a timid voice that he had just moved to a new place of residence yesterday. Hearing this, the girl demanded that he send her his address and stay put. Kang Jin thought that all this was great because they just had a reason to meet, but Taek Jiwayu didn't think so because his sister's voice sounded very angry. The protagonist was surprised by this and assumed that the girl was angry because his friend had done something wrong several times. Taek Jiwayu replied that it was more than a few times. After some time, Hyun-ju had already arrived at the right place, and releasing tobacco smoke, looked at our heroes with displeasure. A frightened Taek Jiwayu timidly said that passive smoking was harmful to health, so he began to get up to open the window and check the room. Suddenly, the girl looked at her younger brother with a maddeningly calm gaze, and in an ominous voice ordered him to sit back down. After that, she asked what kind of house it was. Taek Jiwayu answered that he bought it and planned to live there now. Hearing this, the girl asked to explain what was going on. Taek Jiwayu didn't understand the question. I assumed they were asking him why he bought this house. Hyun-ju asked if the guy really didn't understand what she was asking. The next moment, the girl suddenly grabbed the ashtray and hit Taek Jiwayu, asking him where the billions in his accounts came from. The frightened Kang Jin tried to calm Hyun-ju down. Taek Jiwayu was very surprised that his sister was going to lose this. The girl asked the guy not to pretend that it was unimportant. She went on to say that right now the L6 phone explosion was the hottest topic in the global stock market, and the incident sent SEO Sung electronic shares and the Korean stock market crashing. At the same time, financial companies that somehow cooperated with them suffered huge losses, but that was not even the point. Hyun-ju continued to say that there were rumors that, before this incident, a certain company had purchased a large number of options and ended up making a huge profit. This mysterious company had an account at Golden Gate where Hyun-ju worked. Thanks to this, the Asian branch's account balance increased by more than $600 million. There were countless fictitious companies with names consisting of random letters, so the girl initially thought that OTK company was just one of them. However, then she received a call from a senior colleague whose contact information the girl had once given to our heroes. He mentioned that he had processed a transfer of more than 10 billion won from a foreign account to a domestic one. Since Hyunju opened the account herself, she had the authority to check the transaction history, which she immediately took advantage of. To her great shock, she discovered a number with 9 zeros, which instantly struck her as if lightning had struck her. The girl saw that this huge amount was a profit from options that amounted to more than 5,000%. Unable to contain her emotions, Hyunju, right there in her office, loudly asked what her brother had done. Kang Jin listened carefully from beginning to end and was shocked that their success story even reached Golden Gate. After that, Hyunju calmly asked if her brother had really purchased the SEO Sung electronic options. Taek Gyu had no choice but to admit it. Hearing this answer, the girl sighed heavily because she understood how serious this situation was. Taek Gyu asked if it was really that big of a problem. The girl took her younger brother's misunderstanding as a joke. The next moment, she stated that because of this incident, the Financial Supervision Service requested documents from Golden Gate. Kang Jin couldn't believe that they actually started an investigation. Then the main character asked what documents the service requested. Hyunju replied that they were interested in OTK company transactions and information about the owner of this company. Then the guy timidly asked if the service had already received the information they needed. The girl replied that even Golden Gate did not know who the owner of the company was. They only knew the country in which it was founded because information about the client could not be transferred so easily. Kang Jin was surprised by this because he thought that it was impossible for the Financial Supervision Service to refuse. Hyunju explained that this only applied to domestic financial institutions. This justified the main character, but he still did not understand on what basis the service requested this data. The girl replied that the service suspected the company owner of insider trading. This answer shocked Kang Jin, who immediately asked Taek Gyu what that meant. Hyunju was angry again because she couldn't believe that her brother had caused such a storm in the financial world without even knowing what insider trading was. However, the girl explained that a public company was obliged to disclose any information important to investors, but some of the data remained within the business as confidential. Kang Jin added that no one could trade based on non-public information before it was revealed. Taek Gyu still didn't understand if it was really such a serious crime. The protagonist then explained that such actions undermined confidence in financial markets. So in the worst case, their profits could be recognized as earned and honestly earned. The next moment, Kang Jin stated that the agency could consider this an illegal activity and confiscate all 672 billion won. Taek Gyu, after hearing this, couldn't believe that they would actually be dragged into the basement for interrogation. Kang Jin replied that this required clear evidence of insider trading, which was unrealistic. Hyunju then asked her brother who told him to turn it like that. Taek Gyu pointed to the main character without any hesitation, which puzzled the girl. Kang Jin explained that he gave the guy the information he needed. Then Hyunju asked where the main character got it from. The guy began to hesitate because he didn't know how to explain everything to him. This made the girl even more angry. Grabbing the ashtray again, she loudly slammed it on the table, shouting along the way that the guys did not understand the current situation at all. Hyunju began to explain that this could not be simply hushed up, because if they could not explain themselves, it would be considered a financial crime. So Kang Jin needed to explain where he got such detailed information from. The main character understood that the girl was angry because his brother's freedom was at stake. So he nevertheless decided to explain everything, getting ahead of Taek Gyu. After some time, the guy told all the details and added that at that time, no one could predict that the L6 model phone would stop being sold. The girl decided to sum it up and clarified that due to several cases of phone explosions, the guy decided that he would be removed from production, and this at a time when the company's shares were at their historical maximum. Hyunju continued to say that in the end, having come to this conclusion from his own analysis, the protagonist told Taek Gyu about it. The guy confirmed all of this. The girl then asked if Taek Gyu believed his friend and bet 13 billion won, and even when he was on the verge of losing 10 billion before production stopped, he continued to wait and believe. Taek Gyu confirmed all of this, but the girl continued to ask if the guys really claimed that they had nothing to do with insider trading. Kang Jin thought that although they were hiding part of the story, given the situation, it was simply an instinct for self-preservation. The main character answered the girl that his position relied on his judgment until the end, and Taek Gyu's position was based on complete trust in someone else's opinion. Suddenly, Hyunju asked if the guys had heard about the scandal with Dosi Bank. The guy assumed that she was talking about an old case that was related to options. The girl confirmed this and added that in that case, they bet on the stocks falling and manipulated the price to make a profit. Then Anna asked if the guys knew how much the experts who pulled this off earned. Without waiting for an answer, Hyunju said that they only earned 50 billion won, while our heroes earned 10 times more. Now the guys weren't particularly happy about this. The girl continued to say that thanks to this case, the rules were tightened. Otherwise, securities companies and investment funds would have collapsed one after another. Domestic companies were close to losing their entire annual profits, and even despite hedging, Golden Gate lost $20 million. Kang Jin was shocked by this information because he was even afraid to imagine what they thought about them. But at the same time, the guy was glad that they created a corporation in an offshore zone. Hyunju continued to say that if OTK Company was a Korean corporation, the guys would be sitting in the financial department by now. But since it wasn't insider trading, they shouldn't worry. Tech GYU didn't understand what they did wrong because they didn't manipulate stock prices, but the protagonist believed that from the point of view of the financial institutions that lost trillions, they were their enemies. After that, the girl said that she thought that her brother would just play with 13 billion, but in the end he made such a mess. Then she asked what the guys were going to do with the money in the account. Kang Jin thought that it was finally time to discuss business. Along the way, Tech GYU revealed that he had split the corporation's shares with his friend 8-2, which greatly surprised Hyunju. Tech GYU continued saying that the main characters were the largest shareholder of OTK Company. The girl was very puzzled and did not understand why this was so. The next moment, she loudly asked if her brother had really given Kang Jin 80% of the shares. Tech GYU explained that it was the main character who provided the information and bought the options, and he simply gave the money. Kang Jin understood the girl's surprise, because in finance it was accepted that the one who provided the money received a larger share of the profit. It was difficult to understand even a 50-50th profit split, much less give 80%. Hyunju said that owning 80% meant that OTK Company was almost entirely owned by the main character. Tech GYU replied that he knew about it well. This answer surprised the girl even more. Tech GYU sells. He says that if they wanted to continue investing, Kang Jin had to be at the helm. Hyunju couldn't believe that her brother wanted to continue investing because this time was just luck. She then asked why there would be luck next time. Tech GYU smiled and asked his sister not to worry because he had a plan. The guy explained that he had put aside 13 billion and that this amount of money would easily last for the rest of his life. Hyunju thought that 2 children would not be able to invest wisely. Unexpectedly, Tech GYU announced that this was exactly why their company needed his sister. The guy promised that he would give her 3% of his shares. It was about 20 billion won. Hyunju was shocked when she heard this amount and was momentarily speechless. Kang Jin was also surprised and thought that Tech GYU was very generous because 20 billion profit at once was like all of his sister's future salaries. The main character then said that he agreed with his friend's opinion, and then asked if Hyunju was afraid that he would irresponsibly manage OTK Company. The guy continued saying that the girl didn't even need to quit her job. She could continue to receive data from Golden Gate, so staying at work was even more profitable. Suddenly, still in shock, Hyunju turned to the protagonist and asked him to go and buy her some strong coffee. Kang Jin-woo realized that the girl was asking him to leave the room, leaving her alone with Taek Ji-woo, so he agreed without objection. Hyunju was a genius since childhood. She was able to enter the economics department of a Korean university with the highest scores without tutors. She then joined Golden Gate, which was one of the most demanding global investment banks. She was soon recognized and promoted to team leader in the Asian branch. Meanwhile, her brother Taek Ji-woo, who spent half his life doing nothing, was able to become a billionaire in just one night. Kang Jin sat in a cafe and thought about how the girl felt when her brother offered her a job. After some time, he still thought that he could return. Returning home, the main character saw a satisfied Taek Ji-woo, who said that his sister had agreed to help them. Hyunju suddenly approached him and asked him to buy her cigarettes, hoping that he knew what kind she smoked. Taek Ji-woo did not understand why he had to go. One stern look from the girl was enough for the guy to instantly jump up and run to fulfill her request. After this, Kang Jin turned to the girl and thanked her for agreeing to help them. Hyunju replied that for 20 billion, anyone would agree to help them. The girl was sure that if she didn't take this place, our heroes would find someone else. The guy thought that this was really so, but they would no longer offer shares in the company. Hyunju continued to say that on top of everything else, this was the first time Take GYU tried to do something serious outside of his hobbies. The protagonist agreed with this. It was the first time he had seen his friend so motivated, and he admitted that without him, they wouldn't have even started doing all this. The girl then asked if Kang Jin understood how risky their recent investment was, even despite his confidence. The guy replied that he understood it well down to the marrow of his bones. Even while Kang Jin was just thinking about it, he was still breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the girl said that no matter what, she respected the result. She was very impressed that our heroes invested 13 billion and earned 672 billion, and thought that in this regard, everything was wonderful. After that, Kang Jin asked why the protagonist wanted to invest. The guy said that he didn't start with any specific goal. He was just pleased to have a lot of money. Kang Jin believed that in a capitalist society, material abundance was practically synonymous with happiness. At this point, the guy paused before naming another reason. Hyunju immediately froze in anticipation of the continuation of the answer, while listening attentively and not taking her eyes off the main character. At that moment, the guy thought that he didn't know why he had this unusual ability, but now it seemed impossible to him to live as before. Kang Jin continued to think that all great investors achieve success through their unique investment methods, thereby becoming legends. At the same time, the main character did not have a unique investment method like them, but he had foresight, which in a broader sense was also an investment method. Kang Jin continued to answer the question and say that he was confident that he did it better than anyone else. The smile that appeared on Hyunju's face indicated that he liked this answer. She went on to say that the financial world was not as simple as it seemed, because it was full of experts and scammers. The girl had been working here for almost 10 years, but was still studying the market. Hyunju continued to say that she would rather not see our heroes jumping headlong into that sphere. Kang Jin began to assure that the girl should not worry about them, no matter what happened, and promised that Take GYU would not be harmed. To this, Hyunju said that she was comforted by the fact that the main character was her brother's partner. After this, the girl thought that this conversation could end there, so she began to get up from her seat. Extending her hand to the guy, she said that she would be glad to work with the CEO of OTK Company, Kang Jin-woo. The main character shook Hyunju's hand, saying that he would also be happy to work with her. As a result, Kang Jin became the CEO of the company with 80% of the shares. Tech GYU as the COO owned 17%, and Hyunju became the third shareholder who owned 3% of the shares. As a result, the company acquired a third employee and the very next day began its work with new zeal. Kang Jin wanted OTK Company to operate as a holding company, and in addition, the guy was going to create a separate investment company. The guy asked what the new employee thought about this. Hyunju thought that it was a good idea, but the question was, what kind of company the protagonist wanted to choose and how to capture it. This is what worried the guy. Then the girl asked him not to rush, because there were many opportunities. In addition, she could provide all the materials needed for this. Hyunju was also interested in whether our heroes wanted to change the name of the company. Take GYU didn't understand what was wrong with OTK Company. The girl replied that the current name sounded like an abbreviation for otaku. The guy immediately explained that it was an abbreviation of his name Kang Jin, and that they really needed to change the name to TKJN Company or ONK Company. However, the main character quickly discarded this idea because he believed that they should not change the name and violate the prediction. Then the guy said that they should respect the opinion of the company's founder and therefore leave everything as is. Hyunju agreed with this and said that he would contact them later. After this, the main character suggested to give Hyunju 3% of the company's share from his share, but Take GYU said that it was his sister, so she should take this part from his share. Kang Jin thought that now the issue with Hyunju had been resolved, so now they needed a competent and reliable person to head the investment company. The protagonist didn't have any options yet, but he had already talked about it with Hyunju. He also asked her to send him materials about the latest trends in the market. The next moment, the guy received a message from a girl who said that she had sent all the necessary information to his email. The main character thought that it was good to have friends in an international investment bank. Kang Jin then went on to say that these were internal reports from Golden Gate. They were high-quality information that was difficult for ordinary people to access. Take GYU experience, could such information be used legally? The guy replied that he had received this information legally, and also asked not to forget that they were the main clients of Golden Gate, since they had 672 billion won in their account. Tech GYU saw that all this information was in English, so he didn't understand anything. Kang Jin also couldn't fully read everything, but he was only interested in numbers and graphs. The guy then went on to say that the documents were mostly about the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Tech GYU asked what that meant, since he had heard it before. Kang Jin explained that it was a transition from a digital society to an era of automation where everything was connected through the development of robotics and artificial intelligence. The main characters assumed that Golden Gate was developing in this direction. Suddenly, someone called the guy and interrupted his thoughts. It turned out that it was Sang Yop calling, inviting his second friend to dinner. Kang Jin apologized for not being able to call him back for a long time and accepted the offer. After some time, our heroes were already in the restaurant and were frying delicious pieces of meat on the coals. Kang Jin praised Sang Yob for looking cool in a suit. The guy thanked him for this and said that he would pay the bill today, since he wanted to thank the guy for the last time. Then the main character asked if Sang Yop didn't need to go to the academy today. Suddenly, the guy said that he quit because he had already paid off all his debts. This surprised Kang Jin a lot because he remembered that his friend still had quite a lot of money to give to Sang Yop. I will explain that all this was thanks to him. Sang Yop, let's continue to say that it was the main character who told him that the L6 phone would be discontinued. So he began to look for information about the many explosions of this model. Kang Jin was shocked and assumed that the guy also bought SEO Sung electronic options. Sang Yop denied this, explaining that no matter how much he thought about it, he never expected that it would come to the point of stopping sales. I understand that the explosions continued. The guy assumed that there was a high probability of replacing a low-quality battery. At that time, Sang Yop believed that if the battery was replaced, the battery manufacturer would be the first to suffer. The guy continued to say that he had 700,000 won left after paying off his debt for this month, and he bought SEO Sung SB options for everything. Kang Jin thought that this was the right decision, because after the announcement of the cause of the explosion, the shares of this company that produced batteries fell sharply. Then he asked how much the guy earned. Sang Yop named the amount as 150 million won. Our heroes were struck by lightning in surprise after hearing this. The main character could not believe that the guy earned 150 million while investing only 700,000. This was the power of the option because it was difficult to stop once you had already tasted the profit. Kang Jin recalled that even he was not sure back then that the phone would be taken out of production due to battery explosions. The guy told Sang Yop about it only briefly, but he seized even such a weak opportunity, as expected from such a special person. Sang Yop continued to say that he left the academy because he was able to pay off all his debts, and then he went to a department store and bought a suit that was usually worn on a date. Hearing this, Kang Jin asked if his friend really had a date today. Sang Yop didn't answer this, but instead asked how much our heroes were able to earn. The protagonist thought about how much he should have reduced the estimate of their real profit so as not to shock the guy. Suddenly, Sang Yop guessed that it was a sum of about 500 billion because he heard about an incident from a friend who worked in the financial sector. The guy continued to tell that some foreign corporation bought up the options of SEO Sung Electronic, so he assumed that it was our heroes, Tech GYU, who became noticeably nervous. Kang Jin denied his friend's guess, asking where they could get such huge capital. Sang Yop said that at first he also thought it was funny. He then pointed to Tech GYU and said that this guy lost about 10,000 bat coins, and if he found the encryption keys, that money would be enough for such an investment. Kang Jin was surprised that his friend had guessed everything from just these bits of information. The guy was nervous and tried to deny everything. Sang Yop continued to say that, according to his friend, the company that turned all this around was Japanese. The protagonist replied that the names were therefore definitely not related to this. To this, Sang Yop said that this company was called OTK Company, after which he suggested that it was an abbreviation of the name Take GYU. This shocked the guy. Kang Jin admitted that he had completely forgotten that his friend was known as a genius at Hanguk University, and then called Sang Yop amazing. Then the main character asked if this was the reason why he wanted to see him. Sang Yop replied that it was thanks to the guy that he paid off all his debts, so he just wanted to thank him. At the same time, Kang Jin thought that if this information was revealed, he and Take GYU could appear in the newspapers tomorrow. This was something that our heroes would probably have to go through one day, but now there was no time for this. Kang Jin turned to his friend and suggested keeping it a secret. Sang Yop agreed with this and gave the promise of the former chairman of the club. The guy, hearing this, thought that his friend never talked much, so he could trust him. After this, Sang Yop asked where our heroes were going to invest in the future. Kang Jin was surprised by this question because he did not understand how the guy could have found out that they were going to continue doing this. Sang Yop replied that if this were not the case, there would be no need to create a corporation. The guy did not know that initially, it was created not for investments but for the sale of cryptocurrency. Sang Yob then went on to say that he always knew that the main character would succeed, but he never thought that the guy would do something so big. He went on to say that it took more than just calculation and analysis to beat the market. At one time, the guy excluded this and invested only based on analysis, but ultimately failed. Kang Jin decided to cheer up his friend by saying that he could not calculate the probability that an investment company would lose tens of billions of dollars due to phishing. Sang Yop understood this, but he was interested in what the protagonist thought about luck. The guy went on to say that it took him a long time to realize that there were a lot of things in the market that couldn't be calculated, written down, or solved mathematically. Next, Sang Yop remembered a quote that said, "He could calculate the movements of celestial bodies but not the madness of the crowd." Kang Jin immediately realized that these were the words of Isaac Newton, who discovered the law of universal gravitation. This expression was quite well known in the financial world, despite the fact that Isaac Newton was a physicist but worked in different fields. The market was ruled by fear and madness, and no matter how reasonable a person was, it was difficult to remain calm in any situation. After that, Sang Yop said that the main character had intuition, which is why he chose him as the next chairman. Kang Jin smiled when he heard this, because his friend always said that when they drank. At the same time, Sang Yop asked the guy to give him his answer. Kang Jin was surprised by this. "I don't understand what the guy Sang Yop was talking about. He reminded that he came here today in a suit for an interview." The main character was shocked and assumed that his friend wanted to join their company right now. Kang Jin was about to ask Taek Gyu's opinion on the matter, but his face literally said that the guy was the CEO and therefore he could act as he saw fit. Then the main character thought that no matter how much intuition and foresight they had, they themselves would be limited in how far they could go. That is why they invited Hyunju. Financial investment is a battle with numbers, and Sang Yop's specialization was mathematical analysis, so he was able to make rational and objective conclusions based on numbers. Kang Jin continued to think that from a bad point of view, the guy came to them in order to grasp at the last straw. The main character liked it because using any chance was the basic knowledge of financiers, so he honestly admitted to Sang Yop that he was the general director of OTK company. After that, Kang Jin took the bottle in his hand and said that he needed someone competent enough to realize his vision, so he was interested in whether Sang Yop could handle it. After these words, silence reigned at the table. Sang Yop was in no hurry to answer and for some reason stared intently at the main character. The guy noticed that Kang Jin was holding the bottle with one hand and was thinking hard about it. Finally, Sang Yop said that he was the eldest, so when pouring him a glass, he had to hold the bottle with both hands. Taek Gyu was scared. "I think that this could really offend the guy." Suddenly, the guy stood up and said that the main character would never hear such things from him again. Handing Kang Jin his glass, which he held with both hands, Sang Yop began to assure that from now on he was going to carefully study the market. The guy continued to say that age didn't matter. Only abilities were important because a capable person could bring big numbers. Sang Yop believed that the main character was such a person. Kang Jin, hearing this, thought that in fact, if it weren't for his gift of prediction, his acquaintance was a more capable person than him. After that, the main character put the bottle on the table, thinking along the way that it was the CEO's responsibility to attract such people, so he informed Sang Yop that he had been hired. The next moment, Kang Jin shook Sang Yop's hand and welcomed him to OTK company. "I'm glad that after Hyunju, the fourth reliable employee came to them himself." Our heroes were still in the restaurant, grilling a lot of meat in honor of the recent event. Sang Yop took big gulps of the alcoholic drink in order to relax. Then the guy breathed a sigh of relief, believing that now he could finally catch his breath, because before this meeting he was a little nervous. After that, Sang Yop asked how he should now call Kang Jin. The guy answered that he could call him as he was used to, because they would come up with official positions when there were many employees. Sang Yop agreed with this and then asked if there were really only 2 people on the team now. Taek Gyu replied that his older sister was also working with them. The guy continued to say that she was also the head of the Asian branch of Golden Gate. After hearing this, Sang Yop understood how our heroes managed to pull off such a thing. Kang Jin decided not to dwell on it and asked his friend how it was working at the academy. He heard that the guy was a very popular tutor. Sang Yop said that when he said he was leaving, he was offered a promotion to keep him, But he didn't want to sit still, and so he refused. The guy continued to say with great enthusiasm that he wanted to ride the wave of change in the industry. These words surprised the protagonist. To explain everything, Sang Yop gave an example with smartphones from the NPLA company. He said that when the phone first came out, manufacturers on the market at that time either ignored it or ridiculed it. They believed that no one would buy a device that simply combined existing functions. Today, these manufacturers have long been forced out of the market. Sang Yop continued to say that geniuses changed the world, and ordinary people noticed it only after the changes. However, the guy believed that even without being the most insightful, it was possible to ride this wave. Kang Jin listened carefully to everything and asked if his friend really thought that there was such a chance now. To this, Sang Yop asked a counter question and asked the opinion of the main character. Kang Jin was surprised by the guy's thoughts and was sure that despite the teacher's busyness, he was still monitoring the situation. Still, Kang Jin replied that he thought the same. Tech Gyu also expressed his opinion, saying that he would follow his friend to the end, after which he smiled and proposed to raise a toast. The next moment, glass goblets filled with alcohol clinked loudly against each other. Our heroes drank to the OTK company. After some time, Kang Jin came to his senses and realized that he was no longer in the restaurant. The main character was lying on the floor and wondering how he ended up here. At this time, Tech Gyu had already fallen asleep on the bed without even thinking about changing his clothes. Some time passed. A clear new day arrived and the bright sun had already managed to rise high. Only now, Kang Jin woke up and immediately felt a headache that reminded him of what happened yesterday. The guy assumed that Tech Gyu brought him here and then fell asleep. Then the main character looked at the time and, seeing the date December 31st, thought about how quickly time flew by, because tomorrow was already the new year. After that, Kang Jin called his mother to ask if everything was okay with her. The guy asked the woman not to worry because everything was fine with them. He also accepted his mother's invitation to dinner and suggested meeting tomorrow. After some time, Kang Jin looked through the documents and thought that he should have already come up with some idea for investment, but nothing came. At that moment, the main character saw Tech Gyu, who was going down to the first floor complaining about his health. Suddenly, the guy said that he heard some vibrations and assumed that it was a phone. Then Tech Gyu saw that Shin Yuri was calling his friend's phone. Kang Jin didn't react to this at all and suggested that the guy sleep some more if he wanted to. Tech Gyu was very happy about this and offered Kang Jin to answer the call instead of him in gratitude for his kindness. The protagonist did not have time to do anything. Shin Yuri asked if Kang Jin hadn't saved her number since he hadn't answered her call for so long. The protagonist, who was unhappy with Tech Gyu's actions, replied that he had saved it. Then the guy explained that he didn't answer because he just woke up. Then Shin Yuri said that she also called a few days ago. Kang Jin made a surprised voice and apologized for not answering. After that, Shin Yuri asked if the guy had breakfast, and hearing a negative answer, suggested having breakfast together. The main character thought about the fact that he found out about the L6 phone being discontinued thanks to a girl, so he needed to at least treat her to food for that. Kang Jin agreed and asked where they could meet. Shin Yuri was very happy to hear this and immediately suggested that they meet at 2 o'clock in front of the gallery department store. Suddenly, Tech Gyu approached the main character and asked in an ominous voice who this Shin Yuri was. The frightened guy replied that she was just a junior from the university. Then Tech Gyu asked in the same ominous voice if the CEO of the company was really going to go on a date at such an important moment. Kang Jin began to say that it was not a date. Tech Gyu asked his friend not to forget about his duties. The protagonist did not understand what the guy was talking about and therefore suggested talking after he returned. After this, Kang Jin was annoyed to discover that there was almost no cash in his wallet, and his bank card had not yet been restored. The guy was afraid that he would not have enough money. Then Kang Jin shyly asked his friend to lend him some money. Tech Gyu assumed that the guy was going to buy an island, but he just needed some cash. The main character again asked the guy to lend him 100,000 won and promised that he would return it later. Tech Gyu finally reached into his pocket for money. Then he handed the money to his friend and asked him to spend it wisely and without excess. Kang Jin took the money with trembling hands, already thinking that he should find a part-time job. Very soon, the main character arrived at the appointed place and began to wait for the girl. The guy humbly waited at the entrance to the establishment until he suddenly heard a familiar voice addressing him. Looking forward, Kang Jin saw Shin Yuri, who was running towards him, surprised at the way that the guy had arrived so early. Running closer, the girl with a smile on her face asked how long the main character had been waiting for her here. Kang Jin replied that he had just arrived, after which he asked what the girl wanted to eat. Shin Yuri suggested eating udon and said that there were popular places nearby. Sitting at the table, the girl said that she was surprised when the guy said that he would come all the way to her area. To this, Kang Jin replied that he had recently moved and lived nearby. Shin Yuri was happy to hear this and suggested that they could meet more often as neighbors. The protagonist confirmed this and then wondered if the girl had always been so friendly with him. Kang Jin thought that the girl probably wasn't that kind of person in real life because she was friends with his ex-girlfriend Song A. The main character knew very well that Song A could not stand excessive friendliness. That's why the guy was worried about why Shin Yuri was so kind to him. Suddenly, the girl asked Kang Jin if he liked the taste of this dish, but the guy could only think that the girl looked good when she ate. After the meal was finished, Shin Yuri said that she would pay for the dinner. This surprised the protagonist because he was the one who was going to do it. The girl explained that it was she who suggested meeting, so she should pay the bill. She also said that next time the guy could treat her to something tasty. Going outside, Shin Yuri continued to say that she didn't want to eat alone, so she was grateful to the guy for coming. Kang Jin asked if the girl really had no one at home. The girl replied that she lived alone, after which she pointed to her house, which was visible in the distance. The main characters were surprised that she lived alone in a huge apartment near the Kan River. Suddenly, Shin Yuri asked the guy if she wanted to take a look at her house. This offer greatly surprised Kang Jin. The girl said that there was a great route for walking inside the complex, and there was also a cafe just for residents with a view of the river where you could drink coffee. Soon our heroes approached a large and very expensive living complex, the entrance to which was strictly guarded. We walked along the path inside the residential complex. The main character said that it was a wonderful place. Shin Yuri thought that where the guy had recently moved was also good. Next, Kang Jin asked how long the girl had lived here. Shin Yuri replied that she had lived here since childhood, but had moved during the reconstruction and had returned only about 6 months ago. Hearing this, the main character realized that the girl definitely did not rent this housing, but was the owner. The guy also asked where her parents were. Shin Yuri answered that they worked abroad. After that, the guy suggested that the real estate prices here were very high. Shin Yuri said that the smallest apartment here cost about 2.3 billion won. Kang Jin looked around and thought that Kang Nam really knew no bounds because it was a very high price for one apartment, even with a view of the river. Shin Yuri continued to say that when her future apartment first appeared on the market, its price was 1.8 billion. Even then, people complained about the cost being too high. Hearing this, the guy assumed that if he had bought an apartment at that time, the profit would now be 500 million. The girl suddenly stopped and turned to the main character and said that she would like him to answer her one question honestly. The guy prepared to listen to her attentively. Shin Yuri began to timidly talk about the day she and Kang Jin went to buy her a phone together. The girl said that she had been thinking about it constantly lately. The main character noticeably tensed up after these words, although he tried not to show it. Shin Yuri continued to say that something was bothering her, and at that moment the guy remembered Taek-gyu's ominous look and what he said to him. The next moment, the girl asked directly how the main character found out about the end of production of the L6 model phones. After that, there was absolute silence for a while. The seemingly calm Kang Jin thought about his answer. The protagonist remembered that Taek-gyu had recently asked him to remember his obligations, and now it became clear to him what those words meant. The next moment, the girl asked directly how the main character found out about the end of production of the L6 model phones. After that, there was absolute silence for a while. The seemingly calm Kang Jin thought about his answer. The main character remembered that the girl had recently asked him about this on the phone, but he had managed to evade the answer, but now he needed to deal with it again. Then Kang Jin said that immediately after the release of this smartphone, people on the internet went crazy and even called this phone a bomb. Shin Yuri laughed at this and said that at that moment the guy seemed so confident, so she thought that one of the suppliers had suggested it to him. Kang Jin also laughed at this and said that unfortunately, he didn't have such connections. Suddenly, the guy was struck by lightning because he realized that he himself had foreseen this situation, after which he hoped that the eagle with the prediction would soon appear. Then the girl said with regret that it would have been great to know about what happened in advance. The protagonist agreed with this, because then it would have saved Shin Yuri from trouble. The girl continued to say that the worst thing was that her mother was very upset because she did not manage to sell the company's shares in time. Kang Jin wondered how long ago the woman bought it. Then the guy decided to cheer up the girl and said that the shares would gradually recover. Shin-yuri said that her mother would still be in the red, so she suggested that they should have been sold now. The main character thought for a bit and said that if he were in her place, he would have held on to these shares, because everything could have returned to normal with the release of a new phone model. The girl was surprised by this and asked if the guy really thought that after everything that happened, people would buy SEO-Sung phones. The guy replied that this incident showed the loyalty of users because most chose to exchange defective phones rather than return them. Suddenly, the main character remembered the information that he read in the documents this morning and decided to use it. Kang Jin told the girl that the main product of SEO-Sung was not telephones but semiconductors. The guy explained that the core of the fourth industrial revolution was communication, and semiconductors were the essence of the era of the Internet of Things, that is, the concept of a data transmission network between physical objects. In a monopolistic field like semiconductors, supply was inflexible. Due to the nature of the business, it was difficult to balance supply and demand. The guy continued to say that in the case of semiconductors, everything will only go up, and being the largest company producing them, SEO-Sung's profit was guaranteed. After this, the main character insisted that this was only his personal opinion, since he was not an expert in this field. To this, Shin-yuri said that even so-called financial experts have been wrong. The girl knew that a huge number of stock managers could not keep up with the market rate, and if no one was sure of anything, then she could trust the words of the main character. However, Shin-yuri decided not to sell her shares for now. Kang Jin was surprised to hear this and asked if she had them too. The embarrassed girl confirmed this story by saying that she bought them with her pocket money when they fell in price and was now confused because she had bought as many as 20 shares. These words struck the main character as if he was struck by lightning. He wondered who this girl was because her house cost more than 20 billion won, and in addition, she bought shares worth 20 million with her pocket money. Suddenly, Shin-yuri saw a familiar grandmother and asked why she went outside because it was so cold today. The old woman replied that she could no longer sit at home. She then asked if the main character was Shin-yuri's boyfriend, believing that it was time for the girl to get married. Kang Jin explained that they just studied together. Shin-yuri was embarrassed and said that it was too early for her to get married because she was only 20 years old. Then her grandmother said that in her time, people at that age were already having children. After this, the grandmother offered to give the girl some money, but she refused. The main characters thought that this was not surprising because she bought shares for 1,000,000 won apiece. However, the grandmother still gave Shin-yuri money, saying that she shouldn't have refused when it was offered. The girl thanked her for it. Soon the old woman left, and the girl explained that it was her neighbor who had looked after her since childhood. Previously, this grandmother had her own store in the shopping center. The girl continued to tell that this granny had 3 apartments in this residential complex. Kang Jin was surprised because he had already managed to calculate that this old woman owned real estate worth almost 7 billion won. Shin-yuri also said that all the residents of this residential complex were like this grandmother. All these people had their pockets bursting with money. 40 years ago, this grandmother moved here not for investment but simply for housing. Later, she bought another apartment to live closer to her children. At that time, the apartment cost 18 million won. Over the next few years, the housing complex underwent major renovation. As a result, the 2 buildings became 3 separate residences. During this period, the price of housing increased from 18 million to just over 1.5 billion won, and after 3 years it rose again to 1.8 billion. If we take into account only the net profit, the one who won the most was the grandmother our heroes just met, because her property increased in price by more than thousands%. The companies worked on the same principle. The main goal of most corporations was to go public and get listed on Kosdaq, after which they received huge profits and recognition. Investors who bought shares after the company was listed had small profits or even losses. Therefore, in order to invest in a successful company, it was best to do it before it gets listed, and ideally in the earliest stages to get the maximum return. Having realized all this, the main character finally understood that he had gone down the completely wrong path. Shin-yuri was surprised by these words because she didn't understand what the guy was talking about, but he continued to say that he finally understood what he needed to do. Unexpectedly, Kang Jin-ya said that he had to go already and suggested that they drink coffee next time. Shin-yuri didn't understand why there was such a rush. The satisfied guy thought that, like last time, he got something from meeting the girl, so he thanked her. Of course, Shin Yuri did not understand what the main character was thanking her for. Meanwhile, Kang Jin was already quickly running off somewhere, promising to treat the girl to a luxurious dinner if he succeeded. Shin Yuri was unhappy that the main character ran away again so suddenly and left her alone without explaining anything. Kang Jin ran quickly down the street trying to get home as quickly as possible. At the same time, the guy sent Take Gyu a message in which he asked the girl to get the information from the list he sent her as soon as possible. Soon the main character ran home and began to loudly call Tech Gyu. The guy was surprised that his friend returned so early. Kang Jin, trying to catch his breath, turned to the guy and said that now was not the time for games because he knew what they needed to do. Tech Gyu, hoping for the best, immediately asked if the main character had a vision. Kang Jin denied it but asked the guy to listen to him carefully. The protagonist said that during a conversation with Shin Yuri, he realized that the reconstruction of the apartment and the IPO process of the company were very similar. Then the guy told all the details and asked Tech Gyu when, in his opinion, it was most profitable to invest. Tech Gyu asked if the guy really went to the girl's house just because she was his junior from school. Kang Jin was surprised that in his story, the guy only paid attention to this. After that, the guy continued to say that during the Industrial Revolution, new industries displaced old ones just as cars displaced carts. However, it took more than a century for the stripes to disappear completely. In the modern world, some industries were replaced in less than 50 years. The guy gave an example of how the online short-term rental platform Airbnb quickly surpassed the hotel chain Hilton in shares without owning a single room. And the car exchange service iBeer has surpassed the traditional car market GN. Each of them was an ordinary foal and grew into a unicorn. That is, a newly created private company worth tens of trillions. Kang Jin will continue to say that in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, such cases became more and more frequent. Of course, their survival phase was short, on average 3 years. However, some of these companies, such as those that the main character cited as an example, survived and grew into corporations that led future economies. The guy believed that their first step should be to choose companies that had a chance to survive, although this was only in words, because a promising company could go bankrupt overnight. Suddenly, Take Gyu loudly declared that he understood why his friend was talking about apartments. The guy then asked whether the main character had suggested moving up the timing of their investment when he had said to follow the original plan. After this, Tech Gyu enthusiastically suggested that they needed to find a promising newcomer, even though it was unknown whether he would have value in the future. However, the guy understood that finding such small and fragile promising newcomers was not an easy task, but not for them. Tech Gyu thought that the ability of prediction that his friend Kang Jin possessed would help them with this, and he confirmed that this was exactly his idea. The next moment, the protagonist stated that they were using predictions to find successful newcomers, after which he announced that their next mission was to hunt unicorns. The first morning of the new year arrived. The main character's mother congratulated him and his friend on the holiday and wished them health first of all. She also asked them not to overdo it and to beware of scammers. Tech Gyu assured that he would take care of Kang Jin. The woman was very grateful for this. After this, our heroes began to have breakfast, chatting and remembering funny stories from the past. Only in the evening did the main character's mother begin to leave. The caring son had already called a taxi for her. Finally, the woman praised the guy for his good choice of the house in which he now lived. Kang Jin suggested that his mother move here and promised to find an even better place for her. The woman timidly refused because she believed that the house built by the main character's father was better. Kang Jin videoed how happy his mother was. He only thought about how now he wanted to work even harder, so that she would always remain like that. The woman promised that she would drop by again and asked her son to fly out for his food. The main character could not ignore this. Suddenly, the mother hugged her son tightly and asked him to never give up. After that, the woman left. Kang Jin watched the car driving away into the distance for some time and waved his hand. As soon as the taxi disappeared from the protagonist's field of vision, he decided that he now needed to return to work. The guy received and printed out the list of the bank's initial investments, Golden Gate. Tech Gyu was surprised at how long the printer took to print, because the list was quite long. However, the guy looking through the list did not understand why the investment organization included even those startups that were almost rejected. Kang Jin believed that those who had already attracted investments could always find other investors. In addition, these companies were already somewhat verified. The main character was also confident that these companies were already ready for a rapid leap by receiving investment funds. Tech GYU sighed heavily because he thought that they would not be able to analyze such a number of companies even in a week. The main character replied that for Hyun for Ju, this was a common occurrence. Daily monitoring of funds, bonds, commodity exchanges, checking political and world economic trends, and also a lot of overtime work. All this was about Hyun Ju. Kang Jin was very surprised that the girl managed to join Golden Gate and get your dream job in finance. Not every talent could achieve this, even with all the effort. That's why the guy had a question about whether Hyun really Ju and Tech GYU were blood brother and sister. Of course, Tech didn't like this question, GYU. In any case, the main character admitted that it would be very difficult to figure out all these lists on his own, so now more than ever, he needed his gift of foresight. Kang Jin was a little unhappy that his friend started playing the console, but to be fair, Tech GYU couldn't help me figure out all these lists. Soon it was deep night, but this was no reason to stop work. Tech GYU, unable to bear the load, fell asleep right in the chair, while Kang Jin carefully looked through the lists, hoping for a miracle. Taking another sheet of paper into his hands, the guy suddenly felt an unusual sensation. This feeling was very familiar to the main character, which could not but please him. Thanks to this, Kang Jin now knew for sure that what he needed was definitely on one of those sheets of paper. Despite the fact that it seemed like there was still a lot of work ahead, the main character was not at all upset. He already knew what he needed to do. Suddenly, the guy slowly raised his right hand, clearly feeling the mysterious aura floating in the air. The next moment, the main character hit the documents with all his might, causing sheets of paper to fly all over the office. The sudden loud sound and rustling of paper really scared Tech GYU, who immediately woke up and began to wonder what had happened. The guy was perplexed and loudly told his friend that the lack of predictions was not the reason for the pogrom. Kang Jin happily declared that he had a reason for this. The main character couldn't explain everything, but it seemed to him that his perception had improved. Then he asked Tech place the sheets on the floor so that they overlap each other. The guy immediately began to fulfill this request, asking along the way if he was doing everything correctly. Kang Jin explained that the main thing for him was that he could see the information. After this, the guy put his hand to the documents in order to check whether his guess was correct. At that very moment, he again experienced the same familiar sensation. This cannot but please the main character, because it meant that he was moving in the right direction. Then Kang Jin began to hand his friend individual sheets and ask him to destroy them in their shredder. He was sure that at this rate, they would quickly cope. Kang Jin looked through the documents and said that this was not the final result, but only the initial stage of weeding out the failed options. In the second stage, he was going to concentrate and read carefully until a familiar feeling appeared. After that, the guy announced that from that moment on, the battle of endurance Tech began. GYU took this statement without a smile on his face. The protagonist saw this reaction and therefore explained that he was only talking about his endurance. This made Tech very happy. GYU. The whole night passed like this. The sun quickly rose from behind the horizon and greeted our heroes with its bright rays. The hard work that took all night finally paid off. Kang Jin could clearly feel that same feeling when he put his hand on one of the sheets. It turned out that there were several such sheets of paper. The guy put all the suitable ones in a separate place, but he still had a lot of work ahead of him. Throughout the day, the rustling of paper sheets could be heard in the huge study. The protagonist carefully studied each of them. It took the guy another day to complete this work, but even the sunset did not make him stop. Kang Jin still had a rather extensive list to study. It was good that his feeling helped him with this. The main characters were already very tired, but he still had many choices to make. Tech GYU was also completely focused on his task and carefully thought out his next move. Right now, the guy had to make a difficult choice and decide which character he would play in the computer game. It was at this pace that 10 days passed. Finally, everything was ready, which could not but please our heroes. Tech GYU, looking at the small stack of papers, could not contain his surprise at the fact that his friend had managed to shorten the original list so much. The guy then suggested that the main character should take care of himself and relax, but Kang Jin felt that if he went to rest now, he would lose his grip. The guy also said that he was able to do so much work in 10 days only because his senses became more acute. The more often he used them, the stronger they became. Unfortunately, Tech GYU didn't hear his friend and was more happy that his character in the game had risen to the next level. The guy was surprised that he managed to get to the bonus level, because this was the first time. Meanwhile, Kang Jin's eyes began to darken. The main character wanted to work some more, but he was so exhausted that he could no longer control his eyes. They slowly closed. Suddenly, the guy felt as if he was standing in the middle of an endless ocean, all alone. Suddenly, a completely white unicorn appeared not far from him, studying the mysterious bright aura. The main character was very surprised by this, and could not take his eyes off the mythical animal. Suddenly, the unicorn raised its head and looked at Kang Jin as if it didn't expect to see him here. Without wasting any time, the animals quickly took off and ran forward, leaving circles in the water behind their hooves. The unicorn quickly ran straight towards the main character, which scared him a lot. He didn't understand at all what was happening. Kang Jin had to dodge to avoid colliding with the animal, which seemed to be trying to drive the guy away. Surprisingly, the unicorn did not cause any harm to the main character, leaving him with only a slight fright. The next moment, the guy looked up and saw a message that said he needed to see something. Kang Jin didn't even have time to think about anything because immediately after that, he heard a loud knock behind him, which couldn't help but attract his attention. Turning back, the main character saw that the mythical animal was approaching him again, but this time there were several of them at once. This time the guy smiled in surprise because he already knew that these unicorns were not dangerous for him. After this, an inscription appeared in the sky again, which consisted of the name of some person and the names of several companies. So far, this did not mean anything to the main character. However, Kang Jin was very happy because it happened to him, because he managed to find the unicorns that helped him see the prophecy. Soon the next day arrived. The sun was already high, which meant that our heroes should have started working long ago. However, Kang Jin was still in bed. The guy woke up in his everyday clothes, which meant he went to bed against his will. Having gone down to the first floor, the main character saw Tech Gyu immediately asked how long he had slept. It turned out that he had slept for about 12 hours. Kang Jin remembered that he passed out while reading documents and then saw unicorns in his dream. But that was not all. The guy was horrified when he realized that he could not remember anything about the prediction he saw in his dream. He considered that he would never be remembered, and therefore did not know what to do. Tech Gyu calmly asked the guy not to worry because he had written everything down. Hearing this, the main character breathed a sigh of relief and thought that since they already had a list, they could start working. Tech Gui asked whether their target for investment was companies that had not yet entered the stock market and whether they needed a special team to handle the negotiations. Kang Jin replied that organizing an investment company and forming a team would take several months. He was confident that the companies that Golden had rejected Gate will be looking for new investors. That's why the guy thought they needed to act quickly now. Tech Gyu still didn't understand what they needed to do now. The main character said that he had an idea of how they could have acted better so as not to miss anyone from the prediction. He suggested calling it a two-track strategy. Soon after, our heroes gathered at the hotel and occupied a meeting room. At this time, a specially invited specialist was already walking towards them, who was supposed to help them make an important decision. Sanyeon was very nervous before this meeting because she knew that the main character wanted to introduce him to someone. The guy also knew that the CEO needed his help, but it was unknown in what exactly. Sanyeon was so nervous before this meeting that he arrived way early. Now he didn't know if he could enter the negotiation room. Approaching the door, he heard a conversation that was taking place inside. Someone was agreeing with the proposed idea, which could not but please his interlocutor, Sanyeon. He assumed that Kang Jin was currently having another meeting. He understood that the guy was a very busy person, so he decided to wait outside for now. Meanwhile, the main character was telling his interlocutors that if they said that they were Golden Intermediaries Gate, then startup directors will probably want to meet with them. Sanyeon continued to eavesdrop and was very surprised when he heard that the brokerage commission was 1.8% of the total investment amount. And even if our heroes decided not to invest at all, they would still pay a minimum commission of $3 million. Tech Gyu asked why the commission was so big. Kang Jin answered that without Hyunju, the amount would have been twice as much, so in any case they had to pay. Sanyeon continued to be surprised by this conversation and believed that the scale of the capital involved was on a completely different level, so the amount announced at the meeting with our heroes already seemed ridiculous to him. Tech Gyu continued asking where they could find foreign startups that they could invest in. Kang Jin replied that those who needed it would find them themselves. Now it was just necessary to invite these companies to a meeting. Next, Tech Gyu asked if they would invest in Korean startups. The protagonist believed that if they used the OTK name in Korea, the Financial Supervision Service would not watch idly. Tech Gyu was upset because they had done nothing wrong. Kang Jin agreed with this, But the problem was that their identities would be revealed during the investigation. The guy continued to say that not only would the media and the public criticize their income, but they would also go after the fact that their corporation was founded in an offshore zone. The main character then said that although they were happy with their current life, trouble could definitely arise if they revealed their identity. The guy also considered it obvious that his mother's address would also suffer because of this, so it was better to hide personal information as far as possible. Tech GYU finally realized that not only in life, but even in the game, the entire community would start to disdain people like them. Kang Jin was surprised that his friend understood everything this way. Sanyeon. I heard how after this, Tech GYU asked if they should forget about investing in Korean startups. Kang Jin denied it and believed that they would still be able to find a way. The protagonist repeated that they would use a two-track strategy because everything was fine until OTK interacted directly with startups. After this, the young investor suddenly called out loudly to Sanyeon and invited him to enter the room because he was sure that the guy had already arrived and was waiting outside the door. Sanyeon immediately entered Hyun's office. Ju, seeing him, thought that this was the very person that Kang Jin wanted to introduce to her. The guy once said that it was his senior at the university, about whom he had spoken earlier. Sanyeon bowed respectfully, introduced himself, and said that he was a graduate of a Korean university. Hyun introduced the main characters. Ju, who was the team leader for Golden's Asian branch gate, and Sister Tech Guy never expected that he would be talking to such an experienced person. After that, Sanyeon, a little nervous, turned to the CEO and asked how he knew that he was standing behind the door. Kang Jin asked the guy not to act so formally. The main character also explained that he learned that Sanyeon was always punctual and would arrive on time, but would definitely put the director's schedule above his own. That's why Kang Jin assumed that Sanyeon had already arrived and was waiting for the right time outside the door to enter. Then the guy asked if Sanyeon had heard their conversation. The protagonist confidently stated that they planned to open an investment company as a subsidiary of OTK, in which OTK would own 100% of the shares. The guy wanted to entrust this company to Sanyeon and offered to start with an annual salary of 100 million won and the opportunity to receive shares in the subsidiary. Sanyeon seemed unable to accept such an offer, but Kang Jin continued to say that the guy would receive 2% per year for 5 years, which was similar to a stock option. Sanyeon was very nervous because 70 billion won could have been enough to start a full-fledged stock company, but the main character trusted him with this capital. The guy also recalled that the bold remarks about 500 billion that he made during their last meeting were based on his abstract formulas and had nothing to do with reality. However, now Hyun was in front of the guy, Ju, who really worked with big numbers, and Kang Jin, who invested his money wisely and became rich from literally nothing. Also, Sanyeon thought that even Tech GYU was here now for a reason too. Although Sanyeon felt like he didn't belong here, his brain was already calculating the possibilities. He expected to be an assistant, but would become the CEO of a subsidiary company. Kang Jin continued to say that the guy's legendary investment decision, as well as his judgment about options, were based on only minor hints. The protagonist was very impressed by Sanyeon's determination to overcome the bankruptcy crisis and get back what was lost. The guy thought it was hard to find someone more suitable than Sanyeon, so he could think about this offer until they found the right office. Unexpectedly, Sanyeon thoughtfully said that on the way here, he had already made a preliminary agreement regarding the office. This surprised Kang Jin very much because the request had only been received yesterday by Sanyeon. She replied that, according to the guy himself, this needed to be done as soon as possible. Then Sanyeon timidly explained that this was not just some random place. He had once considered different options where he could open an office. Kang Jin looked at the message he received and was pleased that the location and size of the office were just what he wanted. This only confirmed that Sanyeon was the ideal candidate. Tech GYU was very happy that everything was going so smoothly and suggested that they decide on the name of Hyun's future company right now. Ju asked her brother not to pretend that he cared about what others thought. Kang Jin was sure that Tech GYU wanted to name the company Royal Blood Company. Now all this reminded Sanyeon of his club days. The guy was most impressed by the fact that Kang Jin had not changed at all in this ruthless war of numbers. Suddenly, Sanyeon stood up from the table and said that he understood the situation based on the conversations of everyone present. So he assumed that OTK wanted to invest in domestic companies while maintaining a special relationship with Golden Gate. At the same time, everyone wanted to hide the relationship with the subsidiary, so the guy suggested calling the new company K Company. The letter K was considered to be keeper, that is, protector. Tech GYU liked this idea. He thought that just this one letter made the name sound very strong. Hyun. Ju agreed with this. Kangjin also liked the name, so he congratulated Sang-yeon with a new position. From now on, Park Sang-yeon was the CEO of the investment company K Company. After meeting Hyun, Ju helped the main character establish a branch of K Company in Korea. Then the main character gave the guy a flash drive with a list of Korean startups and transferred all powers to him. Once all the work was done, our heroes went to another hotel, which was located near the airport. Tech GYU looked out the window in surprise and was surprised that the planes were flying so close to the building. Meanwhile, Hyunju was looking through some documents. Tech GYU was pleased with the view of the ocean and did not ask the protagonist why he chose this particular place. Kangjin explained that the airport was very close, and therefore it was much easier to keep an eye on the investors. Hyunju agreed with this and added that the lawyer from Golden Gate will help at the meetings. The guy was surprised by this and asked if they were really going to meet with any of them today. The girl said that there was one international expert that they absolutely needed. A little later, he was supposed to come to the conference room. Hyun didn't have time. Ju finished this as suddenly rose from her seat and greeted her friend Kang Jin in English and immediately looked away. He saw Eli Kim, who was a lawyer on the legal team for Golden's Asian branch, Gate. She greeted Jessica with a smile and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kang Jin never expected that the lawyer would be a young girl named Tech. GYU immediately assumed that the CEO wanted to go on a date again. Next, Eli Kim greeted our heroes and told them that she was a lawyer for Golden Gate Tech. GYU was surprised and asked how the girl knew Korean. The girl said that she knew this language because her grandfather was Korean. Kang Jin was still surprised because he thought that a serious man would come to the meeting. After that, Eli Kim said that she would now go to her room to leave her suitcase there and return later. Hyunju warned that they would be waiting for her in the conference room. As soon as the girl left, Kang Jin asked where she was from. Hyunju replied that Eli Kim was born in Hong Kong and, thanks to her family, could speak 4 languages. Kang Jin was surprised by this because Eli Kim was his age, but she knew 4 languages and worked as a lawyer at Golden Gate. Because of this, the guy thought she was an amazing person. Next, Hyunju warned that she had already told her friend about the main character. And although the owners of OTK were not known within the company, Elijah Kim was already aware of everything. Hyunju thought that it would be better if her friend knew everything about Kang Jin. The guy was sure that since his friend's sister trusted this girl, everything was fine. Hyunju thanked him for his understanding, and then asked how the main character wanted the meeting to go and whether he would take an active part. Kang Jin delegated all the bureaucracy, but wanted to attend the meeting in person so that he could see with his own eyes what kind of people ran the company. To this Hyunju, she said it sounded great, and then asked if the guys were ready to invest their money in startups. There are 2 types of corporate investment: credit money from a lender and the purchase of shares, after which the buyer becomes a shareholder. In the second case, owning shares allowed one to participate in the management of the company, and sometimes this led to difficulties with the division of rights. Our heroes were only going to enjoy the profit from the growth of shares without interfering in the work of the tech company. Gu said that they should have invested and then gone on their own. Soon, everyone gathered in the conference room. The protagonist asked the other if he was nervous. Tech GYU denied this, believing that those who should have been nervous were those they were waiting for. Kang Jin agreed with this opinion, but it didn't calm the guy down. In addition, the hastily acquired suit seemed a little strange to him. The main character couldn't help but notice that Eli Kim and Hyun the Just were completely calm and looked as if such meetings were part of their routine. In order not to sit around doing nothing, the guy decided to at least check the schedule of today's meetings, and was very surprised when he saw something. Eli Kim noticed this and immediately asked if something was wrong. Kang Jin began to calm the girl down and say that everything was fine. At that moment, 2 men entered the conference room and stated their names with a very noticeable accent. One of them was called Gerald Bacon, and the second Toby Strong. The protagonist believed that successful companies should be able to tell the essence of their business in 1 sentence. This is exactly what he expected from today's guests. Very soon, the boy realized that Gerald Bacon and Toby Strong will offer to invest money in a different place than he expected. These fears were confirmed when Toby Strong loudly and confidently declared that Face's goal, it was Netflix for adults. Everyone present was very surprised and looked at Kang Jin only take with confusion. GYU continued to listen attentively to the speakers. However, the main character was now only interested in profit. Toby Strong said that, at the moment, the volume of the adult industry around the world could reach hundreds of billions. He believed that the current companies providing such content were outdated and did not keep up with the changes. Tech GYU didn't quite understand what was happening right now, so he asked Kang Jin to explain it to him. The guy briefly replied that they were talking about market analysis right now. A successful example for Face It was Gerald and Toby, who had Netflix, which used big data to deliver the content users wanted. The guys planned to dominate the OTT adult industry. Hyunju asked if the guys with the problem thought that Face It was limited to adult content. Only Toby Strong claimed that such content would be enough for a person for a lifetime. The guy also stated that on their service, all genres will be divided in detail, so there will be enough for everyone and for every taste. Tech GYU thought it was excellent. Hyunju didn't believe that people actually only watch this kind of content and thought that if they really needed it, they couldn't always easily find it on the internet. Tech GYU categorically disagreed with his sister and directly stated that she was incompetent in this matter, unlike him and Kang Jin. After a serious conversation, our heroes invested $9 million to acquire 80% of Face. It's at least Hyunju didn't think this deal was very smart. Also today, there was a meeting with the company M Pizza. Its owners used automated equipment and reduced labor costs, and the pizza was prepared in delivery vans. The guys defended the idea of delivering freshly baked pizza. Tech GYU was very impressed by this idea and thought that this whole idea was just a bomb. Hyunju didn't understand if there was any difference between this and regular pizza delivery. Tech GYU again stated that his sister was incompetent in this matter because the delivery of fresh and delicious pizza was a real innovation. Eli Kim agreed, saying that pizza was a popular food in America, so consumers there would likely notice even the slightest change in taste. After another protracted discussion, our hero invested $7.5 million in the M Pizza Company, despite the fact that Hyunju again didn't understand why they needed to invest in such startups. So the whole day passed, late evening came, and only now our heroes were able to go and rest from work. Kang Jin simply had no strength after such productive work, so all he could do was fall onto the bed in his room and breathe a sigh of relief. Then the guy asked Tech GYU, didn't he get tired, to which he received a negative answer. The guy didn't understand how it was possible to stay cheerful, because today they had been handling such large sums of money all day. The main character was also struck by how calm Hyun was. Ju did quite well. Then the guy decided that they needed to get a good night's sleep, because tomorrow they had several meetings in a row. Despite this, Kang Jin won't be able to sleep as planned, because Tech GYU was playing his portable console too loudly, and the sound was really bothering the guy. That's why the guy suddenly got up from the bed and headed towards the exit of Tech's room. GYU was surprised. My friend asked where and when his friend was about to go. Kang Jin replied that he just wanted to get some air. Going outside, the main character inhaled the cold air and exhaled with relief, after which he went for a walk around the neighborhood in order to put his anxious thoughts in order. Now Kang Jin was wondering if staying in a 5-star hotel and investing in startups was the same success that his ex-girlfriend had talked about. The guy was distracted from these thoughts by Eli Kim, who he suddenly saw. The protagonist asked if the girl was really doing sports at such a late hour. Eli Kim confirmed this with a smile on her face and said that she had just finished her training. After that, she immediately asked if the main character wanted to go have a beer with her. This sudden question left Kang Jin a little taken aback. Despite the suddenness of the proposal, Kang Jin accepted Elijah Kim's proposal, and so they went together to the nearest cafe. The guy and the girl bought what they came here for and started to relax. The main character asked if this was Elijah Kim's first visit to Korea. The girl said that she had been here for the 3rd time, but it was her first time in this country for work. Kang Jin immediately said that Elijah Kim's arrival was a great help to him and his friends, and so he thanked her for it. Eli Kim answered honestly that she came to take part in all this because she found it very interesting. She had heard well about the company OTK, which had turned the financial industry upside down. The girl couldn't believe that this company belonged to Hyun's younger brother. Ju and his friend Kang Jin timidly asked if it was really that surprising. Eli Kim responded that the explosion of the Samsung smartphone has become a global problem, not only for financial institutions, but even for Golden Gate could not avoid huge losses because of this. Against this backdrop, an unknown company has made hundreds of millions, and thanks to this, the golden bank account gate in Asia grew by $600 million, raising everyone's ears in the process. All this impressed Elijah Kim very much. The main character, of course, knew about the situation in general terms, but he only heard an opinion about it from Hyun Ju. Now, when they told him this to his face, the feeling was completely different. Now he understood that he had attracted the attention of the whole world. The guy himself modestly said that he was just lucky. Suddenly, the girl jumped up and enthusiastically declared that predicting that the defective phone would be discontinued and blindly investing in options was not just some kind of luck. Kang Jin agreed with this because many factors influenced the result. For example, Tech Gu, who insisted on his own and invested his money. Also, without Hyun's support, if the protagonist had not foreseen Ju and Sanyeon, he would never have achieved such results alone. Eli Kim asked the guy if he knew that people in the world thought that OTK was a Japanese investment company. Kang Jin laughed at this because the name could really be easily misunderstood. The girl then said that initially she thought it was just a joke, but when she heard the name Tech, GYU immediately understood everything. The main character was pleased that this name sounded like the name of a foreign company. During this friendly conversation, the beer quickly ran out, which meant there was a difficult choice ahead. Eli Kim said that she would like to have another drink with the guy, but they both needed to think about tomorrow, so she suggested that they part ways. Kang Jin agreed, so soon they returned to the hotel together. Many of the hotel guests were still awake despite the late hour. Eli Kim and Kang Jin rode the elevator silently to their floor. There was an awkward silence that neither of them dared to break. Finally, the elevator went up to the 20th floor and the door opened immediately. Eli Kim walked out of the elevator and said goodbye to the main character. It all still felt awkward. Suddenly the girl stopped because she remembered that she wanted to say something else to Kang Jin. Eli Kim suddenly said that she was curious to ask the guy something, so she asked for permission to do so. Kang Jin was surprised and prepared to listen to this sudden question. To his surprise, the girl asked which actor the guy liked. This question discouraged the main character. He wanted to keep it a secret, so he pressed the button and the elevator door closed. Elijah Kim never received her answer. The next day has arrived. Today, our heroes had a meeting with a Chinese startup. Over the past decade, China has experienced economic growth. Because of this, many people in this country are now starting their own businesses, and the number of Chinese startups is growing day by day like bamboo after rain. Xiao Min, who was responsible for the company's IT sector, told our heroes that they were engaged in transport logistics. Yao, who was responsible for the logistics itself, was silent because he did not know English. Despite the fact that a railway has been built across the country, China still relied on transport logistics. The main problem, according to Xiao Minya, was used unsystematically. For example, when a truck from Shanghai delivered goods to Xi'an, if it was not possible to find something to load on the way back, the truck had to return to Shanghai empty. The two startups developed an app that coordinated the work of transport agencies and drivers to optimize delivery routes. It was expected that this would reduce logistics costs by more than 30%. Hyunju was very surprised by this statement and did not even believe that these guys could create such a large network on their own. Xiao Min continued to say that reducing the number of operations would also help solve problems with traffic and the environment. It was even expected to receive significant support from the Chinese government, since they are also concerned about these issues. Suddenly, Tu Xiao Minyu's friend turned to him and quietly whispered something in his ear in Chinese. Kang Jin tensed up because the atmosphere was really tense. He was very interested in what the guys were talking about, but unfortunately he didn't understand a word of Chinese. Unexpectedly, Eli Kim in Chinese asked the startups not to worry and assured them that they were not Xiao's scammers. Min and Yao were very surprised to hear this. The girl continued to speak Chinese and claimed that her colleagues really liked the guy's ideas. Xiao Min and Yao were delighted that the girl spoke their native language and asked how she knew Chinese. Elijah Kim honestly answered that she was from Hong Kong. Kang Jin was also shocked by what happened and didn't even know what to say, but he didn't deny that the atmosphere in the conference room had noticeably improved. The guy noticed that Yao, who at first seemed wary of strangers, became more decisive and negotiations regarding shares and investments went more freely. All the necessary contracts were soon concluded thanks to the negotiations skillfully conducted by Hyun Ju. All the participants of this meeting were very pleased with each other. After our heroes chose the companies they would invest in, Kang Jin had nothing else to do. Hyun's worked closely. Ju considered her an incredible specialist from whom he had a lot to learn. The next day arrived. The hotel guests were slowly putting food on their plates to have breakfast. Kang Jin and Taek Ji-woo also decided to eat, and were surprised when they saw that Hyunju and Eli Kim were already sitting at the table waiting for them. The main character was happy about today because they hadn't had a day off for a long time, so he was interested in what everyone would do today. Hyunju immediately replied that he would work from his room. Hyunju understood what her younger brother was talking about, so she immediately taught him a lesson. Next, Eli Kim turned to the main character and asked if he had any plans for today, to which she received a negative answer. The girl was very happy about this because she wanted to ask the guy to show her soul. Kang Jin immediately asked if it was Eli Kim who asked him out on a date. Hyunju was shocked to hear this. The girl calmly replied that the guy could perceive it as he wanted. She was only interested in whether he was against it. Kang Jin, after thinking a little, agreed to show her the city. Hearing this, Eli Kim got up from the table and went to get ready for a date, making an appointment with the main character in the hotel lobby in an hour. As soon as the girl left, Kang Jin immediately asked Hyunju, was this really some kind of Hong Kong joke? The girl replied that it could be perceived that way. The main character immediately understood this hint, which is why he was slightly shocked. Very soon the guy was completely ready and collected. As was said, he stood in the hotel lobby and waited for Elijah Kim. Suddenly, Kang Jin heard a familiar voice behind him, saying that he had come too early. The guy immediately turned back. On the stairs, the main character saw Elijah Kim, who smiled sincerely and asked if she looked okay. Kang Jin was very confused by this question, and did not know what he had to answer. He stood there with a stone face. Taek appeared in front of the main character, Ji-woo, who handed him the car key and told him to take it. This scared Kang Jin a lot. The guy quickly came to his senses, but it seemed he was not at all happy that his friend wanted to give him his car. Taek Ji-woo. He stated that he could only trust the car covered with stickers to the main character, Elijah Kim, who was very surprised to see this car and said with delight that it looked very nice. Kang Jin could hardly contain his emotions and asked why he had done this to Taek. Ji-woo asked his friend not to take it as anything special and to just enjoy the date. However, the guy asked his friend to be careful and not to hurt his precious Kumi. The main character did not understand at all what was being discussed. It turned out that this was the name of their unusual car. Taek Ji-woo was very unhappy that the main character had met her so many times and still did not know her name. Soon after, Kang Jin and Eli Kim were driving fast along the busy roads of Seoul. The guy asked the girl if there was any specific place she wanted to go to. Elijah Kim briefly confirmed this. Without waiting for a full answer, the main character asked where exactly he should take the girl. Eli Kim thought for a moment and looked ahead, smiling slightly. Suddenly, she announced that she wanted to visit a Korean university. Kang Jin didn't mind at all, so he stepped on the gas. In response to the protagonist's question, Elijah Kim suddenly stated that she wanted to visit a Korean university. Kang Jin was very surprised to hear this. The girl said that before this, she had only visited places that were related to work or attractions. Hyunju often told her about this university, so she was curious to take a look at it. Then Eli Kim asked if the guy studied at this very university. The main character confirmed this and agreed to take the girl to the right place while thinking about the fact that he didn't mind showing up at the university. However, there was a very serious problem associated with this that was now bothering Kang Jin. Of course, it was all about the unusual tech car. Guy really didn't want to show up next to her at the university. The only thing that made the guy happy was that it was the holidays. He really didn't want rumors to spread that he drove such a car. Just this thought made the main character feel sick. Nevertheless, very soon our heroes arrived at the building of the famous Korean university. As expected, Kang Jin parked the car in the parking lot. Fortunately, there were plenty of free spaces for this due to the holidays. Eli Kim looked around and was surprised that visitors could easily enter the university grounds. The protagonist said that some rooms were intended only for students. Then the guy decided to give the girl a short tour in order to somehow distract herself from thoughts about the unusual car he had driven here. Suddenly, someone loudly addressed the guy and asked what brought him here. Kang Jin turned around and saw that several people were heading in his direction. One of them was Min Kyung-il, whom the main character had great dislike for. However, trying not to show his displeasure, he greeted his acquaintances. The guys immediately noticed an unusual car that was parked nearby and began to ask if it really belonged to Kang Jin. He didn't believe what was happening and prayed that he would wake up now. Suddenly, a girl named Lee Hai-mi began asking with great displeasure why it was necessary to stick something like that on the car. She did not understand how the main character was not ashamed of this. Kang Jin also knew this girl was the most arrogant girl in the business department. He all replied that she shouldn't care what others pasted on their cars. Lee Hai-mi continued to reproach the guy and say that he should have thought about those who would see this, because in her opinion, something like this immediately spoiled the mood. Min Kyung-il asked the main character not to pay attention to the girl because she was always dissatisfied with everything. Kang Jin agreed with this. He hadn't seen her for a long time and had already gotten out of the habit of her character. Lee Hai-mi was about to express her dissatisfaction again because she was being discussed in her presence, but suddenly something caught her attention. The girl loudly called out to a guy named Jun Hyun in that same song A who passed by. Kang Jin immediately thought that things couldn't get any worse. Jun Hyun immediately asked why there was such a meeting here while taking out the keys to his car. At that very moment, a very expensive-looking car that was parked nearby made a sound that indicated that its owner could open the doors. Song A was clearly not happy to meet the main character, but decency required that she greet him. From the outside, it looked very awkward. Kang Jin calmly greeted him back. He was in complete control of himself, even though he was currently thinking about Take in a negative light. GYU. Lee Hai-mi, of course, drew the attention of her friends to the car in which the main character arrived. She was very amused by this, and therefore she wanted Jun Hyun and Song Ah also laughed. The young people understood that Kang Jin's parents' business had gone bankrupt, and they were going through hard times, but they thought that driving such a car to university was wrong. In the end, the main character couldn't stand it anymore, and the group demanded that his friends stop this conversation. Everyone immediately became frightened by the guy's angry face. After this, the main character turned specifically to Lee Hai-mi and also rudely asked her to watch her language. The girl was outraged that her voice was raised at her, so she began to threaten the police. At this point, Eli Kim realized that this conversation was going in the wrong direction, so she intervened and kindly asked the young men if they were Kang Jin's friends. Lee Hai-mi was unhappy that the girl had interfered in their conversation, and the guys were either interested in who this beauty was. Eli Kim didn't waste any time giving her name and took out her business card to give to her new acquaintances. After that, she handed over her business card and stated that she was currently working at Golden Gate. The young people were amazed by what they heard and began to carefully examine the business card in order to understand whether it was true. They were even more surprised when they realized that Eli Kim worked in such a well-known company as a lawyer. Then the young men began to ask what the girl was doing with Kang Jin at the university. At this time, Song Ah stood silently to the side and looked closely at Elijah Kim. Jun stepped forward. Hyun extended his hand to Elijah Kim, greeted her, and told her his name. The girl shook the guy's hand in return and politely said that she was also pleased to meet him. Suddenly, Jun Hyun started speaking in English and asked if the girl was in Korea for work or just traveling. Eli Kim also answered in English that she was here because of important work, but today one could already say that she had started traveling. The girl continued to say that she and Kang Jin were stuck in the hotel for a few days, so she asked him to show her a Korean university. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. The young people immediately began asking the main character if it was all true and how they could have gotten bored in the hotel. Kang Jin claimed that everything was not so. Meanwhile, Song Ah still remained silent, but from her appearance it was clear that she was very unhappy with what she heard. Eli Kim noticed the girl's displeased look and looked back at her. Hyun continued to speak in English and handed Elijah Kim his business card. Song A couldn't stand this psychological attack and turned away from Jun. Hyun went on to say that his father was the president of GH Construction, which was closely associated with Golden Gate. Eli Kim immediately remembered that Golden Gate provided project financing for various public facilities for which GH Construction was responsible in Indonesia. Kang Jin was very surprised that Golden Gate provided funds to GH Construction. He remembered it well. Next up, Hyun gave the doctor his business card to the main character and said that he could contact him at any time if he needed help. The guy began to stare at the business card, simultaneously thinking about whether the GH Construction Company could help him in any way. The main character quickly realized that there was no benefit to him from this, but he still answered the guy that his business card and desire to help gave him confidence. Jun Hyun couldn't help but notice how his interlocutor changed in the blink of an eye and began to look very confident. The guy didn't understand what it was. Suddenly, Song A started to leave and turned to her boyfriend asking him not to be late. Jun Hyun didn't understand what the reason for the girl's displeasure was. Still, Jun Hyun decided that it was indeed time for them to leave, and so said goodbye to Eli Kim, saying that he was glad to meet her, which Song A did not like. Kang Jin tried not to react to his ex-girlfriend in any way, and acted as if she wasn't there at all. Immediately after this, the young people asked Elia Kim if she wanted to have lunch with them. The girl was not against it, so the plans for the day were already decided. Lee Hye-mi was completely ignored by her friends, which of course she didn't like at all. She didn't understand what was so important about Golden Gate, from which the guys completely lost their pride. She also believed that Kang Jin deliberately took this girl with him as a trophy. After this, Eli Kim had a hard time enduring the barrage of questions that came from the students, and only in the evening did she and the main character finish their tour of the university. Returning back to the hotel, the girl could not help but notice that Seoul at night was beautiful. Kang Jin was sure that Hong Kong at night was also amazing. Suddenly, Eli Kim began to take an interest in the pretty girl who got into an expensive car near the university. The protagonist realized that the conversation was about Song A. Eli Kim started saying that this girl was really beautiful as she had been told. Kang Jin was surprised and asked who could have told her that. It turned out that it was Tech GYU. Thanks to this, the girl knew that the main character met Song A at the beginning of the semester, and they broke up less than a year later. Then he went to the army, and upon his return took academic leave. Then Eli Kim asked if the guy still liked Song A. Without thinking twice, Kang Jin responded negatively. He insisted that they had broken up a long time ago, so there could no longer be any talk of any feelings. To say with relief that all this was already in the past, Elijah Kim listened attentively to every word. Suddenly she stopped and started talking about tomorrow and how they would all be busy again. However, the girls really liked today's date. She was happy, so she extended her hand to the main character with a smile. Kang Jin looked at Eli Kim with a smile. He clearly really enjoyed spending time with her. That's why the guy took her hand and said that he also liked this date. Late in the evening, the big metropolis seemed to come to life. Lights came on in the windows of skyscrapers, and expensive cars drove quickly along the long roads. Jun Hyun was still impressed by today's meeting, and so he turned to Song Ah and asked if that guy's name was Kang Jin. He also asked if this was the same guy she'd been dating since her first year at university. Answer this, but only asked with a grin if Jun was really Hyun was jealous. The guy immediately began to deny it and say that he already knew all this, but he was interested in why the main character had such an unusual car, to put it mildly. Song Ah reveals that her ex-boyfriend had a strange friend named Take GYU, therefore one could assume that it was his car. Jun Hyuna was amused by this friend's name because it sounded similar to the Japanese word otaku. Then the guy carefully asked what kind of relationship Song A thought her ex-boyfriend might have had with the lawyer from Golden Gate. The girl replied that Eli Kim worked as a lawyer in the Asian branch of this company, and her sister Tech also worked there, GYU. That's why Song Ah thought that Eli Kim simply asked Kang Jin to show her around a Korean university on his day off. Jun Hyun thought that everything really could be so simple and clear, but there was still one thing that bothered him. The guy was surprised that the main character's behavior did not change, even after he learned of his origin. In a capitalist society, having a large amount of money was power in itself. The president of the Korean university, the leaders, professors, and students with whom Jun Hyun met every day, at first glance they seemed good-natured, but they all bowed their heads before the power of money. At the same time, the conversation with Kang Jin was just like a normal conversation between students, which made the guy feel uncomfortable. This was exactly the kind of attitude that people who occupied a similar position would show. As soon as Jun Hyun thought about it all and said outright that Song Ah's ex-boyfriend was quite impressive, the girl didn't respond to this. She remained silent because right now she was also thinking about Kang Jin. These thoughts did not make her happy at all. Song A remembered the day when she first met the main character after breaking up. That conversation was not pleasant for both of them. Now she was very interested in what could have happened in such a short time, which caused the guy to change so much. Still, Song Ah asked Jun Hyuna ended this conversation and didn't talk about strangers anymore. Instead, she suggested going shopping. The guy didn't mind. A new day has dawned. The next startups who were looking for investments said that the budget for developing their product was $5 million, but it seemed possible to reduce it to only $2.3 million due to internal cuts. Kang Jin, listening to all this, was surprised that now he had the right to dispose of $5 million. This stunned him, and he did not understand when his scale became so large. The startups went on to explain that RSIT's core business was architectural design using artificial intelligence, which was rapidly evolving thanks to machine learning. RSIT had any limits in design and whether it would be able to design multi-story buildings, for example. Without thinking twice, the girl who presented the startup She replied that she was 100% sure, and with the speed at which artificial intelligence was learning, this was possible in the near future. The goal of ARKit was to continuously recognize drawings and design schemes to enable the design of increasingly complex buildings in the future. Even though South Korea's construction capabilities were world-class, they still lacked the structural part, so Kang Jin was willing to support this startup even without internal layoffs. Tech GYU didn't understand anything and asked what machine learning was. The main character was very surprised that his friend didn't know about it. Despite this, the decision had already been made. It was already almost 4:30, which meant our heroes needed to take a break. Hyunju informed everyone that their next meeting would be at 7 o'clock in the evening and asked her colleagues not to be late. After this, Eli Kim approached the main character and asked if he wanted to join her in a game of squash. The guy refused, saying that he was not in shape. It turned out that they had already played squash, and then Eli Kim felt quite confident. This could not be said about Kang Jin. He remembered well how the girl had defeated him in just 30 minutes, and now he did not want to repeat that shame. Then Eli Kim turned to Tech GYU, asked if he wanted to play with her. The guy didn't answer at all because his previous experience was even worse. That is why, soon after this conversation, the two friends went down to the hotel lobby in order to somehow occupy their free time. Tech GYU was very bored here, so he was only interested in when all these meetings would end. Kang Jin assumed that his friend had a hard time understanding everything in English, but he tried very hard in meetings. Tech GYU. I thought that in case a great idea like with a startup came to Mindface, he had to help because his older sister didn't understand anything about this. Besides, the guy was sure that since he was spending his money, he should have at least known what it was going towards. Kang Jin was surprised by his friend's amazing conscientiousness. Unexpectedly, Tech GYU asked why the main character always invested only in small projects. The guy thought that they needed something explosive and something that would bring in big money. In order to answer this question, Kang Jin asked if his friend knew about a person like Sony Masayoshi. This name sounded familiar. Tech GYU suggested that it was the CEO of Softball. He almost guessed Sun Masayoshi was the CEO of Softbox. There was an interesting story connected with this man at the end of which Chinese online marketplace Alibaba gained its fame. In the early days, it was a small business thriving in China's e-commerce market, in which eBay had a controlling stake. When Softbox CEO Masayoshi's son came to Beijing on business, Mo Wang, who was the founder of Alibaba, immediately flew over and asked to meet him. Kang Jin continued to say that after a 2-hour conversation, Song Masayoshi invested $20 million in this company. Of course, comparisons with eBay were usually perceived as throwing eggs at a stone, so Sun Masayoshi received a severe reprimand from the Softbox board of directors. Tech's final result was, GYU didn't know the answer. Then the guy said that 20 years later, eBay could not cope with the loss and left the Chinese market. Alibaba dominated the Chinese market and was registered on the New York Stock Exchange. The current market value of this company's capital was $330 billion. GYU was shocked to hear this amount because it was more than Samsung Electronics. Softbox acquired 30% of Alibaba shares for 22 billion won, earning about 110 trillion won GYU. I thought it was an amazing story, but I didn't understand why the main character decided to tell it to me. Kang Jin explained that he told this because his friend was unhappy that they didn't invest in something explosive. The guy went on to say that their investment methods might not bring quick results, but in his opinion, only those who decided to invest quickly could enjoy the fruits. The probability that the startup our heroes invested in would be successful was less than 1%, but thanks to the gift of foresight, this 1% turned into 100%. In order to surprise his friend even more, Kang Jin continued to talk about Masayoshi's son with a satisfied look. This man once planted a huge seed worth 220 billion in fertile soil. In the end, this incredible man received a harvest of 110 trillion. Now Kang Jin wanted his friend to think carefully about the future prospects. Suddenly, Tech Jiayu stood up and asked the main character to shut up because he finally understood what it was all leading to. The number of seeds that our heroes had planted all over the world already amounted to 670 billion. This meant that the expected future profit was incredibly huge. It was a figure with 15 zeros. Tech GYU was shocked to realize this, and without holding back his emotions, he began to loudly praise the Oracle Eye. Kang Jin asked his friend to take his time and enjoy the investment process. Hyun appeared out of nowhere. Ju calmed down her younger brother. The main character was surprised when he saw the girl here. Without explaining anything, She immediately asked what she needed to do and whether she should have made an appointment. The guy didn't understand at all what was being discussed. Then she said that she had just received a call from a company that Kang Jin had wanted to meet for a long time. The main character immediately understood everything, and because of this he became very serious and silent. He immediately remembered his childhood, the happy moments from which were instantly destroyed like a photo frame falling to the floor. This was connected with the company DHK Engineering, which one day went bankrupt and disappeared completely. Oyen was to blame for this. Sung, or more precisely its subsidiary company, Karos. Kang Jin had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so now he was absolutely serious and focused. Kang Jin immediately asked what the company representative said about his proposal for cooperation. Hyunju replied that she had just spoken to them and they had agreed to meet. The representatives were supposed to fly to Korea tomorrow. Tech GYU didn't understand what was happening and asked if they hadn't finished with investment proposals yet. The girl explained that not all the startups they made proposals to were ultimately suitable for them. Kang Jin added that the Karos company completely rejected their offer of cooperation. Tech GYU was very surprised because he did not understand why the company refused the investment that they themselves offered them. Hyunju explained that they were unable to allocate to the company the amount of investment and the method of investment that they wanted to receive. The main character summed it up and said that the Karos company simply needed a lot of money. A new day has arrived. As planned, our heroes met with company representatives in the same five-star hotel. Ryan Gates and Chief Financial Officer Sergey Yovanovich attended the meeting. They were received by a financial expert from the company Golden Gate, Hyunju, and Aaliyah Kim's lawyer. After this, Sergey Yovanovich suddenly looked to the side and was very surprised by what he saw. The man looked at Kang Jin and Take GYU assumed that they looked like they were just escorts, and therefore he did not understand what the guys were doing in the conference room. Before getting to the essence of this meeting, Sergey Yovanovich directly asked who made the decision on behalf of the OTK company. Tech GYU has already answered here that she had all the authority to do this. Ryan Gates was very surprised to hear this and seemed to not believe at all that such a thing was possible. The girl insisted that her decision was the decision of OTK company. This convinced the men, so they suggested getting down to business. Without wasting time, Ryan Gates immediately stated that Karos needed $100 million. Tech GYU was amazed because he did not expect at all that any company could need such huge investments. Meanwhile, the men asked whether their cooperation was possible under such conditions, because if the answer was negative, then further conversation made no sense. Hyunju. She said that if the representatives were asking about the company's financial capabilities, then it was definitely possible. The men were shocked to hear this answer. For a while, they didn't even believe that the OTK company could provide them with the required amount. Kang Jin immediately realized that although the men themselves came, they didn't expect anything special. Excited Ryan Gates, having heard what he wanted, suggested not to waste time and listen to his report on the Karos company project. Hyunju stopped the man because she already knew all the details of this business. Now she was interested in something else. She asked the representatives to talk about the current difficult situation within the Karos company. The girl wanted to hear about it from them personally. Next, Hyunju, being absolutely confident in herself, asked if it was possible to hear this important information for investors right now. Sergey Yovanovich connected the flash drive to the laptop and prepared everything necessary for the presentation. Soon everything was ready, so the man suggested starting a briefing dedicated to the transformation of modern cars into complex electronic products. He said that there were currently two pressing issues in this area which concerned electric vehicles and self-driving cars. In the case of electric vehicles, changes in hardware meant moving from combustion engines to batteries, while in autonomous cars, changes in software meant transferring control from humans to machines. Since autonomous driving was the basis of the cars of the future, many automobile and IT companies were actively developing this technology. The man went on to say that for 5 years, AMZ had been the largest e-commerce company in the US and owned 41% of the shares. Its competitor was the company EUN Sung Motors, which owned 40%. The name of this company attracted the attention of Tech GYU. Sergey Yovanovich also mentioned the Japanese company Hitachi, which produced electronics and owned 19% of Kang Jin, listened attentively to the report, not paying attention to Tech GYU. Hitachi and AMZ had a joint venture which was Karos. Recently, having suffered a defeat from competitors, Hitachi sold all its shares to Karos, and AMZ, after a long analysis of the situation, abandoned the development of autonomous cars. In turn, the company EUN Sung Motors took advantage of the situation and bought the sold shares, effectively becoming the parent company of Karos. Hyunju suddenly became interested in why EUN Sung Motors was trying to sell the company to Karos right now, so she asked about it right away. It was clear that Sergei Yovanovitch had a very difficult time answering this question. It was as if he wanted investors not to know the real reason for this. However, the man began to say that the synergy of cooperation with IT companies, which was expected when creating a joint venture, was violated, and at the same time another subsidiary succeeded in developing a limited autonomous car. Unexpectedly, Sergei Yovanovitch grabbed the podium with his hands tightly. It was very difficult for him to say all this out loud. The man continued to emotionally explain that EUN Sung Motors hoped to recoup some of its investment by selling various patents and developments of Karos. In that case, only the name would remain of this company. After this, absolute silence reigned in the conference room. Our heroes carefully considered what they had heard, and the representatives of the Karos company obediently awaited the verdict. Tech GYU did not understand at all what he had just heard, and therefore asked for a simple explanation. Hyunju summed up by saying that currently EUN Sung Motors owned the majority of shares in Karos and wanted to sell them to recoup its investment. In that case, $100 million is the amount that EUN Sung was demanding. Motors for all tech shares. GYU was shocked to hear this. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from the table and loudly addressed the main character, asking if he really knew everything all this time. Kang Jin timidly confirmed this. He seemed very embarrassed about this. At the same time, Take GYU was very angry. After that, the guy started leaving the conference room and asking his friend to follow him because they needed to talk. Eli Kim and Hyunju didn't understand what was happening, but they also got up from the table in order to follow the guys. The girls apologized to the representatives of the Karos company for all this and said that they needed to go out for a while to discuss everything, but they would be back soon. Ryan Gates and Sergei Yovanovitch looked at each other and did not understand the reason for what had just happened. Soon our heroes gathered in one of the rooms. Here they had to discuss a very difficult topic. Tech GYU loudly asked the protagonist if Karos was really a subsidiary of EUN Sung Motors, and he knew all about it. The guy didn't understand what his friend was thinking at all. At the same time, Kang Jin didn't understand why Tech GYU was the one who started all this noise. Angry Tech GYU said loudly that he couldn't be calm in this situation because he didn't understand why his friend was so kind to EUN Sung Motors. Eli Kim, having heard this, asked her friend if the guys had any problems with the EUN Sung Company Motors. Hyunju didn't want to talk about this topic, so she advised the girl to ask Kang Jin himself about it. The main character understood that he needed to explain everything, but he was in no hurry to do so in order to collect his thoughts. Still, he asked Elijah Kim if she found out what kind of company EUN Sung was, Motors, and what it did. The girl replied that it was the largest automobile company in Korea. Kang Jin confirmed that this was indeed the case. However, this was not all of the company's activities. The guy said that this company was the second largest business group in Korea, which had many subsidiaries related to production. The branches had first, second, third-level partners and achieved sales volume of 200 trillion won. The huge manufacturing empire was centered around EUN Sung Motors Group. To tell without any enthusiasm that this Korean company was the fifth largest automobile manufacturer in the world. In addition, it was this company that caused the destruction of the main character's family, Elijah Kim, who was shocked by what she heard and now understood what was the reason for Tech's violent reaction. GYU. The shock that directly caused the death of Kang Jin's father was caused by the actions of EUN Sung Motors. The protagonist's father was the director of a small company producing metal parts. One day he learned that EUN Sung Motors wanted to use his new suspension in their cars. The man happily agreed to cooperate with a large, well-known company. The employees were so amazed that they did not believe that they would be engaged in deliveries for EUN Sung Motors. The company wanted to get its hands on the integrated suspension that Kang Jin's father had researched for years and successfully patented. A company spokesman claimed the product was excellent, but his company received an expert opinion that it needed some modifications to fit into the new model of car. The man also says that while the product is being improved, the company EUN Sung Motors would like to continue to receive new samples and explanations of the basic production technology of this suspension. The man was surprised that a representative of a well-known company asked to share the main production technology. This raised some doubts. However, company representatives continued to insist that this superior technology needed to be presented at the company's headquarters. As he was leaving, The man began to doubt that such a small plant could cope with the required number of parts. The protagonist's father assured that they would make every effort. Shortly after, the man told his wife what had happened and added that they needed to significantly increase production capacity to meet the demands. The woman was afraid that they would not be able to cope with such large debts. However, the man assured that if they fulfill the requirements set by the EUN Sung Company Motors tasks, then all debts and difficulties will quickly disappear. That is why the main character's father asked his wife not to worry. The woman still feared the worst, but could not influence her husband. One day, one of his subordinates, in an excited voice, told the director of the plant that the EUN Sung Company Motors terminated their contract with them. The man did not understand what the manager was talking about, because their company supplied the company with all the newly developed samples in accordance with the request for expansion of production. All the man's doubts disappeared when he compared the product that his factory manufactured and the part that was created by EUN Sung Motors. They were absolutely identical. The manager said that the company had created a copy of the product based on their samples and was already producing parts at its own contractor. Shocked at that moment by the realization of what had happened. The manager also said that the company EUN Sung Motors even managed to file an application for a patent for new technologies before they did. The man was stunned by this because he didn't know what to do. The employees were sure that the EUN Sung Company Motors planned this all from the very beginning. Now no one knew what would happen to their production, into which so many resources had been invested. Everyone asked the director what they were supposed to do, but he did not know the answer. The main character continued to tell that due to severe stress, his father fainted and never woke up, after which his family became mired in debt. Soon after this was said, the guy decided that his father had died rather because the family was mired in debt and not the other way around, as was said. Eli Kim listened carefully to everything and asked how this was possible. Because if the main character's family suffered damage due to the unilateral termination of the contract and the theft of technology, they could receive compensation in court. To this, Hunju replied that such thoughts could only arise in a foreign lawyer. Elijah Kim did not understand what this meant. The girl explained that in Korea, it was extremely rare for a small business to win a patent dispute against a large company. However, she admitted that it was still possible to win this long and difficult battle, but this victory was not worth celebrating. Hyunju thought that the conflict with the company EUN Sung Motors, which dominated the domestic car market by 70%, was tantamount to a death sentence. Unexpectedly, Tech GYU began to say that, in addition to everything else, this company was undermining domestic demand and was also famous for treating consumers like fools. Kang Jin asked everyone to calm down and stop talking about his family's affairs and instead suggested that they talk about business first. He then asked what Eli Kim thought about the Caros company. The girl replied that she was against this deal because in her opinion it was stupid to buy an asset from which both companies were about to abandon and which had no experience or products for immediate release. The main character heard this and asked whether the amount of $100 million that the company representatives were asking for was reasonable. Hyunju, I think it was cheap compared to buying shares of Elijah Kim, added that this company will not receive even $50 million from the sale of its patents and core technologies. Then Kang Jin asked what the amount of the remaining investment was. It turned out that there was only $120 million left. This did not please Tech at all. GYU. Eli Kim didn't understand why the guy chose Caros because the risk was high compared to the investment, and there was probably a reason why EUN Sung Motors tried to sell shares of this company. Unexpectedly, Tech GYU began to loudly declare that he was against this deal because only EUN Sung would benefit from it. Motors. Besides, they will not have money left to invest in other places. Kang Jin, after listening to the opinions of all his friends, realized that everyone was against this deal. The guy chose the company based on foresight and not numbers, so it was clear that two of his friends voted against it without knowing it. However, Tech GYU, even knowing about the gift of the ghost, also refused. So the main character seemed to have made a decision about the Caros company. He asked again whether it was really better for them to refuse this deal. Hyunju agreed with this decision, but she had some other thoughts on the matter. The girl stated that her role here was to consider possibilities and give advice, and the final decision was to be made by the main character. Kang Jin was the CEO of OTK Company, so he had the final say. The guy was glad that Hyunju didn't forget about it. In fact, the main character didn't want to see EUN Sung either. Motors happy. He assumed that if he bought shares for $100 million, the company he hated would revive its spirit. Common sense told Kang Jin that it was better not to invest money in such companies. There was also not much money left that could be invested in good alternatives. However, the guy did not forget that his foresight gave a completely opposite answer. Now he did not understand what to do if reality and foresight contradicted each other. Tech GYU, having given the main character enough time to think everything over, finally asked what he decided to do. Unexpectedly for everyone, Kang Jin announced that they needed to meet with the CEO of Kairos. Ryan Gates, hearing this, was very surprised by such a requirement and immediately responded that it was a difficult task. The man said that they came to this meeting because their CEO was unable to do so due to his busy schedule. Ryan Gates was also interested in whether our heroes had made a decision regarding the investment, since at this stage it was necessary to conduct detailed coordination regarding this. Kang Jin immediately thought that this was a very unexpected request for the representatives of the Kairos company. The guy didn't know what to do now. Suddenly, Hunju asked the representatives to make a wise decision. Ryan Gates was very surprised and was now completely focused on these words. The girl continued to say that it was precisely the Kairos company that was in a hurry to find investors and money, and not the other way around. These caught Sergei Yovanovich's attention. Hyunju. I thought that the meeting with the CEO was a completely reasonable request, since the OTK company was going to invest $100 million. In addition, the girl asked that the company representatives perceive this request as an official request for a meeting with the general director of OTK company. Ryan Gates and Sergei Yovanovich focused on this because they could not miss such an opportunity. In addition, they no longer had time to look for other investors. Still, they agreed to contact their director and convey to him an invitation to a meeting. Kang Jin was surprised at how the suddenly arisen problem was resolved so easily. After this, Ryan Gates asked what date would be best to schedule this meeting. Hyunju immediately looked at the main character to get an answer to this question. At this time, the guy was thinking that since they had already discussed all the most important points, they could afford to be a little more stubborn. It turned out that the main character decided to plan this meeting for the next day, without paying attention to any circumstances. Tech GYU accepted his friend's decision, but he was worried whether everything would be okay. The guy confidently confirmed this. Kang Jin had already thought everything through, spending the whole night on it, so he knew well what he was doing. All this time, the guy was troubled by thoughts about whether it was right to involve Kairos. The main character had no desire to hand over $100 million to a company that used others as it saw fit, and then mercilessly threw them away when they were no longer needed. While thinking about this, one thought came to the guy's mind, for the implementation of which he tenderly met with the general director of Kairos. Seeing an inconspicuous man with a suitcase who came out into the separate room, Kang Jin confidently walked towards him. The main character greeted the man, and giving his name, said that he was an employee of the OTK company. The CEO of Kairos, whose name was Daryl Sagan, was glad to meet him, and so he extended his hand forward. Kang Jin shook the man's hand while assuming that his gift of foresight was trying to convince him of something. At that very moment, the protagonist experienced a familiar sensation that guaranteed the emergence of a new prediction. Kang Jin ignored the appearance of the unicorn and thought that his gift probably asked him not to get hung up on the measly $100 million. According to the guy, his previous prediction advised him to take Kairos company from EUN Sung Motors because they could become something more. The main character now saw confirmation of this in front of him. The prediction said that Kairos had some kind of startup that had not yet been registered on the list. The CEO of Kairos, whose name was Daryl Sagan, was glad to meet him, and so he extended his hand forward. Kang Jin shook the man's hand while assuming that his gift of foresight was trying to convince him of something. At that very moment, the protagonist experienced a familiar sensation that guaranteed the emergence of a new prediction. Kang Jin ignored the unicorn's appearance and thought that his gift probably asked him not to get hung up on the measly $100 million. According to the guy, his previous prediction advised him to take Kairos company from EUN Sung Motors because they could become something more. The main character now saw confirmation of this in front of him. The prediction said that Kairos had some kind of startup that had not yet been registered on the list. After the introductions, all meeting participants moved to the conference room to discuss the upcoming deal. Despite the fact that it was already the middle of the day, our heroes were no closer to the main goal and were discussing the fact that the name of the company Kairos sounded unusual. Kang Jin said that when he first heard the name, he thought it meant Daryl's four-wheeled carriage. Sagan laughed at this. The man thought that this name also suited his company, but this was not the main purpose of Kairos. After that, he began to list many abbreviations and names of various technologies that his company Tech was engaged in. GYU didn't know any of them, so he had a lot of questions. Daryl Sagan also said that modern cars were more like computers than mechanical devices. Now even the engine could not be started without a computer. The man claimed that his company was trying to develop more than just a self-driving car. Karos developed artificial intelligence for cars that could control everything connected to it. This was the main goal of the company. Hyunju knew that autonomous driving had already been implemented in the production of many companies, so she was interested in how Daryl's project would differ from them Sagan. The man responded that true autonomous driving was different from programs that worked with fixed algorithms. Hyunju immediately asked what autonomous driving was supposed to be like then. Daryl Sagan unexpectedly announced that the car had to think and react like a human, namely, understand navigation, manage the battery, be able to park, and also perform maintenance. The man continued to explain that his company's artificial intelligence was a perfect operating system that controlled all the systems of the tech car. GYU was amazed by such ideas. The guy enthusiastically compared it all to a futuristic anime. Unfortunately, no one understood this comparison, which made the guy feel very embarrassed about his behavior during this official event. Did explain that there was a supercar in this anime though, a Srada, which was equipped with artificial intelligence and featured in Cyber Formula. Kang Jin finally understood what his friend was talking about, but he didn't believe that it was possible to start developing such technology just by watching an anime from 20 years ago. Tech GYU continued to admire Daryl Sagan and thank him for making this idea actually become a reality. The man felt a little awkward about everything that was happening. Next is the CEO of Karos said that he was currently looking for investors who would buy shares from EUN Sung Motors. After all, the president of this company, Han Chan-yong, was not interested in this project. Hyunju didn't understand what the reason was for this, because if the technology that the man was talking about was really implemented, then EUN Sung Motors will become a world leader. The man said that Han Chan-yong only wanted immediate results that could be used in the work for succession. He was not at all interested in the distant future. Daryl Sagan. I was afraid that if things continued like this, they would have to do the same thing as everyone else, namely, simply repeat the same artificial intelligence for cars. Kang Jin believed that if it were possible to create perfect artificial intelligence for cars, it would be really great. The protagonist believed that it was impossible to change the world just by making it easier to view adult content. Even fast delivery of freshly baked pizza would not achieve this goal. Now the guy wanted cars with artificial intelligence to drive around the city, which would answer calls, find a charging station, and drive the car themselves. In that case, traffic accidents could be forgotten. Now the main character was very interested in what the current shareholder structure of the Karos company was. It turned out that EUN Sung Motors had 86%, employees had 7.6%, and Daryl himself, Sagan, also had 7.6%. Tech. GYU was surprised that employees also owned shares. Eli Kim explained that Silicon Valley professionals were highly paid, so their annual salaries were reduced and paid out in stock options. The girl continued to say that everything would be solved if she bought 86% of EUN Sung shares. Motors for $100 million. Daryl Sagan confirmed this. Now the main character had to make a difficult decision. At that moment, he remembered his father, who suffered because of the treachery of the EUN Sung company. Motors. Meanwhile, the meeting in the conference room had already lasted more than an hour, so our hero definitely had to make a decision. Kang Jin finally announced that he was ready to invest in Karos. It was clear that Tech GYU didn't like this decision, but he sat silently to the side. Of course, the main character did not want to buy shares at the price that EUN Sung was asking for. Motors. The guy also reminded everyone that it wasn't them who were in a hurry to buy, but EUN Sung Motors was in a hurry to sell. Hyunju said that she would try to arrange negotiations. Daryl Sagan didn't understand what our heroes were talking about and what they wanted to do. Kang Jin calmed the man down and intended to explain everything to him right now. The next moment, the guy directly stated that the OTK company would invest in the Karos company, which could not help but surprise Daryl Sagan. The man was a little confused and asked how the guy could say such a thing since he had no authority to make investment decisions. Hyunju immediately said that Mr. Kang had more authority than her. The man was still confused because he thought that the girl was the main representative of the company. Hyunju did not deny this because she really was a representative of the OTK company. Immediately after this, she stated that Mr. Khan was the general director of this company. Daryl Sagan was shocked by this information and didn't even know what to say because he clearly didn't expect such a turn of events. Kang Jin began to explain that he had no intention of deceiving the man. He just didn't want to advertise his identity and his status as Daryl yet. Sagan took this with understanding. The man also assumed that it was precisely because of security and confidentiality concerns that Kang Jin told her status only to him and not to his subordinates. Unexpectedly, Daryl Sagan turned his attention to Tech Gyu, who sat silently to the side with a dissatisfied look and did not participate in the conversation. Mushin found this suspicious because it was completely unclear why the guy was there at all. Tech Gyu noticed Daryl's gaze on him. Sagana therefore began to silently look back at him. Suddenly the man seemed to have an idea. A thought came into his head that seemed to open his eyes to the truth. He suggested that in fact the general director of the OTK company was Tech Gyu, who led his subordinates as if from the shadows. Kang Jin noticed that the man was thinking hard about something, so he decided to please him with another statement. The guy said that even if OTK company takes the majority of shares, there will be no interference in the management of the Karos company. To Daryl Sagan found it hard to believe. The main character trusted the man as a leader, so he did not demand immediate results from him, but only asked him to continue in the same spirit. Daryl Sagan was very pleased with this and promised that he would not disappoint his main investor. The guy was confident that the Karos company would definitely succeed in developing technologies. Extending his hand to the man, the main character suddenly asked what the Karos company was planning to do in the near future. Daryl Sagan rose from his seat and replied that it was a rather serious question that required time to think. Kang Jin couldn't help but be pleased with this early acquisition of key technologies for the cars of the future. He was already anticipating what the company's value would be when all people realized the advantages of its product. The guy believed that this startup was a starting point, and given the size of the global automobile market, the company's value could approach $10 billion in the future. Meanwhile, Daryl Sagan had already shaken the protagonist's hand and replied that his company was now planning to create a better future. Now, Kang Jin was very curious about the expressions on the faces of the EUN Sung executives. Motors when they find out that the company they sold was worth $10 billion. These thoughts raised the mood of the main character. He wished that all this would become reality as soon as possible. Tech Gyu was incredibly happy with the deal and was already looking forward to the car of the future Hyun. Ju was surprised by this because her brother was initially against this contract. Tech Gyu replied that his feelings in this matter were not important. Then he suggested to his friends to see right now where the Asrat of Master Sagan would be installed. Kang Jin assumed that his friend meant that they should all look at his car tech. Gyu confidently confirmed this. After a short silence, the guy asked why the main character himself still hadn't bought himself a car. Tech Gyu was incredibly happy with the deal and was already looking forward to the car of the future Hyun. Ju was surprised by this because her brother was initially against this contract. Tech Gyu replied that his feelings in this matter were not important. Then he suggested to his friends to see right now where the Asrat of Master Sagan would be installed. Kang Jin assumed that his friend meant that they should all look at his car tech. Gyu confidently confirmed this. After a short silence, the guy asked why the main character himself still hadn't bought himself a car. This was a very pressing issue, so very soon Kang Jin arrived at the BMW dealership. It was a world-famous company that was engaged in the production and sale of cars. Eli Kim was surprised that the showroom only had BMW cars. The guy said that if you pre-ordered it, you could even go for a drive on the racetrack. Tech Gyu was very pleased that they were the only ones who knew that the era of cars with artificial intelligence would soon arrive. Kang Jin, despite his optimism, was sure that this would happen very soon. Hyunju wasn't very interested in choosing cars, so she decided to go get some coffee. Elijah Kim decided to follow her friend's lead. The main character warned that he and his friend would first look around on the first floor and possibly choose a car for themselves. Despite the large number of people in the salon, the managers were out of work. One of them was unhappy that everyone came just to look at the cars and believed that there was no one with money among the visitors. Meanwhile, our heroes examined the cars and wondered how much they cost, but this information was nowhere to be found. The manager was about to approach potential clients and tell them everything, but his more experienced colleague stopped the newcomer. The man said that the two guys arrived in funny-looking cars and were clearly poor students who weren't worth wasting time on. The young manager decided to gain experience, so he went to consult our heroes anyway, despite the advice of his colleague. Tech Gyu continued to inspect the cars and asked if artificial intelligence would soon be installed on them. Suddenly, a manager approached our heroes and asked if they liked a particular car model. The young guy also said that if customers pre-ordered, they would be able to test drive the car, but now they could ask him any questions. Kang Jin was a little awkward talking to the manager because he wasn't planning on buying anything yet and didn't even know when it would happen. Hearing this, the manager was about to leave, but before that he said with a smile that our heroes were still young and therefore could become his clients in the future. The main character really liked the attitude of this manager. Because of this, all the awkwardness about what was said instantly disappeared. That is why our heroes started asking the manager questions about different cars. To begin with, the guy showed the cars that were popular among young people, Kang Jin and Taek. The Gus carefully selected the cars, which gave the manager the impression that they were playing the role of wealthy buyers. The manager recalled that during his university years, one joke would make the whole day funny, so he decided to play along with his customers. Suddenly, the main character pointed to one of the cars and asked if they could look at it. The manager praised the guy's good taste and said that it was the flagship model of BMW. Then the main character climbed inside and, looking around, was surprised at how spacious it was. Next, he asked whether this car would belong to him immediately after the conclusion of the contract. The manager began to look for information about this on his work tablet. The guy soon confirmed this and added that this model of car was now available in black and gray colors. Hearing this, Kang Jin was now only interested in the price. The young manager replied that there was a promotion for this model at the time, so it only cost 139 million won. The protagonist was shocked to hear this price. Taek Gyu clarified that the price was in won and not dollars, so he shouldn't have been so surprised. Kang Jin knew about it himself, but he was surprised that 100 million was always floating around lately. Still, the guy said that it was cheaper than he thought, but now he didn't have that much money with him. To the manager, this sounded like just a ridiculous excuse. After that, our heroes moved aside. Kang Jin asked Taek Gyu lend him 150 million won for a car. Meanwhile, the manager thought that he would finish his job anyway. Taek's credit card Gyu promised that he would return the money later when he received dividends. Of course, there was no exact date yet. Unexpectedly, Taek Gyu decided to buy a car for himself and had already even managed to choose a suitable model. The manager asked what kind of car the guy wanted to buy. It turned out that Taek Gyu wanted to buy a very expensive-looking car, the doors of which opened from above. The manager was surprised by this, but he wanted this show to end as soon as possible. Usually in such situations, the client would say that he didn't have enough money and promise to come next time. In turn, the manager would simply smile and say that he would wait for the client to return. However, this time everything was completely different. Kang Jin calmly handed over the credit card, making it clear that he was ready to purchase the car. The main character, with a smile on his face, did not forget to clarify that they would take both cars. The manager was amazed by what had happened, because it turned out that today he would be able to sell 2 cars. This meant that his performance rating was A++. At that moment, the legendary sales king awakened in the young manager and was ready to sell his own courses for beginners. Without wasting time, the young guy quickly headed to the office to complete the purchase of 2 cars before his clients changed their minds. The second manager, seeing how the guy was hurrying, immediately asked where he was heading so quickly. The guy did not answer that he was preparing a contract for those 2 young people. This surprised the man, so he asked if they had decided to buy a car on a long-term installment plan. The guy clarified that his clients were buying 2 cars at once. The experienced manager was amazed and really regretted that he had not consulted the guys earlier. Meanwhile, Taek Gyu looked at the car that was about to become his and said that it would be his spare car. Kang Jin asked if it wasn't usually the other way around. Taek Gyu was already thinking that it would be difficult for him to choose a character to cover the new car with stickers. Suddenly, the guy remembered that the main character still hadn't returned the 100,000 won he borrowed for the date. Kang Jin had already completely forgotten about it. Taek Gyu reminded that it happened at the end of last year when the guy met Shin Yuri. At that moment, Eli Kim suddenly appeared behind our heroes. Kang Jin understood that the girl could hear his disagreement with his friend, which is why he felt very awkward now. Eli Kim asked if it was such an important date that the guy had to put aside money. The main character immediately began to make excuses and say that it was not a date at all, but a friendly meeting. Taek Gyu intervened in the conversation and said that despite the fact that it was just a friendly meeting, his friend even walked the girl home. Kang Jin was very unhappy that his friend was adding fuel to the fire out of envy right now. Eli Kim was surprised that the main character was such a caring guy. Hyun-ju asked her friend to calm down and asked if our heroes had already chosen a car. Kang Jin confirmed this and showed which car he had chosen. Eli Kim immediately asked if she was too big for the guy. Unexpectedly, the main character approached the girl, which caused her confusion. Elijah Kim's ear, the reason why he chose this particular car. The girl was very surprised by this. Kang Jin asked if it was some frivolous reason, to which he received a negative answer. Eli Kim added that she thought the guy was a really cool and good person. Kang Jin thanks girlfriend for praising Poketech. GYU could hardly contain his envy. After that, the main character asked what they would do in the remaining time before Aaliyah's departure. Kim told the guide that she agreed that there was a famous disco pang nearby. In the end, our heroes all rode this attraction together, which they probably later regretted. They also tried out an attraction called Viking, because of which Hyun-ju couldn't hold back her screams. Then Eli Kim and Hyun the Jew flew out on an evening flight. At this point, all the guys' business was finished for a while, and so they could just relax. The main character believed that the roots had already been lowered, and therefore they could only wait for them to grow. Tech GYU compared it to automatic farming in the game. Now, Kang Jin was determined to meet with Sang-yeon and find out how their domestic investment was progressing. That same evening, our heroes arrived at the huge office building where their subsidiary company was located. Entering inside, Kang Jin loudly called out to Sang-yeon, since he had not yet seen him and did not know where he was. The seemingly exhausted guy was very surprised to see his friends because he did not expect that they would finish their business with foreign investment so quickly. Surprised, Kang Jin replied that they were interested in how things were going in the office, so they came as quickly as possible. Then he asked if everything was okay with the guy because he looked tired. Sang-yeon. He claimed that everything was fine and said that since the company's capital was large, it was not worth putting it on display. After that, the main character asked if the guy Sang-yeon had dinner. He replied that he was waiting for the guys to come so he could have dinner together. Tech GYU immediately suggested ordering something from a Chinese restaurant because he really wanted to eat Myeon. Kang Jin ordered sweet and sour spare ribs for himself. Soon after, hot food was already on the table. The protagonist asked Sang-yeon if he had found a place to live. The guy replied that for now, he would eat and sleep in the office and wash in the public bathhouse, which was located in a building on the other side of the street. Kang Jin was very unhappy with this and believed that the guy should hire employees soon, so that he would not overexert himself so much at work. To this, Sang-yeon said that Hyun-ju had already introduced him to someone so he could conduct an interview and hire the employee. After that, the guy asked if the main character was familiar with Jung Ki-hong. Kang Jin confirmed this because he and Jung Ki-hong studied in the same department and went to the same club. In addition, they had recently met. Next up is Sang-yeon said that this guy was currently unemployed, so he wanted to meet him and offer him a job at K Company. After that, the guy asked if the main character wanted to participate in the interview. Kang Jin thought that in that case, the rumor about it would spread throughout the university the next day. Soon dinner was over. There weren't even any trash cans in this office yet, so the dirty disposable plates just sat in the corner. Kang Jin knew that Sang-yeon didn't have much time, but he still followed all the investment instructions. There were several questions regarding this guy. Sang-yeon was very interested in what the criteria were for choosing a company for investment. There were several enterprises that seemed interesting to the guy, but some looked completely unpromising. At first, Sang-yeon expected that all these companies would have at least something in common in terms of interests and focus, but none of the factors coincided. The more the guy analyzed it, the less directions or rules he saw in the main character's investment methods, which meant that this list of companies was not compiled by a person. Kang Jin was very tense. However, the guy confirmed that Sang-yeon's guess was correct because the companies that were listed were not chosen based on his analysis. Tech GYU was very tense because from the outside it looked as if Kang Jin was going to tell Sang-yeon about his gift of foreseeing the future in financial matters. The next moment, the guy said that the company for investment was chosen by lottery. Sang-yeon was shocked and until the very end hoped that this was not the case. Unexpectedly, the main character said that he was just joking. But Sang-yeon had a hard time believing it, given the lack of analysis when choosing companies. The guy then explained that he only chose companies that he thought had high growth potential. In a sense, it was a gamble. The main character believed that if at least 10% of these companies become successful, they will hit the jackpot. Sang-yeon agreed with this. The guy also unexpectedly said that all this meant that Kang Jin had inspiration. Sang-yeon believed that this inspiration surpassed even the logic of geniuses. The main character was struck by these words and did not even know how to react to them. At the same time, the guy was surprised that Sanyong had overcome the boundaries of common sense and arrived at the truth based only on mathematical reasoning. After that, Tech Gyu asked how much money Sun Yan's company had left. He replied that if you don't count investments and personnel costs, then out of 70 billion, 6.7 billion remains. Unexpectedly, Sanyong asked if he could invest the remaining money in one company that he was still analyzing but had already noticed something interesting about it. Kang Jin replied that the guy could do with the money as he saw fit and promised that he wouldn't say anything even if nothing worked out. Sang Yan was very happy to hear this. Enthusiasm immediately filled the guy, who said that he would not let the main character down. Right now, he wanted to show him his list of good companies for investment. K Company was a company in which the CEO was a real genius who loved the business, so the main character thought that he had nothing to worry about. Tech approached Kang Jin. Gyu asked him to look at something. The guy was amazed when he saw on one of the sheets of paper Sanyon's notes about the method by which Kang Jin compiled a list of companies for investment. One of the versions was the ability to predict the future. Tech Gyu was worried that Sanyon had made a joke about them, but Kang Jin knew everything and thought that he and his friend needed to be more careful with their words for now. Several days passed from that moment. Things were going well for our heroes, so they could rest and not strain themselves. Negotiations with EUN Sung Motors ended. The final agreed amount was $88 million, which was 12% less than the original amount. Karos officially became the property of OTK Company. Kang Jin assumed that the villains from EUN Sung Motors wanted to part with this company as quickly as possible. The guy also thanked Hyunju for a job well done. Eli Kim complained to the main character during a phone call that she was bored at work and that she found it much more pleasant when they worked together. Kang Jin agreed with this. Meanwhile, Tech Gyu was diligently testing out his newly acquired virtual reality helmet. The guy was very happy with the development of technology and said that he saw a great future for the masters from the Face Company. After large-scale investments, our heroes have a lot of free time. Unexpectedly, the main character received a long-awaited call from the dealer, who wanted to tell him good news. Soon after, their recently purchased expensive cars drove up to the house where our heroes lived. Tech Gyu looked at his car and was surprised that it was delivered so quickly. Kang Jin guessed that maybe someone canceled their order, so his friend got the car faster. Now the guys had to leave, so Tech Gyu asked what kind of car they would be traveling in. Of course, the main character chose his car. He had several good reasons for this. Very soon, our heroes arrived at the house where Kang Jin's mother lived. It was quite busy here and there were several cars. While workers were loading heavy boxes into the truck, Kang Jin talked to his mother, who was surprised that Tech Gyu also arrived. When everything was done, the worker turned to the main character and said that they were heading to the specified address. Kang Jin replied that they would follow the van. After this, the guy turned to his mother and said that it was time for them to move. For the woman, the long-awaited return to their own home was like a dream come true. Kang Jin said that the renovation of the house was finished so his mother could live there. After that, he took out the key to his car and pressed the button to open the doors. The woman was very surprised when she saw the expensive car and immediately asked if it really belonged to her son. Unexpectedly, the main character announced that this car was a gift in honor of the move. It turned out that Kang Jin bought it especially for his mother. The woman was amazed that her son bought this car himself. The guy explained that his house was located far from the metro, so his mother definitely needed a car to go shopping and for walks. The woman was worried about how much this car cost. She heard that the price of foreign cars and their maintenance were now expensive, so she thought that she needed to buy a used car. Kang Jin assured that with the discount, this car was inexpensive for him. He also said that he had a lot of money, so his mother did not have to worry about anything. The woman really liked this car, especially the fact that it was a gift from her son. Unexpectedly, Tech Gyu, with a sincere smile on his face, said that he had also prepared a gift in honor of the move. This gift was waiting for the woman in her house, to which our heroes had already arrived. As planned, the house underwent major renovations, and new equipment was purchased for comfortable living. The house was fully equipped with expensive and high-quality equipment so that there was no need for anything. It turned out that all this equipment was the very gift that Tech was talking about. Gyu, the guy, happily congratulated the woman on her move. The main character's mother was shocked and said that no matter how long she lived, she still couldn't understand what was happening and whether she was worthy of such a gift from Tech Gyu. However, despite all this, the woman was sure that everything was fine with the guys, and she had nothing to worry about. Kang Jin then said that since the house had returned to his mother, he wanted to tell her about his plans for the future. The woman prepared to listen attentively to her son, because she herself was interested in what the main character decided to do. The next moment, the guy announced that he was going to travel the world and study for the next year. Unexpectedly, Kang Jin added that he was going to do all this together with Tech Gyu, what discouraged the guy. Tech Gyu couldn't believe what he heard, so with obvious displeasure, he asked if his friend was really going to do all this with him.